K is not थोड़ा बहुत, it's too much. You can send me some diamonds too. I'm so poor. मतलब कम तो नहीं है, लेकिन भाई एक स्किन में ही अगर 5000 जैसा डायमंड चला जाता है तो और क्या ही बोलते हैं। वही तो बोला मैं, एक या दो स्किन निकाल लेते हैं। बेसिक स्किन खरीद के भी क्या फायदा। और मैं बीच बीच में गिव अवे वगैरह करता रहता हूँ तो। बाय द वे, तुम लोग ये टूर्नामेंट डायरेक्ट उनके चैनल पे भी विजिट कर सकते हो। जस्ट यूट्यूब पे जाके सर्च करो वारजम गेम्स करके, उनका चैनल आ जाएगा। तो अभी ये इस बार लेकिन खर्चा किया, मोबा ने खर्चा किया इस बार नारुतो इवेंट पे, स्किन्स वगैरह बनाने में और ये ट्रेलर वगैरह बनाने में खर्चा किया इस बार। ब्रो, यू आर बिकमिंग फेमस nowadays. My friends are even talking about you. लूकस लेकिन नारुतो के लिए एकदम परफेक्ट सूट करते हैं रे। सास्के भी ठीक ही है, सुसानो वगैरह है ना उसका, तो मैच करते हैं उसके साथ, शियू के साथ। जो टूर्नामेंट है नॉर्थ ईस्ट अंडरडॉग टूर्नामेंट, इन्होंने इसको नाम दिया है टॉप डॉग्स फाइनल। अच्छा है वैसे टॉप डॉग्स। 25 24 स्टार्ट होने वाला है जल्दी। फिर से स्टार्टिंग सुन आ गया, मेरे को लगा अभी स्टार्ट हुआ।
Playoffs, of course, eliminators were the first one to reach the final, sailing through the playoff stage. No losses. So on the other hand, Zohunt were defeated by Eliminators, and now they're back up, facing them again in the finals. So of course,
Revenge.
Zohunt, yep, they will be seeking revenge here from Eliminators tonight.
And the revenge is what best served cold, hot. I mean, Kronos is a chef. He knows he knows what is best served. But the jokes aside, of course, we're going to be witnessing the game. I mean, just like Fredo mentioned, Zohunt has already been defeated and they were pushed back to the lower brackets, but they have clawed their way through. They even defeated IGN in that, the lower bracket finals, and they were able to come back top. They fought many battles and they're finally able to come back to the Eliminators. But of course, we also have another highlight because just like Kronos mentioned, the teams are highlight. And talking about the teams, their leaders are, of course, their highlight as well. So we're going to be, of course, inviting their leaders, Dusty Mizo from Zohunt, and of course Art from Eliminators for a short interview. More and a short caller for Eliminators. Kronos, do you want to ask him a question, or do you want me to? What about you?
I mean, go ahead, Ray.
Okay. Art. So you guys have already been like into the upper brackets with 0 defeats onto the top finals, right? And I'm not gonna reveal it, but this is a question that someone wants to ask. In your journey throughout this Nerd 2.0, which was the strongest team you faced, and which was the weakest?
Order biryani na.
Once I reach 1,000 followers, then.
Was Zohunt because they have Dusty the Ghost
Wow.
himself in
Wow.
there.
And the weakest?
I won't comment on the weakest though because every team they're trying. So yeah,
Drop a hint.
they might be the
Drop a hint.
strongest tomorrow.
One letter. Drop a hint. Come on.
They're from Nagaland.
Alrighty.
Okay.
A few shots fired. Team from Nagaland, better watch out. And of course, next question back
You
to
guys so
Dusty.
lonely
Fred, do you want to
without
ask
me in the
anything?
stream.
Well,
bro,
my
वैसे
question
भी
to
आज मैं
Dusty would be,
ज़्यादा
Dusty,
बोलने का
what are your
नहीं है।
plans tonight? Because
गला वगैरह
I've
भी
seen you
खराब है।
play Joy for 3 games in a row. So are you going to change your heroes, or are you going to stick to the Joy?
Hello, Meltdown. Welcome to the
Or
stream.
is it too hard to say that?
I don't know, man. We'll just wing it. We don't even have a
Wing it?
proper plan. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, interesting one. So, Dusty, I'm gonna come back to you. Another question. Of course, this is more of a smaller, not too controversial, like what I asked for Art. Sorry, Art, I threw you under the bus there. But Dusty, who's your most favorite member in your team? Like, it doesn't have to be like, oh, I like him the most, bro. Like 90, 80, something like that. Who's your favorite team member? Simple question.
Probably.
Okay.
Probably. Don't know. I hate most of them, but Faden.
भाई ये क्या
Okay.
बोल दिया यार?
Oh my God.
That's
ये
great
बंदा अपने
insight.
teammates को
So,
hate करता
Kronos,
है
you want to
भाई।
ask anything? Of course, go ahead. Ask any question to Dusty or Art.
I was gonna say,
Sigma
let me start
answer.
with Dusty. Of course, it
Mhm.
is nice to see that you guys have made it to the grand finals of the Wardrum Underdog tournament that's going on in the Northeast. But not just that, you are also one of the top teams, right, Dusty,
Yep, yeah.
from Mizoram. Not just one of the, if not the top team. There's always a kind of a tussle in the top between Step Bros and you guys, but you always come out on top. It's not just once, not just twice. It's multiple different times. But here in the Wardrum Northeast Underdog Tournament, that's consisting of all Northeast teams at the moment, with the format that's in place. So you think if you win this one, you're going to be the best team in the Northeast?
Good one.
Hard to say. Nah, I won't consider us the best. Considering one team, you guys would know that Tartarus, they got something happened to them. They got how do I say?
Well,
Disqualified. Yeah, disqualified. So yeah, we still have to beat Tartarus.
Okay. Okay,
Okay,
a
but
humble answer. Yeah.
I mean, but also at the same time, I was just gonna say, like, hey, come on, you gotta have the confidence. You're in the grand final, so you gotta say it
Absolutely.
with your chest, man. Say it with your chest, like, hey, yeah, we can be the best team for this tournament, at least so far for this month. But it's okay. Staying humble, like everyone usually is. It's nice to see that you have your eye on the prize still and looking forward to the next step as well. That's nice to have. You have a long-term plan rather than just short-term for many of the teams and the players. But also art, same thing. When you're playing, I don't know if you've heard, when we cast, we say that you're painting or showing us the art of playing in the roam position, right? That's what we like to say whenever we cast, especially when I do. So are you going to show us that tonight, especially against Dusty while he's in the jungle?
Right, hopefully, because like if I'm not able to do that and I can't stop Dusty, then like who's gonna stop him from winning against us?
Oh, both these teams are so humble. These guys are so humble at the same time. Say something with your chest, guys. Come on, Art. You say something to him. Trash talk him. It's okay.
Yep.
You're going to get the victory.
They are my brothers.
I like that. I like that. Brothers
That is cute.
outside, but foes in game. That's what's the most important. I like that you show sportsmanship as well, which is very important. And hey, Dusty versus Art, Zohunt versus Eliminators. What more to say? It's gonna be exciting.
Absolutely. Before we, of course, go into before we head on to the matches, Dasimizo, I have a question for you. This is obviously by a fan. It is that, what's your opinion on being called India's MOBA Zane?
Nice question.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. Mm. Back when I started playing jungle,
Mm.
before I was playing XP, I was playing jungle, and I used to watch MOBA Zane stream.
Mm.
I
Makes
copied
sense.
most of his heroes. Yeah, so I kind of blame MOBA Zane too for me not being able to use assassin. Yeah.
That is a fun question. So he's technically your idol, so it does make you feel good, of course, and it's really nice that the fans also think of the same thing. And of course, before we head on to the game, of course, Eliminators this time around, we of course have to address that. Congrats to Eliminators and of course Art for making it to the grand finals this time, because previous season you guys were not able to make it even to the top 8, but this time you have done it. It's a great improvement. Not even top 8 to top 2 right now. And Zohunt, you're back again. You guys were also the runners up in previous season in 1.0. This time you're again the runners up. Can you be the champions? It's gonna be a really interesting story. But of course, thank you for, of course, Dusty and Art for coming here, for giving us a few slight questions. It was pretty fun, pretty good responses. We can ask you guys a lot of questions, but of course we don't want to take much time. Go ahead and prepare for your team, and we're gonna be starting the match quite soon. So thank you, Dusty and Art. Say your goodbyes to the audience, because you're gonna be handing to the draft face soon. Dusty, Art, come on.
Bye,
Goodbye,
guys.
chat.
I'll see you after I
Yeah.
win.
Bye. Sayonara.
Okay, I like the confidence from Dusty. This guy was
Yep.
humble, but suddenly he's confident. I love it.
We'll go and
Anything
win,
else?
he said.
Oh,
He's a chill guy.
We'll,
so I can leave, right?
Yep.
you can leave. Prepare your team.
Definitely you can.
Yeah, definitely you can.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, they're gonna be heading off, and we can go back to the caster deck. And discuss a little bit what's going to entail tonight, because of course, and I feel like the main highlight for Zohunt is that a lot of, we had a poll like which team is going to be winning. A lot of people thought IGN was the one who's going to be coming up into this top 2 spot, because IGN lately they have been looking very strong, Kronos, but they were able to defeat Zohunt with even a peculiar pick like a Masha onto the XP lane. So I feel like that not just solidified that they were the better team, it also showed that they had confidence and something. I mean, to nail something experimental like that, they definitely have good skills to show for.
I mean, it's experimental for them, but they've seen it somewhere, right? Observing
Definitely.
is key when it comes to executing something. So you want to understand how to make it work. When you see some of the professionals do it, you're observing, you're seeing what the execution looks like, what they have to do, what is the win condition. And for them to be able to find that and get it right on the first go, high risk, high reward.
Absolutely. And Fredo, you've been there into the previous season when Zohunt became the runners-up, right? This time around, they have improved a lot. But since you've been casting the whole tournament with me, of course I can point it out. But do you feel like Zohunt still has some lingering weaknesses from the previous season? Anything you want to point out?
I do feel like they have some weaknesses.
Mhm.
I feel like Faden is actually one of the key players, who controls the game from the mid lane.
Mhm.
So it's like if Faden's rotation gets choked, if the side laners do not get
Okay.
the help, or if he's not able to dominate the enemy mid laner, then Zohan, suddenly start losing control of the game. And that's how, sometimes they usually like to go aggressive in the early game, but if they're not able to get that, then that becomes a problem for them. But they still try to make it happen somehow by dragging it late. But the thing is, snowballs are, quite reliant. So, that's the reason I feel like, they'll be depending a lot on Faden as well. So Faden cannot, he has to show up tonight. He cannot just, be like, I can't show up tonight, guys. I'm sorry. He cannot do that tonight.
Yeah, of course. And Kronos, okay. We suddenly have the talents prediction. What do you think about it? Of course, Kronos' prediction is also gonna come. What do you think about our prediction so far? Fredo says it's gonna be a 4-2 for Eliminators. You're like complete opposite of me, Fredo. What do you have to say about that?
Hey,
Uh,
I'm not.
Yeah,
You know
Kronos.
what?
Yes.
It's not just Fredo's prediction, but if I take a look at it, the odd one out over here is Ray. He's the one with a 2-4 in the favor of Zohunt. Everyone else is looking at Eliminator. So to be honest, I don't
Oh
even want
my
to throw the
God.
question to Fredo. I gotta ask
Oh
you.
my God.
Where did that come
I
from,
was
Ray?
I was trying to hide myself, but it looks like I've been exposed. I got busted. But I feel like I just feel like, being the runners of previous season and they have been climbing back from the lower brackets, I just feel like they are definitely not just the deserving one, but also the one to, might be the one who, they're strong enough to take down Eliminators, but okay, you're
Whoa.
okay.
Yo, what's going on? Bolty with a 4-0 for Zohan and Zemo says 4-0 for Eliminators. You know what, Fredo? This is you, man. I don't know what Bolty's thinking. He got a gun to his head as well.
I mean, he brought out the slogan, all right. He brought out the slogan "Zo Fateh Arise," and it's like in Mizo, Fateh means children, so he's literally saying the Zo children arise. So he's like a Zohan fanboy himself, so it kind of makes sense why he's going for this 4-0 thing. But honestly, I mean, of course, he points a gun to his head as well, so he might be considering once again, if what he's saying is right or not.
Previous season he did the same thing, 4-0 for Zohan, but
Yep.
that was the curse. That was the curse. But jokes aside, I love the confidence for Zio as well. 4-0 for Eliminators. Looks like we have a lot of favors into the hands of Eliminators, and Bolty, you and me, my boy, we're the only Zofate supporters tonight. But jokes aside, it's definitely gonna be a nice one. So far though, I feel like the predictions have been quite consistent in this. Either gonna go for game 4 or it's gonna go for game 6. Kronos, do you think we're gonna be seeing a game 7?
I'll be honest. As a
Mhm.
caster, I'd like to see only 4 games. But as
Oh, yeah.
but as a fan of MLBB or rather fan of Mobile Legends 5v5 in this case,
Yeah.
I definitely want to see it go down to 7 games. But as a caster, I want to see 4 games only. So take your pick.
Yep.
We get it. Of course, it's gonna be an interesting one, definitely. And we're gonna be, of course, we're letting the players get prepared, and we're gonna be diving into the drafting phase quite soon, and it's going to be, of course, game number 1. A lot of strategies lay in hands. Fredo, you're going to be, of course, our analyst for tonight, and I wanted to point out one thing. It's that the recent patch, it's not exactly recent right now. It's been a week. 23rd of April it dropped, and we saw a lot of heroes rise up, but still, of course, Kimmy, Glue.
Track live train running status even without the internet. Download now.
Be the highlight for tonight, because before 23rd of April, we saw mostly goal laners like the Harith and Granger. They get first pick like 99% of the time. It's just Granger, Harith, auto lock in. They recently got nerfed a little bit. Do you think that shifts the priority a little much?
I do feel like that shifts the priority by a lot, actually, considering the fact that, of course, it's kind of a tank meta upcoming right now, upcoming, like you can say fighters and, of course, the tanks, both of them are quite dominating. In the jungle area, you will not really find any fannies anymore, not even the Hayabusa, very, very less these days, of course. So it's like the goal lane might not be getting the the huge nerf or something, but it's definitely the other roles which are getting buffed. So as the tank and as the tank jungler meta does come into play, it also means that the mid lane becomes much more important. So in the game, it's of course the mid lane which is going to control the game from now on, and that's why in today's match it will be really important to see the the matchup, the laning matchup in the mid lane between Bid and Faden, because both these guys, they're really experienced, they have vast hero pool. And Faden, his signature pick is, of course, a Valentina. Meanwhile, for Bid, it's the Sicilian. But I'm not really sure if a Sicilian can work, because considering how Dusty likes to go in aggressive and Zohan's playstyle is aggressive, I don't really think, Eliminators can go forward with the Sicilian pick.
Okay, interesting one. As well. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, Kronos is just not a caster. He also plays. So if you want to catch his stream, subscribe to Kronos as well, of course. But Kronos, since you of course play as well, a lot of rank matches in your stream and stuff. After a patch note, right? What do you think? Feel like is the more important role? Because you did mention, I remember you said that gold lane is like before 23rd April, of course, gold lane was the most important lane. That was my question to Fredo as well. Do you think it's what's your opinion on that? Is it still the strongest? Of course, it is the carry, but what carries the early to mid phases?
Previously, it was the gold lane because the change didn't come to the gold crab. There was too much gold present over there. Faster item, power spike for late game marksmen. So that's why the gold lane was definitely on the top, at least. But now with the slight change to the patches, the gold lane has gotten saturated, and I would still say yes, the gold lane has the ability to carry the games, but now it's more focused down towards your level 4 power spikes. Your first turtle, your second turtle, that means your EXP lane is going to be absolutely crucial along with your roamer. So if the rotations are on point, and if the EXP laner with the mid laner and the roamer hit the level 4 on time, and if the jungle also has a perfect rotation to hit that level 5 before the turtle, these are the perfect win conditions, right? Roamer level 4, EXP level 4, mid lane level 4, jungle level 5, and all go gung-ho at the turtle, and that is your perfect win condition to come out on top. So if you ask me, every single lane is kind of important at the moment, but little more highlight towards EXP lane because you need someone to try and force the occasion. So letting the roamer be the secondary engage option.
Of course, and okay, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're kicking things off with the first match of the grand finals of the Topdogs. It's going to be Eliminators and Zohunt. This is match number 1, of course. Answer casting, as you can clearly see, it's Kronos, our MPL caster, of course, our other guest tonight, and of course Fredo as well, and myself, Ray, as your host. So of course we're jumping into the game, and just like we discussed, and there we go. You just mentioned the EXP is going to be important. They instant ban out the Phobius Kronos, like not even a second wait. It was instant.
Yeah, it's the Phobius is banned out. It's a respect ban indeed, because you can see also that Zohunt like to play the Phobius in the EXP lane, if I'm not wrong. But not just that, because it's a good hero that can be picked up in the second pick, right? First pick, I wouldn't say Phobius is the best because you got the Zushin, which gets banned out right now. And then you have the Suyo, you have the Joy. Suyo not the greatest in the current patch because the magic defense drop, but the Joy is still available. And then you have the Hylos, it's versatile, Gatot Kacha as well. And then of course the Harith and the Granger. Not like they're weak, they're still strong, but can still work their way around.
Ban chal raha hai.
Absolutely. And
Zohunt ne ban kar diya hai Jushin and Matilda.
Talking about MOBA 8, Fredo, you see the ban, right?
Eliminators ने किया है
Yep.
Phobius and
Look
Frederick.
at that. Look at that. Once again.
अच्छा ban है वैसे.
We're seeing the Fredrin of Mr. Dusty getting banned. And
Bro,
I
why
mean,
don't you
in the last match that
do
we saw,
commentary
it was Zohan like, versus IGN. I mean,
commentary
3
नहीं आता है.
games back
मेरे
to
को
back.
बस
Or was it
मतलब
4? I
restream
don't
करने
remember.
के लिए बोला
But
गया है तो मैं
it was
restream
like
कर रहा हूँ इसको.
Fredrin, Matilda,
ज़्यादा से
Fredrin,
ज़्यादा
Matilda,
लोग
Fredrin,
इस
Matilda.
tournament
It's
के
like
बारे में पता चले सबको.
they respect, Dusty up to a point where people start thinking that, okay, this guy, he must be really good on Fredrin or something. But it's like, even when it was open in the 4th game, they didn't really pick it up. They still went for Joy. So that's like the most interesting part.
Eliminators have the first pick right now, Kronos, and I feel like
Hi, Los.
they would probably
Hi.
just commit to a Gatot Kacha right now, even though we just discussed it. I feel like they will just wait.
केलिया तो हमेशा ban रहता ही है
Who's
वैसे.
open for a second? What do you think?
Bro,
I feel
उनकी
like they're
voice
gonna
कम
commit
कर
to
दो,
EXP
तुम्हारी
just like
ज़्यादा
you
रखो.
mentioned.
Yeah,
उनका ज़्यादा रह गया
maybe
मेरे
the
से.
EXP
Lucas?
is there, but I think Lucas is a
उन्हीं
good
वास्ता
pickup
नहीं.
right here. The
Boy
Florin's
boy
also a
मैंने
good pickup.
stream को ये sorry,
Oh, yeah,
stream को
yeah.
ये
Just
सब
because you get that extra bit of
starter
heal, a Sicilian can be there, but it's again the second phase rather. Hayabusa
Yeah,
is still
yeah.
left open, so I think Florin is good, but then you're forcing a Hayabusa on the other side. Without the Fredrin, is gonna be tough. Either
I think
the
इनको
Florin
Joy
looks
ban
the
करना
best to be
चाहिए.
honest.
And okay, I was right, but I was not expecting a Aura
Okay,
coming
इनको
up for the
बादाम
first
मिल चुका है
pick. I was
Eliminators
not
को.
expecting the Barang because I know he has been slightly enough still good, but an interesting choice. But on the other side, Fredo, we also have Win and Mizo-san. Like, what do you think? Is this art gonna be going, or is it gonna be legend?
I think it's definitely going to be legend. The Badang is always better to be played in the EXP lane because, of course, his
okay.
zoning potential much more there. So yeah, of course, Badang talking about it, will be definitely missing Bolty tonight. I don't know if Kronos watches
What a
our
badly
streams or
अच्छा
not.
मेरा earphone का
We're
noise
kind of
होगा तो
unhinged.
मैं
We do like to
headphone
use
लूँ.
a few words here and there. So yeah, Kronos, Bolty with his signature
Okay.
word, fisting, which he likes to
अभी मेरा
use
voice
when he
कैसा
sees
रहा
the
guys?
Badang and the
बताना एक
Kalia,
बार.
because of course they're fisters, right? They use their fist to fight.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I mean, looking at the pickup as well coming in from Zohunt, it just goes to show that they're covering their bases. They want
अरे
to dive
इन्होंने
into the
joy
back
ban
line,
नहीं किया
and they
यार.
want to make sure if
इनको
any
joy
high
ban
ground
करना
mage
चाहिए
is
था.
present, like the Farsa, they are always under threat. This Moskov is kind of a counter pick in the gold lane. You want to go straight for it so that whatever comes on the other side, you're going to have the advantage in the late game. Split push ability, mobility is on the card. Zohunt are cooking.
They're definitely cooking, even though Chef is here. Jokes aside, though. Seeing the Fredrin ban, I was expecting the Joy to be coming up, and I almost Eliminators.
They went for
Kronos,
it.
of course. I have to mention it to you. Faden is India #1 Valentina, and this guy plays Valentina not as a utility mage like most people do. He plays it like a burst mage. You think it's an Eudora with the amount of damage he deals and the way he picks off. So I feel like this is less of
Joy का
Eliminators
ulti तो
going
गया.
for a
जाएगा
caution pick
Valentina.
or trying to counter pick. It's more of like, we do not want to ban out Valentina, but we
अच्छा,
also
रुको,
don't
मैं
want to give
उधर
it to the
sound थोड़ा
Faden.
सा
So I
कम
feel like
कर
this
देता
is
हूँ.
more of a respect pick. What do you think about that, though? I feel like, is it going to be worth it?
If you ask me, the Valentina is a good pick, not just because you're denying it from Faden, of course, but also because you're denying the counter that could come in
Do you have
for
Discord
that
server?
Lucas.
Yes, bro. मेरा
I
Discord
don't like
है.
the jawhead here, though. I feel like the jawhead is kind of forced.
But अभी
It
मैं share
feels
नहीं कर
like
सकता
Zohunt
क्योंकि
won't
short
have any
stream
other
पे
roamers to
link
be picked
work
up,
नहीं
so they go
करता
for the
भाई.
jawhead. Because who are you gonna
Which
really lock
game?
down?
This is
If you're
MOBA
gonna go
Legends,
on
bro.
towards the Badang, he's gonna use
MOBA
the
Legends
fist break,
5v5.
then he's gonna be immune. The same thing with the Lucas. He can turn, unleash the beast. He's gonna be immune once again. So the unstoppable force, yes, you can lock down someone, but with the ejector, who are you really looking to take out? Because the same thing with Bid on this Valentina, if he goes through with the unstoppable force, he's able to directly target Mizo-san
Yes, Selena
or
ban
the
किया है,
jungler
nice.
of Zohunt. So it's gonna be
Selena,
difficult
Tigreal,
for us
Chip.
to see.
Okay,
So I don't
अच्छा
like
ban
this
है
jawhead
वैसे.
pickup. I feel like it's too early. Could have gone
Yeah.
for something like a Gatot Kacha to provide more space. Because now
Yeah.
they're looking to ban out the Tig, the Chip, the Selena, maybe the Sicilian.
Maybe
The
last
Sicilian's
ban
a
कोई
perfect
tank
ban
ही
over
हुआ.
here.
Fredo, and of course, I gotta give it to Kronos, of course. Mizo-san here is, of course, formerly Family Problem, and his specialty
Oh.
is, yep, you get it right.
Big
Why
fan,
did Joy?
big fan, bro.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah, he loves to play the pick-off heroes. But,
पता था मेरे
Fredo,
को,
of
कतो
course,
ban किया
the
है.
question is to you. just like I agree with Kronos, I feel like the Jawhead is a little bit too early. Like I feel like it's a little bit too early, and I feel like the whole reason it's going there because Dusty is not playing any tank jungler, so he cannot pick up a support, which he lately has shifted to. So maybe it's a little bit too early. What do you think? But there is a Louis though.
Yep, of course. A lot of utility in the mid lane, coming in from both sides. Of course, Biddy will play the Valentina more like a utility, in comparison to Faden, who likes to go for more of the burst type. But yeah, I mean, this Jawhead does feel a little bit odd, considering this lineup. But it does, it still, can, give some amount of early rotations because, of course, he does have that ejector play. But
दोनों टीम
look
के
at
पास
that.
2
We're
मैजिक
seeing
डीलर्स है मैजिक
Harith,
डैमेज डीलर
and of course, Harith is something that can easily dominate the Moskov. But do you think it's going to happen or not? I don't know. But Prime, he does like the Harith, but he decided to go for the Moskov this time, and macro heavy composition coming in from Zohunt.
Okay. I'm looking at how Kronos is graying. I don't want to say anything. Kronos, go ahead. I feel like you're safe.
Eliminators just cooked, bro. Whatever Zohunt were cooking just got burnt. I'm not gonna lie. Eliminators look super strong. They have the chain CC ability. They have a pick off. They have the late game damage with this Harith. They also have early game level 4 power spikes. The Valentina is going to be able to take the diversion. You're going to have that split push ability. You can even use the electrifying beats. Yes, the Masha is a good pick. I'm not even surprised about it because you're not going to be able to do anything. Who are you going to go with the Thunderclap onto? Okay, you get half the HP on Harith, but once he drops the Zaman Force down, even though he's nerfed, he's still going to do a lot of damage. Yes, you have the early game with the Lu Yi, but your mid lane is, you need to be super aggressive right off the bat. If not, you're going to have a tough time.
But late game मार सकते हैं उसको.
Freddy, what do you think of the lineup? Because the way I was saying Kronos smiling, it's like, yeah, he definitely knows what's cooking. What's your opinion on that? I feel like I agree 60% with Kronos. What's your opinion?
I mean, I agree with what he said, but you have to look at the side of Zohunt as well. This lineup, okay. I mean, like I said, I mean, even Kronos mentioned it, if they play early game well, they can make it work. But on the other side, in the later game, in the later phases of the game, the thing is, if it goes into the late game, the Moskov and Luo Yi, they can out macro, and the fact that they have a Masha as well, of course, Masha not the best pusher these days, but still one of the best pushers, right? So that's one of the reasons I feel like Zohunt can still out macro them if it goes into the late game. But yeah, that will depend on how they execute this lineup.
Absolutely, and I'm really curious to see the spells, but of course, Kronos, take it away.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get ready to rumble because we are in the finals of the Topdogs in the Northeast Underdogs tournament in the Mobile Legends 5v5, bringing you the best action there is from the Northeast right now. As you take a look on your screen, it is indeed the Northeast.
तो first match start हो रहा है guys. First match में
right now we are in game number 1 between Eliminators on the blue side and Zohunt on the red. The map is looking like the hidden leaf.
Of course, this is why you got Kronos, like the banger intro that kicks things off into the grand finals. And of course, intercasting, as you can see on your screen as well, is of course Kronos just gave the intro, and myself, Ray and Fredo, we're gonna be taking you through the game, and let's see how it works out. So far though, the aggression from Art is already there, but I feel like it's just gonna be an early game, few warning shots here, and they're just providing the information, Fredo.
Yep, definitely. He is, of course, one of those top roamers that everyone likes to talk about. And talk about roamers, right? Always Art, and of course, Kimi as well, always there on top in the roaming list. Of course, not to forget the guy whose name starts with A, Apex as well, out there, of course, represented us internationally. But right now we're seeing,
goes into his break right now. Mizu-san trying to flicker out of harm's way. Art gets caught out as well at the same time. Nice Jeet Kundo combo. That should be first blood quite easily in the hands of Serar Moon. Dusty Mizo can't really do anything. No electrifying beats means that he cannot commit.
Romer getting taken down first. It's a, first blood giving out to a jungler, it's a bad decision most of the time because, of course, it's Serar Moon. He got his hands into Lucas. Right now, one of the strongest junglers because, of course, he benefits from this meta not being that too assassin oriented, while he still has a lot of maneuverism, the flash to flash combo, and dishing out the damage. But the turtle is gonna be copying up. What was that?
Top lane though. Meanwhile, Win is taken down low. He does have about 3 HP bars to survive, so he should be sitting there quite comfortable. But look at Dusty Mizo invading into the jungle, Fredo, and trying to
Farid के
starve
ऊपर gank होने
out,
वाला लग रहा
of
है.
course, there are Moon.
Definitely, he'll try to do that all the time. The amount of mobility that you get with the Joy just allows you to, glide through the jungles like it's nothing. But right now, it seems like bottom lane, something going on. But Turtle is also being taken here by Eliminators.
Turtle पे जाना चाहिए था इनको.
Turtle. But it's understandable. Their roamer is not in position, and the Simizo is all alone right now into the orange buff. He's not going to be able to get it. So few resources, micro resources being left out. Oh, okay, no pick off.
Art went for the Jeet Kundo, and I think Dusty Mizo realized he cannot really do much. He has to sacrifice that orange buff. Now trying to go for the invade on the other side, trying to proxy, but Art makes his way. There's no backup just yet, and Mizo-san's not level 4, but it's either way of Dragon committed already to go for the ejector. Dusty Mizo still not able to get that buff, and he is able to make it out alive, but Bit comes through with the IMU as well. Dusty Mizo at least picked something up for himself.
Nice.
Few resources.
That should be
close one.
Good enough, I guess. Good enough from him, but now Fate.
Oh, you see Fate here drops down the Zaman Force. Prime with the Spear of
Musko
Misery
back
zoning
ho
him
jao
out.
Musko.
Art makes his way.
अरे
Mizo-san,
उधर
he
जाओ
doesn't
भाई.
have the unstoppable force just yet. So trying to find the opening. Will they be able to do so? Art, 2 steps to the Jeet Kundo. He could go for the flicker play. He does now the Way of the Dragon. Actually commits on top of Fate, but no Zaman Force to go for the backup. As you can see, he shouldn't pose out, and Mizo-san misses the ejector.
1-0 still on the board. One turtle in favor of Team Eliminators, and we have to focus on one thing on EXP lane though, but because it's Win. Win, his name is Win for one reason, because he likes to win his lane. But right now, I'm not too sure with the Masha. I mean, he can Thunderclap just like, we discussed, but how good? It's not going to win out against the Badang, because he can just retreat back easily, just, Tower Hug if there's any trouble. So the lane dominance is not there. So if Win is not able to win his lane, Fredo, I feel like it's, in the turtle fights, it's just going to be completely one-sided and just free objectives for the hands of Eliminators.
Yeah, it looks the same way to me, Ray, because, I mean, the amount of zone control that a Badang can have, it's nothing compared to.
Diversion play right in that pixel bush, but at the same time, right now you can see they go for the Way of the Dragon. Dusty Mizo tries to make it up, but the Jeet Kundo combo is there. Wind comes through, he's able to use the Thunderclap, but looking for the target, but Mizo-san goes on top of it with the Unstoppable Force, and now the fight is dispersed. They're forcing Wind to flicker out as well. Eliminators tried to find something, didn't get anything out of it. A complete scam by Zohunt.
I love that word that you mentioned, Kronos. Complete scam. And so far, complete 0 on their hands. Still 1 kill on the board, but bottom lane though.
Oh, they bottom. On top of Fate. That is the fate that he has to live with. Finally, Zohunt gets something on the board. It is a 1-1 indeed, but Eliminators have the goal lead in their hands.
Things looking pretty good here for, of course, Eliminators. But yeah, they did lose one in the process.
Oh wait. Way of the Dragon committed quite early, but he has the Purify. Prime makes it out. Dusty Mizo, Electrifying Beats, not really sure what he was thinking there, but preemptive use of it. And this is what I was talking about, guys. Zohunt can only walk around taking the jungle creeps.
Exactly. I really love that you mentioned the Zohai pick, and it's clearly seen that even in execution, there's just nothing much you can do. But into the bottom lane though, Prime, better watch out.
Maybe मेरे को नहीं पता
Way of the Dragon is committed already on top of Mizo-san, but you can see the nice diversion play come through as well. Zaman Force is dropped down, but Art gets caught out with the Yin Yang dispersion combo, and he goes in, unleashes the Beast. There comes the Nine-Tailed Fox with the Beast Blast as well. Nobody home, as Mizo-san is the only casualty. Eliminators still have the advantage.
And they would like to keep it that way for now, because of course Zohunt, they do have enough. Seems like top lane, something happening.
Win able to get that tower right.
Nura has most viewer than you, bro. अरे मैं इधर views नहीं ले रहा हूँ भाई. मैं बस टूर्नामेंट को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ ताकि टूर्नामेंट को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग जाने, मोबाइल लेजेंड्स को थोड़ा सा कम्युनिटी ग्रोथ हो भाई. मैं इधर व्यूज लेने के लिए नहीं है.
What's happening in the mid lane?
It's just dropped down and they get the target, and Mizo-san invaded and traded only for Art. That is nice, as well as they get the mid lane tier 1. And now the diversion play outside. They want to catch Prime off guard. Ferrarmo just misses him. No, like that. But still, Eliminators live to fight another day. They'll get their hands on the turtle also. Meanwhile, on the top side,
Farid का
Dusty
turret भी
Mizo
तोड़ दिया
trying to
भाई।
pick up some scraps in the top
Zohunt
lane
OP
tier
team
2.
है वैसे। Last वाला जो नॉर्थ
19
ईस्ट
Fox
अंडरडॉग
gets another
टूर्नामेंट हुआ
turtle
था
soup
जो
for his team, but what's happening on the
फर्स्ट
mid phase
टूर्नामेंट था
though?
उसमें भी वो लोग
Wolf is
रनर्स
great
अप
fish
थे।
for combo coming through, and they
तो अभी
take
तो
down
2.0
win
चल रहा है, ये
unexpected. But here
फाइनल है,
Dusty Mizo
देखते हैं
trying
आज
to make
जीत
it out
पाते कि नहीं।
with the rhythm, and here comes Sarah Moon unleashing the nine-tailed fox. And you can see that he wants to get the invade as well. Flash the flash combo on towards Prime, and that is an easy kill. But here comes Dusty Mizo going on top of Bid, but Bid flickers out of harm's way. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Mizo-san and Art
Valentina
trying to
gaya,
fight
jayega
for their
shaید.
lives. The Faden is ejected out of there as Bid pays the price for overextending. Dusty Mizo picks up a kill.
Things looking pretty solid here for Eliminators, of course. But yeah, they did get one down. That is going to be a bit, of course, on the Valentina. And that's going to be the only
Eliminators के
thing
पास
that they
ज़्यादा
can pick
अच्छे
up
अच्छे
from that
heroes हैं,
fight.
लेकिन
But
फिर भी
right now,
Zohunt अभी
Zohunt, they are
धीरे-धीरे
definitely
dominate कर रहे
trying to
हैं।
put pressure across the map because they do have the Luo E and Moscow on their side. But
Oh, Mizo-san gets caught
Gaya,
up
gaya,
with
Zohit,
Dragon
gaya.
once more from Art. He has been on point with this Cho. Zaman forces drop down as well, but Mizo-san flickers out of
Oh,
harm's way. He
nice.
has the
Oh,
steal
बच
to
गया
run
था,
away,
लेकिन
but the
मार
damage
गया।
coming in from the Synchro Fission is too much as Fate is able to pick up that kill. But meanwhile, on the top side, look at the map, guys. Win as well as
Oh,
Dusty
Masha
Mizo
का
are
push देखो
using
भाई।
them as distractions,
Inhibitor
taking
turret
away
तक
that
पहुंच
tier
चुका
2.
है।
So now the Holy Shield, if it gets popped, which it will, that is good news for Zohunt, even though they're not winning in and around the map and neither in gold.
Was this their plan all along, just to play around the turret objectives? Because with how it's everything like situation, oh, what's that? Dusty Mizo, better watch out again.
Yeah, you can see he goes in for the electrifying beats, but there's the thunderclap on towards Legend. He's able to get out, but the Zaman Force drops down, and SOD
Nice one,
connects
Moskov,
and
nice
doubly
one,
making
come
out
on.
alive. Sarar Moon with Unleashing the Beast goes through as they trade
Damn,
2 for
Prime,
1.
nice
Win pays
one.
the price.
Oh, oh,
Art and
oh, oh,
Legend
oh,
are down,
oh,
but
oh,
here's the diversion play. They're trying to catch them off guard. He gets the yin
Melee
and
हो सकता है
yang,
इसका।
the dispersion rotation combo, and finally gets Sarar Moon. And now looking to catch Fate as well.
मारो,
He's
मारो,
in
हर एक
no
को भी
man's
मारो
land
भाई।
as Dusty
भाग रहे
Mizo
हो।
should be able to pick up the kill,
Oh,
but
oh,
here
oh,
comes the
oh,
clapback
clapback.
with the Zaman Force drop down. But
Nice
still,
one, nice
they
one.
pay the price. Dusty Mizo 4-0-1 on this joy. He is unstoppable, making it back, and now finally evening the gold score.
Goal score as well as the kill board, 8-8, just under 10 minutes. They responded back and got the Madara as well. I was expecting,
My
honestly.
God.
I mean, of course, but I was not expecting them to come back soon. But look at the items, Fredo. Look at Prime. He's basically done with the Trinity.
yep, look at that. That is exactly what, Eliminators need to get that power spike in the goal lane. But meanwhile, if you look at the map control that they're exerting right now, Zohunt, and that diversion play from Faden was just so on point, and it seems like Eliminators, they totally forgot that they have a Luoyi on their side. They have to be careful while retreating. But now, seems like Mizo-san has to retreat. Does not really decide to engage, which is the right thing to do. But now they're trying to create the pressure on the on the lanes, but they're not really able to do that right now. Lord marching down the top side. They are going to prepare
Holy
for a
Shield.
good push. And yep, no Holy Shield.
Masha
Exactly.
bot
That's
lane
why
push कर
Eliminators,
सकते हैं
they'll be
वैसे।
more focused towards the top side. And that can be used as a distraction for Zohunt to take down the bottom side.
Yeah, of course, Prime just got his Demon Hunter sword as well. I think that Lord is going to go uncontested. Like, they're not going to commit to it. They're going to go for the tier 2 on the bottom lane and perhaps the mid one as well. The Lord is just the bait because they have been using themselves as bait as well to push the far lanes. But let's see if Eliminators want to commit to it because right now they do have the resources. They have all the spells, 4 flickers, and all the ultimates
ये वाला
available
मैच
for
तो
them to
जोहन के
crack
हाथ में
down
चला जा चुका
the
है, मेरे को
bounce
लग
back
रहा है।
that came in from
जोहन का
Zohunt. But at the
winning
same time,
percentage
Zohunt
maybe
also has the
80 बोल सकते हो
resources.
तुम
They
लोग।
have bounce back. They have equalized the goal. If not, they are the
ET के
ones
पास
climbing
20%
above
chances
right
है
now into the
जीतने का,
board.
क्योंकि
So I
उनके
feel
पास
like
कमबैक
if
करने वाला
Eliminators want to
हीरोज है,
commit, they better
बदांग
make
है,
it sure it's a good one. And of
और
course,
साथ में लुकास
the
भी मिल गया
Louis,
उनको।
I feel like the Valentina, just like, I had a few doubts about the Valentina, and I feel like I will be proven right if Bid is not able to make the play that their team needs right now, because Sarar Moon did his job so far, but right now, since it's gonna be shifting a little bit into later phases, he's gonna be falling off short, of course, against Prime.
Yeah, exactly right now. Sarar Moon, he does have a lot of work cut out for him. He needs to frontline and provide the space for Bid as well as Fate to dish out the damage.
स्टार्टिंग पे 2 टर्टल
ईटी ने
And
लिया
on
था
top of that, if you think
but
about
फिर
it
भी
right
जोहान
now,
अभी पुश कर
the
रहा है
fact that they
मतलब
don't really
dominate
have
कर
too
रहा
many
है
structures, I mean, they have to be even more careful, you know. I mean, diversions can be coming in from any direction. You might not be paying attention to just one bush.
Oh no, Art has been the target. They go for it after the ejector. He gets caught out. Zaman Force just to zone them
चोको दे
away.
दिया
This
भाई
is the
इसको चोको
pickoff
दे दिया
composition
एकदम
that they're trying to
चाव
play.
को
A diversion. Where's it going? In towards the bush on the bottom
Wait,
side.
wait,
They
wait.
catch Fade.
Nice one, nice one,
As they get him,
Zohair.
and Sarar Moon unleashes the beast,
Come
but
on,
it's
come on,
too little
Moskov,
too
come on.
late. A double kill in the hands of Prime, and Dusty Mizo goes to the back line. He's trying to catch Bid, but they get the tier 2 in the mid lane. Holy Shield not going to be present. It's way past 12 minutes right now. As you can see, Legend as well as Bid is the target.
ओ भाई
As
पूरा
Dusty
बेस में घुस के मार रहे हैं रे ये लोग खत्म खत्म गेम खत्म
It's a wipeout, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, first match भाई क्या खेला है जोहान ओपी
Zohunt take the base crystal
OP guys
in game 1 of the Topdog Grand Finals in this best of 7.
Zofa, they arise, and of course, I have to be biased. I give the prediction 4-2, and it's being proven right. Victory for Zohunt, game number 1. Nice visuals there, and oh my god, it was an
nice
exciting one.
guys
I knew
क्या
Zohunt
खेला
was
है
going to
भाई
bounce back,
बंदा
but I
लोग
wasn't
घुस के
expecting it
मारा है
was going to
एकदम
be a
बेस में
surprise one, and I feel like Eliminators were not prepared for it. Art got Thanos stepped like
Oh my
that.
God.
He could not respond.
Did I actually trigger Faden by saying that his main hero is Valentina? Because he just pulled up with a what do you call it? A Louis, and he diversed his way through. And I mean, I cannot even say this guy, look at that, the way his entire team relies on him to make those plays, because I mean, if not for him, doing those diversion plays, there was no way they could have dived in, considering the fact that, like Kronos mentioned, they are really, heavy frontliners. So it's not like you can reach the Harry too easily, even with the Jawhead. So that's just Faden for you.
Not just that it was Faden doing work. It's just the fact that every single time the Jawhead was present, he was there at the right place at the right time. That's what worked out for Zohunt, right? I think Eliminators just couldn't pick themselves up after letting go of the game in the bot side fight, and then in towards the purple buff, they tried an invade. Prime got his hands on the Moskov for a good reason. Why? It's a counter playing marksman, can 1v5, can split the map, and that's what they were doing. Zohunt knew that they needed to buy time for Prime to hit his item power spike, and that's all they did. And once he got there, Prime said, hey guys, I feel like I'm in a prime form right now. Let's go. And all of a sudden, Eliminators just had Zohunt running circles around their head, especially Dusty on that joy.
बस उसको थोड़ा सा help
Absolutely,
चाहिए
and family problem. I feel like you doubted it, Jawhead, and I did too, because I'm gonna be honest. It is a good pick, but I feel like it was a little bit too early and it felt forced. Yeah, but okay, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, the Jawhead's not a great pick here still. Yes, you target down one single person, but you're playing for the pickoff. It's just the fact that they utilized the Louis diversion, and also just felt like Eliminator's game to throw away. That's what they did. It was their games. They had the pickoff. The Art was playing absolutely amazing on that show, applying the pressure in the early game. But Zohunt just, found the momentum, played it to their tempo, and Eliminators just couldn't bounce back.
Yeah, maybe they got thrown away by the Jawhead. It's a lame ass pun, but jokes aside,
Arise.
Zofate arise. Thanks to Bolty. Thanks to Bolty. Of course, shout out to Bolty. He taught us this. So let's see if Zofate is arising in game number 2 as well. Because of course, this is a best of 7 series, ladies and gentlemen. Not a BO5 just like in lower bracket finals. No, it's a best of 7. It's the grand finals, of course. It's gonna be an exciting one, and it's already looking to it big, because the draft, it was pretty clear that Eliminators had the favor, right? But it's just that the game was going into favor until that last minute, just like you mentioned. But Fredo, do you think this time they're going to be prioritizing the ban onto Louis, and who's going to be left out? It's going to be the one and only Fredren.
Well, they have to. I mean, every team that has played against Zohan after the new patch drop has always targeted the Fredrin. But and because they have targeted the Fredrin, the Joy was always left open. And of course, the Fredrin is a direct counter for the Joy. And the thing is, right now, it's like if you ban the Fredrin, he'll pick up the Joy, and if you ban the
बोला था
Joy, he'll
ET
pick
को
up the
ना
Fredrin.
Joy
You might
बैन
have to
करना चाहिए
ban
था
both at this
क्योंकि
point, because look at Dusty, the
obviously
way he's
जोहन के
playing the
पास
Joy. He's doing
Joy खेलने
exactly
वाला
what he
player
likes
है
to do.
उनको
Go
पता
for
था
those, buff
Joy
steals,
Kenny
counter map plays, exactly like what King Kong does, right? He always like to, always like to take trades across the map, and that is exactly what what Dusty has been doing with his Joy this entire time. So it's about time we start considering respecting what do you call it, Dusty Joy or something.
Dusty Joy. I like that
Yep.
name, but oh, look at the itemization. Winter Crown was bought for. It's a good one, but I still feel like he needed a little bit burst. But I feel like the Trinity build was definitely the end for Eliminators, because once it came in, they just did not have any response. Other than that, I feel like the Purify definitely came in clutch, because I feel like a lot of times Prime was just not caught by Art at all, Chronos.
Yeah, Prime just didn't get caught up because he had the Purify. He did catch him once, right? That play was there on the bot side. It worked. But after that, I just don't know. It just felt like they weren't able to stop Dusty. Because yes, they had everything. Art was focusing down. He was breathing down the neck of Dusty, but just couldn't pick him off. And by the time they had to look at Dusty, he was splitting the map. Prime was already had his 3-item power spike, and then it just became a problem for Eliminators to deal with Zohunt. And it's a 10-minute, 11-second game. It's a short game, but just goes to show that a small change in tempo and either one of these teams can just swoop it away. Because Zohunt by no means are they a weak team. They're one of the top teams from Mizoram, of course. They are looking to take the crown in this Northeast Underdog tournament, and at the same time, Eliminators want to keep their name and their fame as one of the top dogs overall in India. So it's looking dicey. They need to get the momentum.
It actually went like under my nose or something. I thought Dusty was taken down once, Fredo, like 503. He was not caught even once? Not even once? Yep. That is insane.
The unkillable Joy King.
Unkillable Joy King.
That might be a little bit too much. But yeah.
Yeah, glazing too much. But yeah, I feel like rest items and everything, it was completely fine. And I really love the full damage Masha. I feel like it served its purpose. I feel like the whole job was to just push down the turrets, and we saw it. The top lane was just laid out naked, completely there. Even though he got taken down twice by Badang, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, 2 kills on Badang, and it's 2 deaths for the Masha. I feel like there was one purpose, and it worked out really well. But gotta give it, of course, to Faden as well. Those diversions were there, and I feel like this is gonna be cementing a few bans in the next game, because just like we discussed right now, you need to ban out the Fredrin for Dusty to pay respect. But right now, the Joy is looking like a threat, and so is the Luoi. You only got 3 bans on the first base. Like Chronos, having the second phase right now, where Zushin is going to be the threat as well, because you don't want to give it out to Faden. Which options are they going to go for?
I mean, it's not Zushin, it's Juicin. That's how you say it.
I call her my
Zushin.
I call him my
he don't even know his own I
know
delusional wifey's name. So
no, I know the proper Chinese pronunciation. I can use like proper one. You want me to do that? You're gonna cringe.
Yeah, do it.
Go for it. Let's hear it.
No, the proper pronunciation is supposed to be like the Chinese, like the Mandarin, or you can also go Cantonese, but the real one is Chosen. It's supposed to be Chosen, but of course
Juicin.
Yeah, Juicin.
Exactly.
Yeah, Juicin.
Juicin. The Z is pronounced as a J. The Z is pronounced as a J, and the X is pronounced as a S or C. Like basically like juice, but juicin. That's how you say it.
Juice in. I'm gonna juice in. Definitely.
Well, you cannot. Ray, you should stop arguing with Chronos, man. He just casted, the Super Cup tonight. I mean, of course, later, before in the day.
And you put in flame in him, man.
Yeah, but he has more exposure. He has
Game
more
number 2.
exposure to Chinese culture than you, so you should respect that.
You kidding me, bro? All I play is Chinese games. My phone is Chinese. My laptop is Chinese. My mic is Chinese.
Bro.
This blue screen is Chinese. My chair is Chinese. My eyes are Chinese. Everything is Chinese here. But of course,
Okay.
jokes aside though, Zohunt and Eliminators game number 2. Let's see how it works out, because Zohunt this time first pick. Let's see how it works out, because of course Eliminators, they saw the threat of Joy. They saw the threat of Louis. What are they gonna go with?
That gives a lot of information away from Zohunt. Regardless of them being on the blue side or the red side, they always ban out Matilda. So that is a free ban for Eliminators right now. So
Yeah.
they can take. They definitely have to take out the Juicin. They have to take out the Kalea, and maybe even a Badang, since it was a problem. But I don't think it should be. Yeah, the Juicin's gonna be banned out. The Kalea, probably the Hylos. While on the other side, you can see Matilda. Maybe the Fovius and Gatot Kacha, I guess.
If I think about it, I feel like right now, I feel like, see, man, this guy, Dusty has been on 100% win rate, at least, from the semi-finals till now, with the Joy. He has not lost a single game when he has played Joy, so... And he has played like 5 or 6 games if you think about it. So it's about time that people start banning the Joy when they're facing Dusty, because this guy, he has been getting away with it every single time. Eliminators have to crack down on him with that ban. Otherwise, I don't see a way that, they're not getting jungle gapped once again.
I don't
They
think
should
it
go
was
get-
the Joy as much. I don't think it was the Joy as much as you
इस बार
think
Lucas
it is,
ban
to be
किया है।
honest. The Joy can still be countered. The Art
Last
played a
match दिक्कत
really
किया था
good
इन्होंने।
show. It's just I think they just lost momentum. They just weren't in the right position. So they can put Zohunt on the
इस
Joy
बार अगर
again.
Eliminators
Probably go for
अगर
the
Joy
Hayabusa
ban नहीं
themselves.
करता है
and
तो और
that's another straight
क्या
counter.
बोलूं मैं?
Yeah, of course. It's actually signature pick for Sarar Moon. I understand they wanted to commit with the Lucas, of course, because it was open and it did work out really wonders. But I think it's high time they can also commit to the Hayabusa, just like you mentioned. And it's pretty funny. Like right now, the meta has shifted to the tankiness, and Dusty is like, yo, I'm gonna pull up with the assassin instead, and subvert the expectations. And so far, it's working out well. But just like you mentioned, I feel like this time around, the Joy
Phobius.
might just be left out
Phobius
open.
last
Oh,
match
okay,
भी ban किया
Phobius
था
ban
इन्होंने।
out. So that just leaves only one ban into the hands of Eliminators. Do they want to keep Kalia open? Because I feel like Kalia is just a really perfect pick for Mizo-san, because he loves to go for the pickoffs, and also it's going to give a little bit sustain for if Dusty wants to go in for a tank.
Yep, definitely. Dusty can go for that kind of, a tanky jungler as well, because he usually likes to play them. One thing though is, I've not really seen the, too many people playing the alpha anymore. So what are your thoughts on that?
Nothing wrong with it. Kronos, what do you think? I feel like he's not nerfed, right? He's not adjusted at all. So what's the reason?
I mean, the Alpha, it's not like he's bad.
Yeah.
It's just teams have
Others
learned
are
how to
better?
counter that. Teams have learned how to counter that Alpha.
Yeah.
So if it's a last option, then I would say
Alpha
yes,
strong
definitely
है
go
भाई,
for an
Alpha बहुत
Alpha.
strong है।
But
Agreed,
if
yeah.
there's something that you can play better, like the Hayabusa,
उसको
the
counter करना भी
Joy,
easy
the
है
Lucas
आजकल।
in the jungle, then of course you have,
Okay,
I mean, the Hayabusa, Fanny. These are definitely top tier junglers. Julian, kind of, if you're
Okay,
really
Kalia
like
and
him, but
Gatot
I would say
ban हुआ है।
Alpha is slightly better. But here, the Kalea, the Phobius,
Oh,
the Juice
Mizo
taken
सामने
out, the
Badang pick कर
Lucas,
लिया,
the
nice।
Gatot Kacha on the other side, which leaves
देखते
open
हैं
the
ET क्या pick
Badang
करता
once
है।
again. Badang's quite a contested pick. Seems
Mhm.
like both these teams really like that hero.
Yeah, 60% win rate throughout the Swiss stages too right now. And it's been banned out around 10 times as well, so makes sense. Like, I do understand before 23rd April, but even right now, after the nerfs, it still feels like a contested pick. But I'm actually waiting. Is Zohan saying to Eliminators, like, go ahead, we're not going to pick up the you-know-who. Fredrin is open, but they have not committed. Usually, Zohan is like, yo, let's pick it up. Okay, Art is committing to, again, pick off instead of a set tank. What do you have to say for that, Fredo?
I don't know. Maybe that's what Eliminators, had in mind when they came into this game tonight, came into this series. Probably they wanted to let, Art play the pickoffs. That's one of the reasons why they decided to go for this. Because see, like Kronos already mentioned, when you have heavy frontliners, like of course the Badang who can immune whatever you throw at him, the Joy does not really work.
Harit again।
So it's like
it did last game.
maybe
Yeah,
like
probably-
चाहिए।
Probably,
Prime.
I mean, but right now though, I just hope Eliminators don't go for they don't go for the Sicilian because I can smell Bid's mind in some way because I've seen him play a lot of times and he likes to pull off the Sicilian in situations like these. But I just hope it does not happen.
I think it's going to be a high-low Sicilian because it would have been good if Eliminators picked up the high-lows themselves along with the Herod. You're okay by forcing them on the other side, but they go for the comfort pick in Moskov because they're going to get banned out in the second phase, which is also good.
Yep.
But a high-lows has got to come through. You can't let it go.
I agree on that as well. I feel like, but right now I feel like Zohunt can also commit with. I mean, I'm waiting to see the Fredrin. Okay, I'm waiting because like this guy's Fredrin is a different level, of course. But okay, they commit to the Suyo. Okay, they commit to the Suyo. I understand, but the recent nerf into that, magic damage reduction, I am not really sure about it. Don't worry, the picture is gonna be there. But of course, we're gonna be moving to a second phase of the bans. So until we figure out what's the jungler. Suyo, what do you think, Fredo? You like it? You like it, Cronus?
I like the Suyo. It's being picked up. That's nice. Unless if that second pick over there is a Joy. If that's a Joy, no, it's not a Joy. So the Joy is banned out. That means Suyo is probably the best jungle pick over here. And you take away the Joy. The Sicilian's banned out, so that wasn't a Sicilian as well. And here's definitely going to be another jungle ban, maybe the Alpha, just to be kind of safe. But yeah, I like the Suyo. You have fast jungle clear, level 3 power spike. You can get the retributions on point with the Soul Sever. So you're basically able to just one-tap the entire neutral objectives. They take away the friendship. So definitely that was something. That's not an EXP laner.
Is it a Louis or maybe an EXP laner? But I'm really curious to see Legends pick this time around. He doesn't have the Badang. He likes to play around the playmaker kind of an EXP lane, right? To set it up for his team, especially right now considering that Art is going for the pick again. So I'm really curious. Like what is Legend gonna go for? Because if this is not Mizo-san when going into the EXP lane with the Badang again. Okay, there we go. Just like you mentioned, the Hylos comes in. So that's an EXP lane Hylos.
Yeah.
But now they have a CC open.
CC?
I don't think they're going to pick up a CC. No way. They got to... I think that that pick, if that was a mid laner, yeah, that's definitely
I feel like it's a mid laner.
Probably,
yeah.
Probably a Valentina or probably Eve. That's what I'm thinking.
I feel like Valentina. I feel like Faden is right now commit to his India #1 super friends Valentina, and I feel like that's why. I feel like that's why they
if you think about it, if you think about it, Ray, if you think about it, then right now if you're taking the Valentina,
okay, there we go.
What are you going to pick up except the glorious pathway? Oh my God! Thank God! Thank God! Thank God for giving me that right prediction thing. But of course, we'll figure it out. Of course, when we enter the match. Of course, this might be a system glitch. But yeah, right now last pick from Eliminators.
All right.
It was a Lu Yi.
They committed to diversion again. But knowing pretty well that Eliminators are this time around, I feel like they will be more aware, right? I feel like last time, once the team fight was lost out, I feel like they were kind of in a position where they were not really aware of the map. Because when you're facing against a Louis, you need to be wary of the bushes, especially the ones that are most likely. Okay, they commit to the Valier, the one that's been buffed recently. I've been playing him and I really like him. What do you think, Ron?
I like the Valier. It's a decent pick. It's not the best. It's not a solid pick by any means, but you have early game presence. Definitely in the EXP side, Eliminators are going to look to dominate that one, and it comes down to Legend to not get too poked out by, of course, the CC on the other side. So if he gets poked out a lot, the Hylos is going to have a tough time. So if Art, along with, if they have the Hylos, they have the Jawhead, they have the Valier, as well as the Suyo invading into one side of the jungle, yeah, the Zohunt are definitely need a kill on that Herod, otherwise they're not going to make it out alive, especially in the early game. Again, early game, those Zohunt still have the upper hand. They have a good laning phase for both Moskov as well as the CC. You have good mid lane control, nice burst damage coming through, and once Dusty gets a couple of kills, this Alpha is going to be dangerous.
I love that we manifested the Alpha, Fredo. Made Dusty pick it up. Is he watching the stream? I feel like he's always watching the stream in the background, obviously the stream is delayed, no issues about it, but I feel like he's listening. Because remember, last time we talked about Kaja, he picked up Kaja. Last time we talked about what? it was a pick. I feel like he's always listening.
Yep. I also feel like, he does, understands and, takes the feedback, basically. And that's the reason
of
why
course.
Zohunt, of course, they do really good. But now, though, let's see how this lineup works out for them. Of course, 2 picks similar to the previous game. Of course, the macro players here, Luo, and Moskov, and seems like they're going to
There we
stick with
go.
it.
There we
They
go.
are gonna stick with it indeed, because here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are in game number 2 in this best of 7. First game in the hands of Zohunt, and will the other side, Eliminators, clap back? Because you are watching, of course, the Northeast Underdog tournaments. The nerds. Nerd in the chat, please, ladies and gentlemen, because we have game number 2 indeed. Blue side gonna be Zohunt, and on the red gonna be Eliminators.
And to nerd out onto the casting desk is, of course, me, myself, Ray, and Fredo, and of course, Groza in the back end to bring you the highlights and the hype of those team fights. But let's see how it works out. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is Grand Finals, game number 2. Zohunt has 1 match point closer to that 4 pointers. But let's see if Eliminators bounces back immediately into this game number 2. This time there's no Naruto, but there's Sasuke, the Japanese one, of course. And Legend already, of course, not going to be winning out that lane against the CC, but look at that.
Nice damage coming through, and Legend forced to use the Revitalize as well. This is what I was talking. Zohunt needs to get the upper hand on that side, because if they do, then they'll be able to buy some time for themselves. However, Art here stole away that 1 jungle creep from the side of Dusty Mizo as well.
No kill so far, no first blood either. But no, I feel like both of the teams are not bloodthirsty until that 6-minute mark. And I feel like they wait for their, of course, the item spike. But Fredo, what?
Ejector. Art just missed that one. That could have been an easy kill, especially knowing that Prime doesn't have a Purify.
Exactly. Without a Purify, he can definitely get caught. So yeah, he has to be really careful as well, But on the other side, finally, I think Dusty is able to get 1 creep, but still not able to get that level 4. So maybe he has to wait a few more minutes. But yeah, that was some good stuff from Art, taking away that jungle.
Yeah, you can see right now he's there. Ejector comes into play, not throwing anybody just yet. Serar Moon has the Evil Queller, dishing out some damage. Turtle should be up in about 3 seconds, and they are looking to hack at it 1 at a time. Mizo-san not level 4 just yet. Dusty Mizo as well at the same, getting their power spikes, and now you can see the Ejector come to the play. Mizo-san tries to get out of harm's way, flickers out, but the Retribution in the hands of Dusty. He gets the neutral objective. Feels like Serar Moon is kicking himself right now.
Absolutely. I was not expecting it. I mean, Dusty Mizo does have, funny enough, he does have a high retribution rate in this tournament so far, but especially when he's playing the tanky junglers like the Fredren. And right now he's picked up the alpha. Yeah, he's slight tanky, but he's a fighter. So it was a surprise, especially considering Serar Moon on the Tsuyo. He basically has a auto retribution win with that, of course, the second skill, but I feel like, don't know why he did not commit to it, didn't get it, but okay. Still, gotta give credit to Dusty Mizo.
Yep. But yeah, of course, the Ejector was already used up. So that's like Dusty Mizo's opening to, try and hit that retribution. And of course, if there is no disturbance, he can definitely land those retributions right. Of course, considering the goal lane now, though. EXP lane.
Hold on, comes through. They baited out Legend, right? He has the Revitalize, even popped the Glorious Path to try and survive, but he's able to do so against 3 of the opposition. Zohunt find the opportunity, win with that curtain call as well. And now you can see the bottom lane. They're forcing Prime out of harm's, and you can see Flicker comes out as well. Prime, is he gonna survive? Serar Moon finally finds the finishing blow. First blood in the hands of Eliminators.
Evil Queller right on point, and first blood, they get the kill again. One of the crucial members. Previous game they took down no, it was Roamer, but right now they took down the goal laner, and this time around they're actually the ones leaving the turret space, because look at that, they push down the bottom lane, forcing, of course, Prime to play a little bit more passive, because right now he's forced into the tier 2. But great response from Zohunt, immediately catching the top tier 1 as well. But the turtle fight, it's gonna be spicy because they're all gathering together. Legend
Oh yeah, you can see it right now. The Glorious Path are not yet through, but the Zaman Force order dropped down, and finally they get the slow. Mizo-san is the first target, and now they're looking at Win. He gets taken down as well. That's a double in the hands of Fate. A late game Harith already got his first item within 4 minutes 30 seconds, so that's gonna be danger for the side of Zohunt.
Yeah, you pointed it out right there. Harith is going to be a problem right now. So, of course, you can get structures across the map. But when it comes to team fights, your frontliners are going to get melted quite easily. And, of course, you have a Badang and a CC. Badang in the roam, not the best, of course, because he cannot really get those items. He needs those items to get those cooldowns and get that sustain. So that won't be happening. Your frontliners are going to get melted by this Harith. They need to do something about the Harith soon, because otherwise it might be, of course, getting out of control for them. If it, of course, gets that Holy Crystal as well.
Oh, unstoppable force right on top of Win. You can see Zaman Force drop down as well. They go for the ejector. Win trying to survive, and he gets taken down. Nice pick-off coming through from Art. This is what we saw from him in the early game. In game number 1, we're seeing the same come out in game number 2 as well.
Absolutely, Kronos. And, you know, I feel like Alpha, despite, of course, that... Oh, bottom lane committed.
Oh, Sarar Moon, I'm not sure if he's in the right spot. He gets taken down again. It's a mistake made from Eliminators. They're doing this one more time. They have the advantage, and they're throwing it away.
They gotta be aware of it, but they do take the ultimate here, which is gonna be really good for those invasions. Of course, the Valir's Fireball are the ones mainly zoning out, not just Alpha, but Badang as well. Just like we discussed, the Badang roam. He does have the dash to make sure that the Fireball doesn't affect him that much, but how much, it's gonna be a question. But just like, you know, the bottom lane did take a kill. Finally, 0-4 is no longer on the board. It's 1-4, and goal lead still into the hands of Eliminators. So I feel like they can commit to it a little bit more, but Turtle Fight is there, so Turtle Soup is, of course, needed.
Definitely needed here, and of course, that's why they're preparing for it. Eliminators will definitely not like to take anything away, but
Oh, Art right now scouting out the bushes. Win is there with that yo-yo blitz to poke him down, but the regen making sure he's back up. They have their sights on the turtle. Should be quite easy for them to pick up, but look at Legend again. He gets caught out. Glorious Pathways there, but on towards the wrong side as the rest of Zohunt will have to disperse. The Eliminators coming through with the cavalry, trying to target down someone, and that's Prime. He's got off position. They're trying to sandwich him, but Art going for the other target, and that's Win. They get the ejectors. The Forces drop down as they get the kill. Faded made the diversion. It was the wrong side, and now that is paying the price. Eliminators doing well, finding the opportunity and changing the momentum.
They got the angle that they needed, and right now they like that was slight missing on the bottom, but of course they have remedied it completely, getting the lead that they needed. Right now, 3,000 gold lead that of course deficit as well. Oh, do they want to commit to it? Nah. Do they? Nah.
They probably won't, because they do not have the minions right now. So yeah, they'll be backing off. But talking about the goal lead that they have and the map control as well, this is exactly what they needed in the last game, even with, you know, what they had. But right now, looking at the items, Harith building on to the Holy Crystal, and once he gets that, there is no stopping this guy, because he is almost, you know, almost 1.2k clear.
Whoa. Win. Force drop down. Win is the target, gets taken down, and here Prime should be next on the chopping block as they go for it, but he's able to get out of harm's way. The damage coming through. Fist break, fist crack combo buys enough time, and Prime escapes with the slightest bit of HP. All the Eliminators don't lose a single life.
That was a close one.
My goodness.
That was a close one, but Prime is still very behind. Fate is building towards the Holy Crystal. Yep, it's an expensive item, but as soon as he gets the recipe, that magic spike is going to be helping him dish out more damage with the Starlim Sight's passive. On the other hand, though, he, like Moskov, doesn't even have the one more recipe item for the... I think he got it right now, but yeah, he's quite behind on that golden staff. Until he gets that golden staff, he's not going to get that attack speed, and of course, he also needs that Demon Hunter sword to melt down Legend as fast as possible, or if not, that Punishment Ring is going to be slowing him down. And of course, there's also Bid with the fireballs that is dishing out so much HP-based damage. He doesn't have to Purify either this time around. It's catching him off guard a lot of the moments in those team fights.
And with that, the turret might go down in the bottom side for Eliminators. And with that, now,
No. Not this time. Legend takes a lot of damage. Glorious Path to slow them down, but this is a fight that they can take. Prime is around. You can see they go on top of Win. Prime is there as well, but Bid catches them off guard. The Searing Torrent coming into play. Prime though doesn't have the flicker, but you can see Win with that Vengeance able to survive. SOD connected. Bid flickers out of harm's way. Nice Searing Torrent once more to try and buy some time. Art comes through, but here's the Unstoppable Force looking at Prime, and here is Sarah Moon. He is looking for the kill. He finds a double. Now they chase down Dusty and Mizo-san, who conceal their way out as the Lord is marching down the mid lane.
Wow, ये lamp कहाँ से लिया? From the Andamans. Private jet से cargo करवाया.
Pretty easy, look at that, no issues, but they are losing Prime. Prime did, commit to it, got the kill, but still, I want to see the itemization. I feel like, did he get, Holy Crystal for Fate, so much damage. He finally did get his hands into the staff, getting the kill really help, but he's still building up towards the Demon Hunter Sword. But Fate is building, like, I feel like that burst is gonna be, they are not gonna be prepared until Prime gets his hands into the Rose Gold.
And look at that, Legend picks up the Radiant Armor as well. So, yeah, Low E not going to be able to dish enough damage right now. But yeah, they're preparing for the next one. Of course, they do not want to, overcommit right now. They do want to maintain the position that they have. They have choked away Zohunt inside their bases, and they cannot do anything about it because they do not have enough farms, do not have structures across the map. Yep. And the only way they can play around right now is to get that information, but they don't have that as well. So, yep.
And skill play?
Zohunt.
No, they did not.
Chokehold right now.
They're trying to find the opening. Eliminators were trying to force the occasion. I'm glad they didn't commit, because if that was a commit, it would have been disastrous for them. The goal lead is only 5k. Not enough for them to get that victory, because Prime is looking like he's going to get his Demon Hunter Sword just soon.
Absolutely. And also he does need a Rose Gold, but looking at how well he was able to position himself into that previous team fight, he gets the Demon Hunter Sword. Right now, the damage is gonna be on point. I would love to see the Rose Gold being rushed as soon as possible, because I feel like once he has the Rose Gold, he'll be able to maneuver around Bit's damage, as well as, of course, not get bursted out by Fate, who has the Holy Crystal and building toward possibly perhaps some penetration, or maybe the Blood Wings for a little bit more shield. 402 onto the scoreboard. So I feel like Fate is definitely their main target. They are trying to take him down, but they can't find the angle just yet. They need to deal with the frontliners, at least perhaps bait them out, especially, of course, Art and Legend.
Yep. Art and Legend, right? They are very important because, of course, there are front lines that you have to go through if you want to reach the back lines and reach Fate to find that angle. But right now, again, another easy Lord, and there's nothing that Zohunt can do about it, because with the frontliners that you have in your draft right now, look at that, CC and Badang can't really do much in front of a Hylos who is backed by a Valir. And if you guys remember, Hylos Valir was a deadly combo back in, like, I don't know, 2 years back, 3 years back.
Yeah, I remember spamming it. I remember spamming it a lot in rank. I had like, 25 win streak just because of how broken Valir was, because he just got revamped. But yeah, that's a topic for later. And Madara is going to be marching down from the mid lane. No Holy Blessing, so Zohunt better be prepared for it. Eliminators has all the spells, has all the resources. They need to commit right now, Kronos.
Yeah, you can see the Madara marching down the mid lane, actually takes away the inhibitor as well. Bid finally gets his hands on the Ice Queen wand, and right now the Glorious Pathway is there. And Art targets down Prime with the Unstoppable Force, but meanwhile, Sir Armon trying to go in. Zaman Force should drop down as well. They're trying to shut the damage. SOD connects. Prime is there. He finds 1 and 2. He's looking for the third, and he gets it. And down and out for the side of Eliminators. They go for the diversion play, looking for Sir Armon, as the base was just hanging by a thread. Sir Armon makes it out by the skin of his teeth, and Zohunt do not want to go down without a fight.
That was absolutely perfect. It went perfect for the hands of Zohunt, but of course, Eliminators right now, that base was hectic. Like, one more slash for Madara and it was gone. But great zoning out coming in from not just Mizo-san, like the whole of Zohunt. We gotta give credit to all of them. But of course, Prime coming online with that Trinity build was definitely showing that the bounce back was gonna come online any second. I feel like it's brewing right now. Okay, look at the itemization, Fredo.
Well, okay, I take a look at the itemizations. Nothing unusual, but think about the towers that they were able to take down with just one fight. Like, look at that.
Yep.
It's all cleared up. It's almost even right now, except the fact that the mid lane inhibitor is down on the side of Zohunt. So these people, they know how to take that mistake, and if you make one mistake, they can turn things around. So both sides have to be really careful.
Oh, conceal play comes through and the target downwind, but that's the wrong target. Prime's not seen
Prime,
just yet.
Prime,
Glorious
Prime.
pathways used already. Zaman Force comes out and they're trying to take them down. Even with the dispersion rotation combo, not enough, as the only one to fall down is Dusty Mizo.
I feel like Prime was hesitant, and I feel like that was a good reason. I feel like he was trying to calculate, like, do I commit or not? And he realized this is a kind of a losing team fight. And I feel like the reason they won out on the previous fight, and I feel like Kronos pointed out perfectly, it was the whole reason that Art committed a little bit too deep and heavily into the base. And because he was so deep in, he could not come out easily. Art got taken down. It was a 5v4, and they were able to win out with the numbers advantage. And of course, they SOD connecting into the back end. But oh, look at the diversion. It's cooking up something. Lords incoming in 3 seconds. Do they go from behind?
I mean, already used up. Already used up the diversion, so they can't really do that anymore. So maybe another free Lord into the hands of ET, and with that, 3 Lords taken down. Still did not end it, but this time they won.
Art, oh my goodness, unstoppable force with ejector not used just yet, and that's what we were talking about in the draft phase. Mizo-san has the fist crack to make sure they don't catch him. They try to create the space, but here comes the Searing Torrent, and Sarar Moon leading the charge for Eliminators, has his mates to back him up. And now Zohunt give away a free Lord off of a busted diversion. Will Eliminators be able to end this one right now?
Kronos and of course Fredo. I feel like Zohunt was a little disoriented. I feel like they wanted to commit. That's the whole reason they went in with the diversion. But at the end, they were like, it's a little bit too late, and decided to come back and just took a lot of hits. They did waste out a few spells though, especially Faden. He doesn't have the flicker anymore. It's an expensive one considering there's a Madara marching down from the mid lane.
Yep, and that's why it's going to be interesting to see if they can defend this one.
Yeah, you can see Glorious Path already popped down. It's the first one to fall. Zaman Force already used, and they find a double curtain call with the Yo-Yo Blitz, and Mizo-san's the only one that Price triple kill in his hands, and Dusty Mizo finds another, and Sarar can't escape. He botched that one, and now with the only one left standing, they find it. Wipe out Eliminators once more, throwing the game away with Prime, Faden, as well as Dusty marching down. The minions are not standing strong, but they might be able to end. 17 seconds till one comes back alive. Is this enough time?
Oh my god, how does Zohunt keep doing this? They're taking down the damage. Is it gonna be there? 1 minion! 1 minion! Oh my god! Zohunt! How do they keep bouncing back harder than a basketball, football? I don't know. They are doing the impossible. This game was into the hands of Eliminators more than previous one. Victory for Zohunt again. Game number 2. How do they do it? How does that happen? Oh my god.
Well, that's you know what time they say this time is on news channels. They call it prime time, and right now prime time is happening. It's prime time on War Drums right now.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I agree too.
Prime time. It's prime time indeed. The way that he was playing. Again, it's the same story. Eliminators had the early. Mid-game, Zohunt bounced back. But Eliminators this time, they were toughened up. They were ready to face what Zohunt had. And then all of a sudden, they throw in the late game. How did CC get a double kill? Actually, a triple, was it not?
Yep,
a triple kill in the Lord push. It just goes to show that their communication in the final push is definitely lacking, because they didn't have a single target. Art went on towards the wrong target. Prime didn't even have a Purify. I don't know why he changed it later on. Like, why did Art change the target later on?
Exactly, Kronos. That was definitely, I wanted to raise it in the game, but of course the hype moments made it for a bit. This time around, Art, of course, he could have commit every time to just Prime. No purifies, right? Previous game, there was a purify you cannot commit, but this time around, he could have. And I love that the point. Like, I feel like communication is definitely lacking, because we've seen it like twice right now onto those end fights when, of course, the game is like nigh. I feel like Eliminators are lacking their coordination They need to target one guy at a time, and of course try to chunk down. I mean, Zohunt is doing basically what they needed to do in this end moments, but they were not able to do so. Zohunt was able to execute it perfectly, and we just saw a complete bounce back. They had just one cannon minion, and they pushed it. I think Louis and Moscow both got executed too.
What can we say? What can we say? Of
We can
course,
say a lot.
you know, cooked, whatever, whatever. A lot of stuff happened. A lot of stuff happened, and nothing went in the way of Eliminators. I mean, the communication gap is insane. I mean, I saw the Valir. I saw the Valir marking the base. Okay.
Yeah.
I saw the Valir marking the base.
Same,
Meanwhile, the Harriet was dishing out the damage. So someone, I mean, it should at least be someone who can actually, push the towers, who should be marking the base, but they're letting Valir do the job, and that just explains the communication gap which is going on in Eliminators right now, because you don't want the Valir to be marking the base. And yeah, that's it. That's what it is. That's what it is right now for Eliminators. They have to improve the communication. Basically, like people call it, in football they say it last third, and right now it's going to be, in the case of ML, is going to be the last push. So in the last push, you have to be you have to make the communication crystal clear. Like, if you're approaching this target, we go all in on this target. We burst him down, and during that process, while they're trying to defend themselves, you push down the base. One guy has to do that, while the other enemies are busy taking down the Lord. So I think that did not happen from the side of Eliminators. And exactly that's what Chronos said. There was communication gap. And that's the reason why they were not able to end the base. Like 3 Lords back to back. I mean, I've not seen Eliminators take 3 Lords back to back and, they're not able to end the game. They usually do. But against Zohan, they can't do that. And I don't know what's wrong. I don't have anything to say about it.
What's wrong or what's right? Zofate is arising again, 2-4-0. And of course, it's going to be an interesting one if funny enough, if Bolty's prediction comes true, we need to apologize to him, okay? We got to be on our knees and we apologize to him. But jokes aside, there's the result skin, game number 2. 50,000 gold on both ends, 17 minutes almost. 3 Lords for the hands of Eliminators. That is an insane one. But
oh my god,
I just realized the Vengeance took down the Valir. It was the Vengeance who took down the Valir, because Valir was out of the range. I was confused, but it was the Vengeance.
Okay. Now that makes it clear. Like, you keep burning, you keep getting the damage as well, right? So yeah.
Forgot the cake. Forgot the cake? Order on Zomato.
A Queen swings? A Queen swings on Hands of Fate, and is this why he survived? Like, that's the first time I'm seeing a Queen swings on a Hui. Like, where did he learn that from?
It's not like it doesn't work. It gives you that extra bit of spell vamp that you need, and Louis likes to spam the spells. So it works out, and it gives you a little bit of extra tankiness below half HP, if I'm not wrong. So
and the skill cooldowns as well, right? And he needs that.
Yes. The skill cooldowns. But he already maxed it out. Oh yeah, he did max it out with the Queen's Wing. So it does work out in their favor. Although personally, a lot of players in here like to pick the Oracle, just to get that extra bit of lifesteal as well. But there is no Ice Queen wand purchased, so or neither concentrated energy. So the Queen's Wings makes sense here. I mean, not something that we see quite often, but it's not like it doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm gonna test it out too, because I've been playing a lot of mid lane lately. Thanks, Faden.
Don't do that. Don't try what you see at home, guys, because next thing you know, you're gonna be cussed out in your DMs. People are gonna call you names. They're gonna call you things, and they're gonna make reels and memes out of you. So
first-hand experience, Chronos?
At home.
Do you have first-hand experience?
I have a lot of memes made about me already. It's all right, but I'm probably going to see a lot more come out after this tournament as well. But definitely the Northeast Underdog tournament. You know what? I want to ask you guys, why do we take the first 2 letters from the first half and then the R from the under and then D from the dogs? Because just a question. I just want to throw it out there. I'll be honest. I love nerd. I am a nerd myself, right? I love being a nerd. That's a big thing.
Well,
I was a nerd before being nerds was popular, so yeah.
I mean, see, if you NEUD, all right, it does not sound good at all. So any
New.
UD, yeah, any UD. So yeah, that's why we just went with the
Oh.
R, and now if you are able to pronounce it, it sounds like an acronym. Nerd as well. It's a word actually in itself. So that's like one of the reasons why we decided to go for it. And with that third
Nice
game
reveal.
this time, I don't know what eliminators have right now because they have to do everything. And
Absolutely.
if we see a Sicilian, we should not be surprised. Bit he likes to take that.
I just love that Kronos asked the question and Fredo went full on like actually like full on.
Okay,
I love
Karen.
that.
Okay, Karen.
Okay.
Stuff,
But yeah,
It's definitely. I think I like the Sicilian pick that you're saying that can come through from Bid. But here, of course, eliminators are respecting that Moskov. You have a Moskov, you have a win. That's 2 Moskovs, 2 wins. And now they take out the Moskov, they take away the Phobius, the Matilda. It's a clear thing that Zohunt's going to ban it regardless being on the blue or the red side. So eliminators should take advantage of it. I just think eliminators are kind of shaken right now just because they've lost 2 games that they were winning.
Exactly.
And now that will definitely tank their confidence.
I agree with you. I feel like even if you just consider the first game, maybe it was a bluff, maybe it was slight blunder. The second game is absolutely, like, I agree with you so wholeheartedly. Their confidence is definitely shaken. This Moscow ban is of course showing that, and they cannot give it to Zohunt anymore. But maybe this time around Zohunt can pull up with even more cards because I feel like Dusty Mizo is still holding back. Like, come on, bro, where is your Fredrin? Like, come on, are you saving it for a game number 4? But yeah, jokes aside though, Kalia banned out. So few options still open for eliminators. They can commit to. I feel like the chip is open. I feel like Art can commit to it. But is it too early?
Committing to the chip, I think it's early. Hey, look at that. They pull up a hero that, of course, like, that's a way you should approach the draft. Pick up a flex pick in the first one so that you do not really, show out your plan. So I guess eliminators are taking that, textbook move right now. But of course, Zohunt are people who do not like to play by the textbook because these people, you saw, right? I mean, Queen's Wing on a Louis. I mean, who can even think of that? Of course, Fade and the guy who carries the team on his backbones. And yeah, on his back, sorry, not backbone, yeah.
But again,
okay, finally we're seeing this nerfed hero being picked.
Nah, you know, I find it so funny. Funny. Like, we know, Debbie, shout out to you. Like, she said, like, your hero is cooked when Fade and Fade is not picking it up anymore. But he picked it up again, like, after a long while after that nerf, and the Hayabusa as well. So Kronos, what do you have to say? Like, 2 signature picks from the hands of eliminators.
It's not just a signature pick. Eliminators are drafted really well. It's 3 games in a row. They're drafted really well. They have better win conditions than Zohunt. It's just Zohunt, I don't want to say they got lucky. They definitely showed that they can do it not once, but twice. So they're playing off of the mistakes of eliminators. The eliminators have the idea. They just the execution is there. Just the finish, just not there. Like Fredo mentioned as well, right? The final third is what they're not able to get. When it comes to the last quarter, when the money's on the line, they're just slip up. So I hope that they doesn't happen, because even now the Hayabusa is a really good pick, because whatever marksman comes out, it's got to be the Iritel, because it's going to get banned out in the second phase to give a problem to the Granger. So the Hayabusa is straight counter to the Iritel, it counters the Joy. Yes, you're going to have a slight bit of a tough time against the Badang, but again, you can always immune yourself out, unless you're Kid Bamba on the Badang. That's just a different story. But the Granger here has a lot of damage. Yes, his dash has been nerfed out quite a bit, but the damage is still pretty much the same.
Yep.
So with the Gatot being picked up as well, it's a lot of AoE control. Chip being banned out, the CC being taken off the table as well. So that means they are looking to pick up a Hylos Zohunt. It could be in the EXP lane, it could be in the roam position, but if they don't pick it up, I think eliminators definitely like that that Hylos and Gatot Kacha combo. They respect that Louis finally. And now looking at another, maybe Sicilian?
It's pretty possible. I feel like the pickoff is gonna be I feel like this CC is more of like a bait ban from Zohunt, because I've seen them do this against IGN as well as DNS and another squad. I forgot the name, but okay, a Hilda ban. I was not expecting it, but I feel like okay, never mind. They're just gonna commit to the high loss anyways. Maybe it was just to throw me off instead. But the Hilda ban, is it a wasted?
Jawhead coming through.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I also smell the Jawhead. And I smell the Sicilian, but against the Joy, you don't want to go for Sicilian. And on top of that, Padang. Like right now, I mean, I feel bit. I feel bit. Okay, that's the reason why I'm saying Sicilian, because this guy, I know, whenever he feels like, okay, everyone's going to question me right now. So I pick up the hero that always, works out for me. But right now, I don't expect that from him, because in this draft, it won't work at all. There's no way he can make a Sicilian work here. But what else can work?
Sicilian works, Fredo. I agree to disagree over there. Sicilian is a really good pick. It's got to be a Jawhead and a Sicilian. Yeah, because it does definitely. You're able to sustain with the Bat's Feast against the Joy. You can build the Winter Crown. You have enough range to outpoke the Irithel. You can still melt down. You have a late game secured. You pair it up with the Granger, so that's a lot of poke, a lot of range. Gato Kacha has the frontliner, pick off ability coming through. Really good draft once again from Eliminators. Yes, Zohunt throwing that Selena. It looks dangerous, but again, it relies a lot on your early game prowess to get that execution. But the Selena could throw a foil in the plants, but still, Jawhead is just so good over here. That unstoppable force. Joy can run wherever she wants around the map. He's gonna lock her down. Same thing with the Irithel. So you're forcing a Purify from Irithel right away. You need the Selena to play on a flicker. So that means the Gatkacha's AOG is gonna do a lot of work against this Irithel straight away. So that means Irithel is gonna be the sole target. It's gonna be easy pickings for the Hayabusa. Yes, it's gonna have a better time in the lane. But Eliminators, again, a very good draft.
They're winning out in the textbook every time. I feel like, especially, I feel like this one. So, I mean, I love that you addressed out the Jawhead and Sicilian. And I feel like this time around, they have the strongest combinations of... The whole reason is just like you mentioned, the Irithel is the main target, and it's going to be an easy picking. It's basically that. And the Joy, this time around, the first game, the Joy was picked off. There was Cho. Cho has a little bit difficulty chasing the Joy, but Joy doesn't have it. He's like a lock-on missile. It's just going to be locking onto the Joy. So I feel like this time around, Zohunt, again, they're going to be facing definite difficulties in the early, but I'm really looking forward to if Eliminators with an even better draft this time around. They have been writing a story, but they have been lacking on how to finish, give it a proper ending, and that's what Zohunt is making profit of it each time. And they got 2 games, but let's see what happens, Kronos.
Yeah, let's see what happens indeed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends of all ages. Game number 3 out of the best of 7. Zohunt pulled off 2 upsets after a brilliant draft coming in from Eliminators. Will they do it again? Will third time be the charm to just dust away the dust under Dusty Mizo's shoulder to make sure they come out on top against the Eliminators? We will see. As we can see, Eliminators going to be on the blue side as Zohunt are on the red. Your casters for this one, my name, Kronos, alongside me, the one and only Ray and Fredo to bring you the action as well. Take it away.
Thank you, Kronos. Banger intro once again and again. And let's see if Eliminators can banger this game. But I really love that Sararamon, all throughout the 3 games, he has been playing Naruto skin. First game, he was Naruto. Second game, Sasuke. And right now, he's... I love that. Maybe he can go for a 4th game as well. But yeah, jokes aside though, we have both of the drafts. Eliminators looking very strong, not just in early. They have a lot of lock-ins and prepared. The Irithel gonna be winning out the laning phase definitely against the Granger, but let's see if Fate can change the fate of, of a Granger main. But yeah, Fredo, what do you think? So far the rotations are nothing much out of the ordinary, quite usual.
One thing though, I mean, the rotations are of course usual. One thing that I would like to say is, I mean, these new minions, these new minions, the HP bar is confusing. The HP bar is just too confusing, these new minions. I played in the side lanes and it's a little bit harder to last hit actually.
I kind of agree actually. They're a little bit. But in the mid phase, we just noticed that, right? Mizo-san as well as Art, both of the roamers wasted out the flickers. just before the turtle fight. That's
Get 10 points for every 100 rupees spent on Tira and redeem them for your favorite products from the Tira Treats section. Explore Tira Treats on the app now. Happy shopping!
Blood in their hands, and they take another 1-for-1 trade. Faden for Bid, mid laner for mid laner. Dusty, he was thinking about it. Right now he can go. Are they trying to get them as Win catches them off guard? Legend and Art still somehow survive thanks to the Revitalize, as Dusty is able to pick up the turtle quite easily now.
Saramon still has a retribution. He can commit to it, but look at that.
Oh, AOG coming through. He misses the retribution, Saramon, but Dusty catches it at the same time. You can see nice throw and nice kills. Another 1-for-1 trade. A win for Legend, but Art pays the price as well. Here comes the Abyssal Arrow, and Fate makes the rotation. Death Sonata along with the Rhapsody. Double kill in the hands of Faden. They needed the early game, and they got that in their hands. Faden is lethal on the Selena.
The purple buff door.
Yep.
The invade coming through. Dusty Mizo, he's trying to take it away. Has the electrifying beats, cannot commit. Goes out, no backup whatsoever. Sarar Moon and Eliminators have some breathing room.
You know, Fredo, this is the first game, this is the third game, right? This is the first game where Zohunt is the one taking the early game, and I feel obviously it's the credit to Faden on the Selena. That she was the points, what am I saying, plan spoiler, and it's definitely coming into play. But Art, does he want to commit?
Oh yeah, you can see the fist break, fist crack combo going through. The arrow hits as well. Art gets taken down. Selena has been lethal once again. As Dusty Mizo tried, and now they get another! He finds a double kill, he's looking for the third, should be able to get that, and Irithel picks it up indeed. Mizo-san pays the price. That's a 3-for-1 trade right there off the back of one single Abyssal Arrow.
4 minutes! Under 4 minutes, 7 kills, Zohunt. It feels like a complete turnaround from the previous situations, Fredo.
Definitely, I mean, they were playing so patiently, but seems like the brawl meta is back.
Yeah, feels like it, doesn't it? At this point, Zohunt just want to fight. They want to get that goal lead in their favor. They know that if it goes in towards the mid to late game, Eliminators have the advantage, especially with that long-range skills. As here, Legend and Win just duke it out, but hey, they're just two tanky boys.
And I love that you pointed it out because, from the last 2 games, it was Eliminators getting the early to mid game. They were even getting the late. It's just that the ending wasn't there. What if Zohunt has a chance to show that basically they can end it even if they're, they do not have to throw the late game because they right now have the early phases, and I feel like they have a solid ending choice as well. But look at that, the trap.
Oh yeah, you can see Win is the target, and they go for the ejector along the unstoppable force. The Mod Forcers drop down. As you can see, AOG comes through as Art is the first one to fall. Legend tried to create the space, and yes, he did. Win is the target once again. Revitalize self to survive with the Hit Stranger. Fate goes down. It's a double. They find Mizo-san finally. Legend and Win going ham at each other, but Win will almost go down. No, he doesn't. Legend barely survives. He gets the taunt, has the damage, but will go down in the hands of Fate, and he is unstoppable while Dusty picks up another. Bid is down and out for the count. Zohunt, how are they doing this? They definitely are the hunters and not the hunted.
Hello?
Oh, again, Art, unstoppable force with the ejector catching Dusty Mizo. Sir Armon finds the shutdown as he gets the turtle as well.
My goodness. I mean, these people won't let Kronos rest today, I guess. Of course, Zohunt is in a mood to spoil Kronos'
ejector with the flicker coming through. Sir Armon goes with the quad shadow. Ogi shadow kill. Now Mizo-san looks like he's in trouble. Able to use the fist break to get out of harm's way. That was lethal as Faden's arrow has been doing a lot of work so far. And Mizo-san picks up the Thunderbolt. So finds himself a little more tankiness.
Fate got the Sky Piercer as well. So looking to the snowball. Look at the poke.
Oh, they have the extended range. They have the poke. Art doesn't have the flicker, but he's been catching targets. But every single time Faden gets an arrow, it is looking dangerous for Eliminators.
Absolutely.
And now they're trying to approach the bottom lane, getting caught once again.
Win gets caught out. You can see there comes the glorious pathway. Arrow misses. AOG to the backside to make sure he runs out. And finally in the hands of Fate, there is a kill. Dusty Mizo comes through. As you can see, the electrifying beats already unlocked. Mizo-san waiting in the bush right now in the river, trying to dominate. At the same time, Sarar Moon has to clear out the waves. A lot of pressure being applied by Zohunt. But even though they have the kills, even though they have the pressure, look at the gold, folks. It is even. Eliminators are not letting this game slip away.
That's what they're trying to do right now.
Mizo-san. He gets taken down. Killing spree in the hands of Sarar Moon. It's been brawl after brawl. Art goes in with the conceal. Win gets the law and order. Arrows right now won't be as effective because they're not so aggressive. Dusty Mizo has to run away because here is the rest of the cavalry coming through. Sarar Moon goes for the Oki Shadow kill. Prime gets taken down. Mega kill in his hands. Glorious pathways there from Wins. Try and buy some time, but Art goes in with the ejector and the unstoppable force. AOG to create the separation. Win gets caught out, and now looking like they're gonna get a kill. Is the Death Sonata gonna be available? No, it is not. The arrow connects on towards Legend as Sarar Moon picks up the turtle.
Look at that. Eliminators immediately bouncing back from that 6-minute point where Selena's powerhouse was gonna be slowly falling off. Faden was obviously lethal, but oh my god, Art is not gonna stop. He's looking for targets, but
ejector. Mizo-san gets caught up, but the fist break, fist crack combo, finding some time as they get the kill. Unstoppable is Sarar Moon. Glorious pathways down as Win with the rest of Zohunt will have to run away, and now Zohunt need to come up with a plan. 2k gold lead in the hands of Eliminators. Art goes through with the help of that push coming through, and it's looking so dicey. Eliminators are breathing down the necks of Zohunt right now.
And with that, seems like Eliminators are finally getting back, what they want. And, as the game progresses, it's only going to get into their favor.
Wow. What was that burst?
Another trade, Dusty Mizo for Art. It is still in the favor of Eliminators. It looks so nice. It looks so breezy. If you were a Zohunt fan, it's not looking easy right now because Eliminators are taking the game away one kill at a time, one objective at a time, one jungle creep away. They are in the late game. They are late game monsters, rather. They're still in the mid game. 9 minutes in. Bid is 045, but he definitely is going to have the damage as Fate has 10 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
372 building up towards that 400, so he's definitely not behind that farm at all. Even though Faden was trying to obstruct so much, 615 on the KDA for a reason. Fate is still, the bottom lane. Can they pick off?
Sarar Moon, he's trying to get out. He has the quad shadow, escapes as well. They threw everything at him. It was the chain CC combo, but not enough damage. And guess what? The rest of Eliminators take away the top tier 2. The Lord is almost up now, Fredo. You think they'll be able to get that?
Not really sure how they can do that right now because Zohunt. Prime. The poke is just too heavy for them to sustain, and that's the reason they can't even go in with these frontliners that they have right now. So it should be easy Lord here. First Lord for Eliminators, surely. And now they're going to look for something in the blue, for the blue buff probably, but okay. Dusty gets it.
And Fredo, despite Faden giving it such great early lead, it's pretty evident that right now his power is basically fallen off. He cannot really do anything. Even if they land, can they commit? Okay, looking at the itemizations, 2 Skypers into the hands of Team Eliminators, and of course they're stacking up as much as possible. It does connect, but look at that. They cannot commit. Too tanky, not enough damage. There's not even a Holy Crystal into the hands of Dusty Mizo. He's building towards it, but 10 minutes in, you don't have a Holy Crystal. And Aethel does have true crit items, but is it going to be enough to survive the burst? Wind of Nature is not going to come in hand, especially after the nerf. So he needs that Rose Gold, but he also needs that attack speed, which is prioritizing right now. Lord's going to be walking from the mid lane. AOG!
The back line. Legend tries to find and create the space, but the Sanguine Claws catches 2, and you can see Win has to use the Glorious Pathway in a defensive position. That doesn't sound good for Zohunt and Zohunt fans, as Dusty Mizo right now going through. Ogi Shadow kill comes out from Faye, and you can see, oh my goodness, their Armor almost got the kill. They get the topside inhibitor. Mizo-san, as well as Win is there right now. They go to the back line. They get the ejector. Prime's the target. He goes down in the hands of Fate. They lose Art in the process, but godlike is Sarar Moon as they find 2 and they find the 3rd. And now with the base crystal left exposed, Eliminators finally bounce back with the help of Madara.
The help of Madara. I love that. I love that. Madara in Mobile Legends 5v5. It feels Eliminators taking up pointers for themselves. Of course, the 4-0 is no longer there. Sorry, Bolty. But yeah, jokes aside though, this match definitely solidified one thing though, that Eliminators need to, like, this time around, I feel like since they didn't focus too much on that early game, they took a few L's on the early phase, they were able to immediately bounce back because of, just like you mentioned, that powers that they had into the mid to late phase. The game was secured, and I feel like Zohunt also, the Selena was obviously there to spoil the plans in the early game, but I feel like they committed a little bit too heavily to it, because after Faden, his capabilities were lost. There was just nothing much they could do. This time around, of course, Prime was just not on his Prime game at all, because, of course, what can the Airtel do? You're just a very easy target for the Hayabusa, and so for the Jawhead as well. And I feel like that is obviously what went wrong. This time around, the draft was good, and the execution was even better for the hands of Eliminators. They finally got the game number 3, and they get a pointer, so it's definitely going to go above game number 5, of course. No longer clean sweeps.
Yep, no longer a clean sweep anymore. That, of course, Kronos would have wanted as a caster, of course. But yeah, that did not happen, unfortunately. But yeah, like, things are looking great right now, because it seems like Eliminators, even though it felt like they might have gotten clean sweep because they lost momentum, even in the second game, even with drafts, which did prefer, their win conditions. So right now, it seems like they're finally back, because think about it, of course, 2 signature picks, the Hayabusa for Sailor Moon and the Sicilian for Bid, and on top of that, even Fate on the Granger. I mean, they're going all out in this third game, because they know they have to get this point. Otherwise, it will be Zohunt on the match point, and that just creates so much pressure when you're the opponents. And that's the reason why they could not let this game get away. They go all in with every single thing that they have under their sleeve, and of course, they win it out. Clear domination.
Oh, you guys really wanted me to talk after all that play-by-play?
Don't worry,
don't worry. Ray's got to pick it up now, right, Fredo? Eliminators are drafting well. They had a good overall rounded draft entirely. It worked. That's why the first 2 games, yes, Zohunt won them, but off of the mistakes of Eliminators. So if Eliminators don't make a mistake, then what are Zohunt going to do? Because they don't have anything that dictates the pace themselves. Yet they had Selena in the early game, but after that, what? You see the amount of pressure that was applied, right? The amount of pressure that was applied by Zohunt in the early game. But the goal difference was pretty much it's not even the difference. It was 19.7k, 19.7k on both sides, while Zohunt had 11 kills and Eliminators had only 4. And it just goes to show that kills are not everything. You got to play around a macro objective. Yes, with Selena, you want a lot more kills, but you need to find a way to turn those kills into objectives. Otherwise, they're just meaningless.
Exactly. And Kronos, I love that you've been actually mentioning it from on, the fact that Zohunt has been winning the mistakes that Eliminators have been making, right? It happened on game number 1, it happened on game number 2, where Eliminators just could not put a proper end. So this time around, Eliminators did not do it. And so looking at the results screen, you can clearly see Faden did absolutely, just like you mentioned, the goal lead difference was not that much, but it just, even though Faden was dominating so early, it was just not there. Not many kills, but the fact that macro was there, Eliminators this time around not making those bad mistakes, not leaving the game too much into the hands of Zohunt, they were able to win it out. And I also, Airtel is of course played with the sprint, but I just feel like the Airtel is a little bit too much of a textbook counter, just lane counter for the Granger. I feel like something else was required. Of course, the Moscow would have been the best option. It's just that it was banned out, and I feel like Prime needs to come up with a little bit of a better response if he wants to win out because I feel like he's winning out onto those team fights more, especially when Eliminators are making mistakes. And Airtel, maybe in my opinion, of course, if you disagree, it's fine, but I feel like Airtel was just not it. What do you think, Fredo?
Yep, the Airtel was just not it there in this draft. Definitely, because of course, easy picking offs here for the Hayabusa, and that's the reason. That's the reason why, of course, even though it was prime time for a while, but guess what? It's 10 past, so it's like prime time is over. Prime time lasts for just 1 hour. So yeah, maybe that's one of the things that happened. But yeah, we cannot really blame Prime because of course this draft was supposed to be an early game draft. They did try to get the advantage, but after that, Eliminators were not able to, not making any mistakes that they could exploit, and that's the reason why. I mean, it was a perfect execution from the side of Eliminators, and that's the reason there was no opening for them to exploit, and they were not able to do anything. But yeah, with that, of course, things will get even more exciting in the fourth match because right now, of course, Eliminators have taken 1 point. They will get that momentum that they were looking for going into this fourth match right now. And on the other side, they have also tried their best, but Zohunt, they need to regain back that form.
Absolutely, and I also believe the Moscow is obviously gonna be permanent ban for the hands of Eliminators because they've realized, even though they did not make mistake this time around, they do not want that, of course, the guy with the spear to slip out. So of course my point goes back to again that Prime needs to come up with a better response into the goal lane. I know he loves to win out his lane, but it's pretty clear even when he lost it out, it was the team fight potential that really gave him the win because both matches, the triple kill, somehow in the end, it's a triple kill that ends the game. And I feel like that's what they need again. But Eliminators, despite we felt their confidence was shaken down, it's pretty clear it was not at all. They're pretty chill and they're well prepared for game number 4. It's going to be really interesting if they're going to be sticking with the same draft again, because what's not broken, don't fix it methodology. What Zohan tried to do with the first 2 games with the Louis and Moskov on both end, maybe they can do it on this game as well, because Eliminators, this worked perfectly. Why change it, right? Because I don't think Zohan is prepared to counter out the Hayabusa. Even if they pick up a pickoff, they can just ban it out in the second phases unless they want to go it for the first one.
Yeah, that was a lot of information that you spilled, Ray. But yeah,
crazy.
I mean, there was a lot of information that was spilled, and I hope someone is hearing. I hope someone is hearing. I hope someone is hearing you, because if they heard you, then of course you have spilled the beans. There are some secrets that I cannot understand because, of course, that's as far as my knowledge goes. But yeah, man. Yeah. But now, okay, coming into the fourth match, of course, the drafting phase to save the day for Fredo. And now, let's see if Eliminators and Zohunt, if Eliminators and Zohunt can have something happen here.
Bro's EP, bro's not here.
Bro's
not here.
Him on stream. Bro's just crucified him on stream. It's too early, bro. Easter just went away.
Yep, this guy throwing me under the bus.
That was fun, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the game number 4 between Eliminators and Zohunt. Grand finals enter our Topdog brackets, and this is going to be an interesting one. Zohunt has 2 pointers, but Eliminators right now, they have stopped making the mistakes and they are looking to bounce back. And we made the predictions that 4-2 favor of Zohunt and 4-2 favor of Eliminators. If this score stays the same, let's see what happens, because of course, this basically means it's going to go to game number 6 at least, right? But yeah. Let's see how the draft plays around. Eliminators winning the draft every time. First 2 games mistakes, but this time, let's see what happens. Fredo, this time, can you?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, say Kronos.
Before Fredo says something, he just threw you under the bus over there. But I mean, he was right. I was gonna say, like, bro is the definition of a yapper right there, and people say I yap a lot. But right now, Zohunt on the blue side, Eliminators on the... Wait a second. Am I tripping? Oh, no, I'm not tripping. Because the first ban, I don't know if it's missed or if it is a ban that's probably a glitch again. But to be honest, I feel like it's a missed ban. I think it's a missed ban. Zohunt missed out on a ban. That means they have only 1 ban left because they're going to ban out the Matilda anyway right now. So,
yep. That should be.
maybe it was a miss, but don't worry, the production will definitely take care of it. But until then, until we figure out if it's a missed ban or if it's just the Matilda being banned out, because we'll figure out. But yeah, if that's the case, that's a little bit of a bad thing for them. But what to do about it? But anyways.
Yep, what to do about it. We don't talk about what to do.
It's not Game 7. It's not Game 7.
Yeah, it's not Game 7.
But of course, Moskov getting banned out. I feel like Moskov is not going to be seeing the light of the day at all, Fredo. But what's the next ban for Zohunt? Okay, I feel like if they did not miss the ban, I feel like they definitely banned out Matilda. They're not going to leave Matilda out because it's one of the signature picks for Ard. Unless Mizu-san wants to go in. Because right now, the Kalia as well as the Matilda is going to be left out if they miss the ban. If they haven't, I feel like this is going to be a Kalia ban. Let's see what Zohunt cooks up this time around, though. First pick into their hands. What are they going to go? Again, a flex pick or something else?
Yeah, it could be a flex pick. It has to be a flex pick if you don't want to reveal your plans, right? So maybe a Badang once again.
Badang. It's gotta be a Badang. Or just go for the Matilda, man. Just go. It's just so OP. Or maybe even pick up the Suyo right now. I think one of those. It's gotta be Suyo, Badang if you want to flex it, or you can go for the Matilda, because Badang has been the pick that's been going on for quite some time. It's gotta be one of these three. If they go in a different direction, it should be Phoveus. So I guess
Lucas.
Oh, okay. Good pointer. Good pointer.
Nah.
I feel like it's not gonna be Suyo, but let's see if Dusty Mizo has surprises, because I feel like he hasn't played the Suyo that much. If he would rather Alpha than over Suyo, because I feel like he's more comfortable on that. But let's see. They can also commit to the Phoveus. I like that you mentioned Phoveus. This time around, he's been open. But yeah, there we go. The Badam. They commit to it immediately.
Matilda Lucas. Just lock that in. You get the win.
Lucas.
Matilda Lucas. Just lock it in. Just don't think twice. Just take it. Just take it and then don't even think about it.
Do you prefer the Matilda Lucas or the Florin Lucas?
Matilda Lucas better.
Yeah, gives too much more.
With Florin Lucas, you're trying to play for mid-game. Matilda Lucas, you can just go in the early game. But they go for the Jawhead and the Phoveus. Okay. They're giving the advantage to Zohunt. Be like, hey, we give you the Matilda Lucas. Go for it. I think it still works. Matilda, Badang, Lucas, bro, you're looking for trouble. Purify on the Matilda. Jawhead kind of rendered useless.
Yeah.
No, it's Phoveus is fine. Just go for the Matilda. I don't see why. Why don't they? Is it hero pool? I feel like it's hero pool right now. I'm not crazy, right? I'm not going crazy. Matilda, Lucas, Badang, Ranger is open, fine, but bro,
Matilda. Probably, I think Kronos. I think it's banned, right? Ray did make the guess. I feel like it's banned as well, because otherwise there's no way even Eliminators left it, right? So
yeah,
it's
because
probably
it's
banned.
Yeah, it's favorite of our own. There we go. 40% win
finally.
rate. 40% win rate.
All the prayers have been answered from the heavens of Mr. Dusty.
Carry's a real nice pick here.
Yeah, Carry's 100% really nice pick. But yeah, I feel like Matilda definitely banned out. But I don't know why.
Sicilian's better.
What?
Sicilian?
Okay, I got confirmation from production that Matilda is not banned out, so I'm not really.
Then just go Matilda, bro.
What
oh my god.
Oh my god.
What are they cooking?
If it's not Matilda,
Kronos got the deep press. So
okay, so Kronos was right all along. It's a missed ban. So it's a missed ban from Zohunt.
Where is it?
The previous time, because the previous time, what we see is when they miss out on when the ban is there's a glitch. There's like that small image kind of thing that comes through, which is a glitch. So I'm just assumed that there is just no ban coming through right there. So I don't know why Eliminators just didn't lock in that Matilda quite early. You can go for the pickoff, yes, but you can have the AoE as well. Nah, like if they don't, oh my god. Like, I mean, Eliminators don't need to pick up the Matilda after the Phoveus and Jawhead was picked up, so it makes no sense to go for the third pick, because Sicilian would have been good there. But here, Zohunt need to ban out the Sicilian because they're going to get outranged. Farsa is a good ban for Eliminators, but then again, you have the Jawhead, so you don't have to worry. So just ban the Herod's taken off the table. I think they're probably going to look at a carry. It's not the best ban for Zohunt. I think a Sicilian would do much better, though.
Kronos, the only reason I said maybe it's a glitch because I also can't like understand why. Like Art, like he insta locks Matilda.
Yep.
Like when it's open, like he doesn't even care. It's insta lock. He doesn't care if there's Kalia open, Zushin open. He like so many times he just let the other heroes left out. He picks up the Matilda. Did it slip off his mind like how Fredo slipped? But jokes aside though, don't understand why Zohunt also did not pick it up. I'm a little bit confused because
That's a nice CC
Matilda.
ban. That's a nice CC ban coming through as well, making sure that Phobius has a better time in the
Of course.
EXP lane. And yeah, it's got to be finally they listen. Sicilian ban is coming through from Zohunt because if they picked up a Sicilian eliminators, then Zohunt's looking like very dicey because there's no one who can reach the Sicilian in the back line. But that also leaves the question if Bid can play something like a Eve or even possibly a Xavier, right? I know Bid plays the Eve. I'm not sure if the Eve's the best pickup here until the last pick, but a Xavier would just be nasty
Hey.
against that lineup. Iritel.
Gourd. We're forgetting the Gourd actually.
Gourd works.
Yep.
He picked up a few times, right?
Yeah,
Or it was
he did
Faden.
pick up the.
Was it Faden or
Actually, it was Eliminators who surprised us with the Gourd. After the recent patch dropped, they were the first ones to pick up the Gourd. It was Bid, so they could do the same. And after that, everyone was like, "Oh, Zio's draft." Zio's draft. But yeah, now it's Zohunt who are going to pick up 2 for themselves. Now, of course, it's going to be the mid lane. What are your guesses, Kronos, for the mid lane right now? Eve? Still?
Eve's not a good one here. Vexana, Aurora, one of these two. But the Farsa, they still go for the Farsa. I'm not sure if Farsa was the best pick. I don't like the Masha here. Yes, you put a lot of pressure on towards Iritel, but it's a very mobile marksman. And you can pop that sprint and then you can just be out of there. Doesn't matter. The Farsa is good if he can position himself well and neutralize the early game of the Jawhead, but Art's been a menace in the early game, so I don't see how Farsa's going to have a good time. The Purify is good here as well, so maybe Farsa, I can see it working just because there's no other threat. There's not a lot of AoE, but here it's got to be something with a massive range. Like, say, I can only think of Xavier if they want to work something out. Eve's not going to have a good time. Vexana is all right. Aurora, not so much. Novaria could do well as well.
Valier, okay.
They just call it Dave. She has 0% win rate though, like from the Swiss stages and everything. She has not been working out for a lot of teams because, of course, we know the reasons. I mean, I feel like her range is, of course, the problem, as well as she's a little bit too stationary. It becomes a little easy picking for, of course, Zohunt. This time around, I gotta tell Kronos. even though Dusty Bezo loves to say that MOBA Zane is his idol. He has one quote: "I eat 3 MOBA Zanes for breakfast." By Dusty Bezo. Not one, it's 3. So
wow,
3 MOBA Zane.
I don't know how he got 2. Maybe you served him. He's the chef. He would know it where the supply is.
But if you think about it, he can eat MOBA Zanes, but this time it's not MOBA Zane, right? It's Sailor Moon. Can he eat Sailor Moon? That's going to be the question.
I think for the first time in a very long time, I actually like the draft of Zohunt. It's looking nice. They have that combo of the Farsa and the Granger. And this time they're not really playing for early game from their mid lane or the roamer. It relies on Dusty as how aggressive he can get in the early game. And if he's able to out-sustain the damage coming through from Eliminator. So that will be a big difference maker here.
Absolutely. And I feel like it's going to be really interesting because most of the time Dusty really requires Mizo-san onto that healer kind of a composition. Florin, Mathilda, even a Rafaela he really wants, because that really helps him sustain and give him the chance to be that aggressive. But this time around it's a setter, so I'm really curious if Dusty Mizo can go in so aggressive, or is he going to be waiting for Mizo-san to give him the initiation, to give him the go signal, like come on, go in, and that's when he wants to dive in. But anyways, let's go, Kronos.
Yes, so we are going in once again. It is for a 4th time into the Land of Dawn in this best of 7 series. It could have been a possible 4-0, but it's not there. Eliminators trying to foil the plans of Zohunt. It is a 2-1 rather. And now we will see. Will they even out the score, or will Zohunt make it match point? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Zohunt on the blue side, Eliminators on the red. Kronos, Ray, and Fredo to bring you the action. Let's see how it gets down.
Thank you again, Kronos. And ninjas assemble, it says on the screen. I love that, but buffs are there. Helping is there as well. Rotations are going to be on the map. Nothing out of the ordinary. No invasions on both ends, but I feel like it's going to be kicking onto that turtle face. But anyways, that's going to be a story for later. Oh, poking already. Art getting shoved down to 50% of his HP, but no spells baited out. Good for him.
Travel year-round with cheap flights and hotels at Agoda. Download the app today.
Today, I'll take you through my workspace. I got this desk from a local market.
Fade in the flicker. That's a flicker, but first blood coming through. Bid gets it with a void crystal.
That was a close one.
And that's how Bid likes to play the control mages, right? Controlling it right from the start and, of course, setting the pace. And now Faden on the receiving end of it. And like I said, once Faden loses the control, the game does slip away from the hands of Zohunt.
Don't lose the control is what they need, but let's see how it progresses, because right now, of course, Eliminators having already the first blood, especially the mid lane versus mid lane matchup. That was interesting because I feel like this is the first time 1-for-1 happened. You know, the mid lane takes out the other mid lane. But yeah, the turtle is going to be coming in a few seconds. Most of the time, Dusty Mizo on the Fredrin has higher retribution rate than the other junglers. But of course, Sarar Moon has a Soul Sever. Maybe he can, you know, come in and snatch it out of his hands. But let's see. Oh, look at that. The engage.
Oh, the chain CC on towards Art. They force out the flicker just before the turtle. So the threat of the ejector is not going to be there right now. Looking dicey for Eliminators. Zohunt are trying to play to the win condition, which is Dusty playing as aggressive as possible. Sir Armon right now gets taunted, gets pulled back, and right now he will go down. There's the big bonk, and they get the kill. Dusty Mizo is caught out in no man's land with the RWM drop down. He's able to dash out, and Legend going the wrong way. Dusty Mizo buys some time. Will he come back? He doesn't have the Appraiser's Wrath as Bid gets himself another.
Bid is like, he switched the things around. Previous game it was Faden, but right now he taking the pace of the game, having the control, and not having the jungler. They cannot commit to it.
Yep, easy turtle pickings here for Eliminators. They'll be happy with what they've done.
Oh, feathered airstrike coming through. Art using the ejector, the shield from the ejector, helping him survive right there. That is really well played. Good use of mechanics, good IQ coming through from Eliminators.
Absolutely, and I feel like the item spike is definitely going to be mattering. I would recommend Prime to get the Sky Piercer as soon as possible, but I feel like most of the time Prime likes to go for the third item Sky Piercer because he really likes winning out the lane, and for him to do that, he really wants to go in for the penetration. So maybe the Hunter Strike Malefic Roar is going to be his main priority, but maybe he can also go in for the Rose Gold, considering the fact that Bid RWM is a main crucial factor. There comes the Unstoppable Force.
With the ejector played out as well, but the feather airstrike dropped down. RWM, beautiful position from Bid, and now Dusty Mizo barely survives the slightest bit of HP. Mizo-san is going to be the sacrifice so that Dusty can escape. Bid on a killing spree, 3-0-1. It's working well. Faden right now taking out low. Evil Queller misses out. Uses the wings Y-wings to get away. Legend doesn't spot him out just yet. And they come in with the Blade Surge, trying to take down that gold shield from the mid lane tier 1. Faden flickers out of harm's way. Dusty tries to come and try and save him, but meanwhile on the bot side, you can see that Art along with Fate have taken away that gold shield completely.
Oh, a lot of gold. And you know, Fredo, I didn't understand why Faden wanted to defend that mid lane so badly. He just wasted out his one precious spell. I feel like that was a little too unnecessary.
But now
Art goes in, but again the fist break, fist crack combo. Fate flickers out as well. Too little, too late, and Prime pays the price. They trade gold laner for gold laner. Mizo-san left standing. Feather airstrike, beautiful position coming through. Sarar Moon pays the price. He hasn't been looking as himself with the 0-2-3 on a Suyo. He's not looking like himself so far.
And if you think about it, Sarar Moon,
Yo,
he has been playing Naruto skin heroes. He has been playing only the Naruto skin heroes. I don't know, for some reason.
I told you. I told you, he's only
yeah.
he played Lucas, Suyo, and only a Hayabusa. He hasn't playing any other jungler. He's like, I'ma just play the Naruto collab skins. Like, I'ma enjoy it. But 023 is not having the best of his time, but as long as he gets the objective and the macro control, it's gonna be pretty yummy for them. But oh, Turtle Soup, look at that. Talking about yummy, Legend, Conceal, gonna be popped off, and Sarar Moon gets another Turtle Soup. But look at Unstoppable Force!
Nice piss break coming through as well. Art is forced to flicker out. That is the problem when you pick a Jawhead against the Badang, right? You're not able to throw him. You can't ejector him out so easily. And now, Eliminators, yes, they have the advantage, but feels like it's slipping away.
I agree, you know.
Definitely slipping away.
Oh, what? Oh! Talking about slipping away.
When, where, why? It was the Death Sonata that picked up the kill, but right now Wind gets caught out. Ejector, Art gets the kill. Dusty Mizo gets caught out against Legend. He's going in with the Infernal Pursuit. Prime trying to find the space for Dusty Mizo to escape. And Eliminators, hey, just when we thought it's going to slip, they bounce back. Caster's Curse coming to fruition right there.
It's real. Oh, Dusty Mizo. Is he going to be the next target? Charming block.
Ejector, Unstoppable Force, the combo on top of Dusty right now, but Bid is a little too deep. Oh, he gets caught out. Sarar Moon comes in. Soul Sever picks up a kill. This Fredrin has not been working out so far.
I want to see the itemization. Like, he got the Thunder Bell, right? If I'm not wrong, or is he going for a little bit? Okay, he's not going for the Thunder Bell. He's going for tanky with, of course, that's Sun. I call it Sun, but I forgot the name. But yeah, I feel like Thunderbolt should have been a little bit better, but still, it's okay. He's going for a little bit more defensive, but do they want to commit to Legend?
Legend forces the flicker. That's a nice play coming through from Mizo-san, but he did have the flicker. And right now, Ray, I'll agree to disagree. I don't think Thunderbolt's the best item on a Fredrin because it delays his farm quite a lot. You're not able to farm up, and then you don't get the stacks even because you're not really doing a lot of basic attacks. You're using those skills, and the cooldown is not enough for him to stack up. But right now, you can see Art trying to zone them out. Prime able to clear the wave. Fate is having a better laning phase compared to Prime right now, but that's because of the help of his teammates. Oof.
Faden needs to watch out, I feel like, because I feel like he's getting detected out by Sarar Moon a lot of times, and he's getting forced back in a lot of awkward positions, but still he's able to come back into a turtle fight. Do they want to commit to it? Dusty Mizo does have the retribution, 50% down.
Oh, nice flicker play coming through, and Mizo-san is able to find the kill on towards Bit. Shut down finally with a Feathered Air Strike is there. As right now you can see they get the turtle, and now all hell breaks loose. Thunderclaps coming through from Wind with Infernal Pursuit is there. But meanwhile, Mizo-san trying to find some space. Dusty Mizo is there as they are able to survive. Legend is the only one that goes down. Eliminators. Ooh, that was looking spicy indeed. And now they find another. Fate is able to use the flicker, but Prime flickers forward. He finds the kill finally on towards Fate once more. And they are on the aggression.
And there comes Ejector.
He goes in with the Unstoppable Force. Dusty Mizo actually bobs and weaves, and Art is not able to get that throw on point. But Eliminators are the ones throwing right now.
They definitely are, and I feel like they need to target on to Prime 300 stacks under just 9 minutes. He's actually doing better than Fate into that previous game because Fate had around, but I feel like, no, it's quite similar, pretty close. But there we go. Just like I mentioned, he likes to go in for that Malefic roar, and it really helps him out to dish out that penetration and damage. And right now he's going to be coming up with the Skybracer. I do prefer the Skybracer on the second item, but I feel like it is much more comfortable for Prime to go for a little bit more damage before he gets the Skybracer. But once he gets it, the snowball is going to be there. Do they want to commit?
Yeah, concealed play coming through from Art. RWM dropped down already, and you can see Prime right now caught in no man's land. Easy kill in the hands of Sarar Moon. Feathered Airstrike should be able to get one, but no actually does. Sarar Moon finally gets taken down, and that is a good kill in the hands of Fate. And Dusty Mizo is the target, and he gets taken down indeed with a heavy crossbow coming in from Fate. Faden cannot do much. He doesn't have the Feathered Airstrike to try and defend that mid lane tier 1 as Eliminators bounce back. 2k goal lead still maintained, but they have taken away all the tier 1s as the Lord should be up in about 5 seconds now.
And of course now for the Lord, they'll be getting ready. Of course, the enemy is also approaching. Faden still in the far lane though. Yeah, does create that slow push up top to rotate towards the mid lane side. Legend arrives as well, trying to zone out the enemy area, trying to figure out if everyone is there, providing the information that they need. And oh
no, Fate pays the price. He is caught off position once more. 1-for-1 on an Irithel against the Granger. You can see where they are lacking indeed, because right now Mizo-san goes through. He finds the position on towards Legend. Feathered Airstrike baited out already. That means Art can go for the engage. He's looking for the target, and that should be Prime. He does have the flicker to get out of harm's way. Madara is up right now. Will the side of Eliminators contest? Because Dusty Mizo is there.
Win.
Going through, but he can see Win into the back line. Catches Mid with a thunderclap as Win right now is taken down low. Legend is zoning out Prime as much as he can, and the rest of Zohunt as well. Faden catches him, and he will pay the price indeed. Sky Piercer stack in the hands of Prime, and you can see Feathered Airstrike comes through once again. Art goes through with the ejector, but he finds himself a double. Sirar Moon and Fate left standing. He gets the triple. Give him a Maniac already, and he gets a Maniac. Prime time in Wardrum's Northeast Underdog tournament, ladies and gentlemen.
It was an exciting one, and we were waiting for Prime time. In the previous game, it did not come online on that Irithel, and I feel like Fate is suffering the same fate again with the Irithel, because Prime onto this Granger. That Maniac was definitely a little bit too spicy for ET to be taking, because those turtle soup maybe helped with the salt, but nah, this Granger is too spicy for them. 6-4, and I feel like he has 30 stacks on the Sky Piercer, has around probably 500 stacks on his passive. Okay, 462 and 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer. 6-4, and right now the Madara is gonna be top lane, and what do they respond with? But gotta give it to Win. Him taking out Bid so early on with the Thunderclap gave them the momentum, gave them to make sure there's no zoning out coming in from that RWM or Void Crystal.
And that's what I was saying, right? Yes, Eve does seem like a good pick, but I don't think it is just because they have someone who can jump on top of him the entire time. Maybe of Exxon or Aurora, but guess what? They made their bet. They're sleeping in it right now. Zohunt have the Lord marching down the top side. It could crash in, but they do have that Holy Shields present. The Feathered Airstrike to zone them away. Fate taken out below half HP. He has been quite under. Whoa! He gets the snipe from far. Prime! Is he in his prime or what? Because right now he flickers forward. Win finds Bid. They catch another. That's a monster kill in the hands of Prime. They find 3, and that's the 4th. The clapback coming through from Zohunt. It's gonna be 3-1 in this best of 7. Zohunt proving the haters wrong.
Zofate rising back again after lost. 3-2-1. Fredo would put it, because this is definitely, I feel like this was not even expected by Eliminators.
Well, I mean, they actually. So not Fate, sorry, Prime online, and once Prime got online, there was no coming back for Eliminators, because this guy, he was already on that Malefic Roar. Doesn't matter who's in front of you, he's going to melt you down. And then comes the Sky Piercer, and of course, once he rocks it, and once he gets a few stacks, of course, that flickering in aggressively and getting that kill on Fate was so important, because that was the turning point. That shut down Fate completely.
Absolutely, I agree, and I also feel like the second thing was Win on that Masha. I mean, we did think it, unorthodox pick to be going so many times, right? It worked out well into the first game. It worked out against IGN as well. But this time around, I thought Eliminators were well prepared to face off against the Masha. It is just to maybe perhaps push out the lane, but he played it more like as a pickoff. His whole job was to make sure to take down Bid with the Thunderclap, and once the Malefic Roar was there, he had enough damage to dive in, 50% down, HP on Bid, and once he got taken down, no zoning out, there was no slowing down Dusty Mizo. He was able to provide the CC and initiation, and of course, Fade was just free hitting from the behind, because Suyo was just not able to reach the backline. Mizo's gotta give it up to Mizo-san as well. Like, great fist cracks. It was great.
Yep.
It was great indeed. The fist cracks were great, and quoting Bolty, a lot of fisting went on in that game, but it did work out in their favor as well. A lot of fist bumps being given, but it feels like Fate was just quite underwhelming in that game, more than Prime being like, crazy in that. Of course he was. It was prime time for him. What time is it? It's prime time. That's what it is. And but Fate, though, with that Irithel, could have done a lot more.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I feel like I feel like the Irithel has been picked up to just win out the lane against the Granger, of course, and of course win out the team fights as well. Because of course you're facing I know Granger does dish out a little bit AoE damage as well, but Irithel has more AoE burst, right? That was the main target why they picked up the Irithel, but it just did not work out at all. I feel like Fate was underperforming. Perhaps a few reasons. He was finding himself in a pickle, like to get in positions to dish out the damage, and also after Fate was basically online getting that first 2 kills and then the Maniac, it was really hard for Fate to even respond back. It was that moment when the Maniac was gone into the hands of Prime, it was basically like a game over. Because Fredo, like, do you think there was a chance for them to bounce back? Because I feel like after that Maniac, it was just none.
Nah, there was no way with a snowball Granger like that, and that to Prime, right? I mean, a guy like Prime does not give away a lead once he has made it, and that has been very clear if you think about whatever games that he have played so far. He has never given away leads when he's on a Granger, especially. So there was no way that Fate could have come back in that situation. Even if he had a Irithel, even if it does, win out against a Granger in theoretically, but when it comes to execution, I mean, they're not going to allow Fate to do that, and that's exactly why after that Maniac happened, they just went all in for that push, and they were able to get that. There was no way things could have turned around from that point. But talking about the way Eliminators played, I mean, Fate needs to do better, honestly. He needs to do a lot better.
Maybe a little bit. Perhaps he was a little confident. Oh, okay, I see you, production. You're putting this up again. It's gonna be interesting. This was uncalled for, okay? I love that though. But Fredo, it's looking a little dicey for you, okay? But yeah, jokes aside though, it's pretty clear that in the previous game, Fate did underperform. But I also feel like coming back to Kronos' point, Yve was decent but not the best option, because it was pretty clear once she's picked off it, there's nothing much they can do. The zoning out was there into the early phases. The Void Crystal as well as the RWM really pushed back Dustiny in like positions where he was not able to do much. But it's pretty clear that after that, Yve was taken down, they did not have any response to come back to it.
Yeah,
definitely.
And I think, you know what, production, can you change my prediction to 4-3 still? I still think Eliminators can make the comeback possible. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I still
Alright.
think Eliminators can make that comeback possible because they're still good. Their draft is good. I think this is the one game where I don't like their draft. I like Zohunt better. I said that before the game started.
Yep.
And
True.
why? Because, I mean, come on. You have the Matilda, you have the Lucas open. Why don't you just lock those 2 heroes instead of going for the Giant? Why are you trying to force the Giant on Art? Yes, you want to go for the pick-off, my guy, but there are so many other ways to play for that. Matilda just provides so much more for the team. You could have gone for the Irithel in the 3rd pick still, or maybe even the Sicilian, but they didn't do that. They went on different routes. I don't know. Whoever's drafting for Eliminators, we know. We've seen her in the chat before. I'm telling you, it's not working out so far. This one's on the whoever drafted the game. Not even gonna. And of course, the way that Fate executed it. Because having them pick up a Wind of Nature early on, right? Having a pick up a Wind of Nature early on as an Irithel against the Granger, something's not right. Yes, you go for the House Claws. Yes, you go for the Berserker's Fury. I would have liked that it went for the Malefic Gun or even the Great Dragon Spear. You get that extended range, you get that extra mobility. One of the two. Wind of Nature, that just goes to show your mindset's already in the defensive side. You're already thinking of a losing way and trying to make that comeback. Not against the Granger, who is snowballing about 80 Sky Piercer stacks. Not the way you want to play Eliminators. A little disappointing, but hopefully they can pick themselves up after this.
I really agree with you. I like the Wind of Nature. You actually described it perfectly. When you're going the 3rd item, or even this 3rd item, right? 3rd item, Wind of Nature. It's pretty much puts into perspective that you're going in for that defensive, and I feel like Prime was aware of it when he saw it, and of course, especially that after this nerf, Wind of Nature, it has a massive cooldown. You have to sometimes just save it for crucial moments, but once it was gone early on, he was just able to. I mean, we saw the snipe as well. Wind of Nature is not going to save you from that, right? So I feel like this time around, Fate was underperforming, and I feel like also the draft came into a lot of play. The gold lane did not get that much of a breathing room as it got for the hands of Zohunt, and I feel like that was the whole reason. That's why I really love the fact that you mentioned that Zohunt had much better draft this time around, and I feel like it really puts into perspective that in those previous games that Fate had much more breathing room to farm in the goal lane and of course get into positions that he was comfort with and dish out the damage. But this time around he was just not there, and of course he also underperformed a little bit. Freddy, what do you think? Like in the next game, that of course in the next game this time around it was a little messy. No, Matilda open, nobody picked it up. But into this next game, what are you expecting?
My expectations would definitely be, a bit better from the side of Eliminators. Of course, the
Okay.
draft, the one who understands them should be able to understand the fact that these players, what are they comfortable at? What do you think they are more, better at doing, basically? Do they want to go for the pickoffs, or are they more team fight oriented? Do they want to go for the macro plays? I mean, of course, find a draft that works for you, basically. So, yeah, they have to figure it out right now, because if they do not, then, of course, Zohunt are on match point, and when you're playing
On
against an
match
enemy
point.
who is at match point, it becomes really difficult because the pressure is immense, and right now Eliminators have to deal with it.
Absolutely. And, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading straight into the game number 5 between Eliminators and Zohunt in grand finals, and the draft is in front of you. And of course, this is the match pointer. This is the most immense time, but at the same time, it's pretty proven that Eliminators, even at immense moments, when their confidence feels like it might be shaken, they can bounce back. And I feel like this is the moment that they can shine. Previous game, it did not work out, but I feel like in this game around, they need to repeat what they did on the first 3 games, have the better draft, and of course, execute it again. And I think they can make it a 3-2, and basically respond back, maybe give us a game number 6. If not, Zohunt is going to be taking it away, and they need to make sure no mistakes this time around. But let's see. Finally, they're paying respect to Wins Masha, though.
Yeah, but a stable target, a stationary target, like, of course, the last game, the Eve easily bursted down even before the fight began. And after that, I mean, what can you do? Your Irithel is underfarmed, your Eve is already bursted down. Can't really do much at that point, so of course they lost that fight.
I don't like this Masha ban. Just opens up the fact that Eliminators are playing on a negative note. They're respecting too much. It's unnecessary at this point. And Zohunt ban out the Matilda. They take away the Hayabusa. That means they're probably going to go for either a Harith or maybe an Irithel right now. And even the Granger. Zushin being banned out. Kalea is left open. So Kalea being picked up by Eliminators. They're looking to play for a pickoff style, which Art likes. So thank goodness now we don't have to see another Jawhead coming through. Although Jawhead's not a bad pick, it's just it doesn't work all the time. You can't pick it up instantly. You can pick it up as a 3rd pick here. Eliminators can still slot this Kalea in the EXP lane. Zohunt, just go for whatever you're comfortable with at this point, because they have the Alpha, they have the Granger, they have the Lucas, they have Gatot Kacha, they have Hylos, they have a plethora to choose from. Even a Sicilian's good right now. Just go for the Sicilian and the Granger. You don't have to worry about anything else.
Okay, they commit to the Phobius. Win has been actually, not gonna lie, Win loves the Phobius so much, and I feel like he has been itching like this, like, give me the Phobius. He finally got to it. I feel like this was an instant block from his end. I understand it, but yeah, I do agree. I feel like the Sicilian would have been much better, but still, this Kalea couldn't still be pushed into the XP, but I feel like, considering how Art really loves the pick off, he might just pick it into a roaming position and give Legend something that can work around this Phobius. Of course, the CC is still left out open. He can pick it up and just try to win out the lane, because of course, but maybe, okay, they're gonna go Gatot into the XP lane and force, get the Sicilian into the hands of Bid. So this time around, it's going to be interesting. Bid is no longer stationary. He's going to be having much better time around against, if there's Win trying to flicker in, take him down, and of course force him into a position he's not comfortable with. But let's see what Zohunt's cooking up. Freddy, what do you think? They're going to go for Fredrin immediately, or they're going to wait?
I mean, they should not go Fredrin, honestly. They should not go Fredrin here.
Okay.
Because Sicilian and Phobia, I mean, you already have a Phobius. You put a Fredrin there. And now you're left with a Sicilian on the other side who's just free hitting on you, and there is nothing that you can do about it. So I don't like the Fredrin right now for Zohunt. I would expect something else, and okay, that's much better actually.
Much better or a little bit tough because Valir recently he got a little bit adjusted, right? His ultimate. I'm not really sure if it's gonna purify the Kalia's pull. I think it does. Does it? I'm not really sure. I haven't played Valir against the Kalia yet, but still. Valir will be able to dish out a lot of HP based damage to, of course, Kalia and Gatot. Gonna be able to force them back slightly, but of course, Sicilian has much better range, and once he comes online, he's gonna be dishing out more damage. And Sarar Moon still has the hero, so unless they ban out the Lucas, I feel like it's most likely gonna be a Lucas. If not, perhaps another assassin, but Hayabusa's banned out, so what are your options? I feel like it's just gonna be a Lucas. If not, because I don't think Suyo would be good in this game. What do you think, Kronos?
Suyo, nah, not a Suyo.
Okay.
Lucas. I mean, Suyo can work out. You can get a Snowball and of course on their side. The Joy is a good ban. The Fredrin is not a good pick. It's a good ban. If it was on the side of Eliminators, it could have been a good pick. But they have the Valir, of course, for Zohunt.
Yeah.
Here, Zohunt needs to lock down in a roamer, I would believe. Just go for a Tig. That would be really nice here. But they still go for the Suyo. It's the only kind of jungler left. What are you going to go for? Alpha against a Sicilian? You're going to have a hard time. Suyo has the only form of mobility and immune to try and get away from both Fate as well as Art. Or rather, Gatot Kacha as well as Kalea. So over here, Suyo is good. It's not bad. I wouldn't say that it's a bad pick. Oh, no. This is the game changer. Clint.
Mr. Bolty. Mr. Bolty will be happy to see this.
He would be happy. He got the whole, the cap and everything. Oh, talking about magic damage weakness of Suyo. I feel like Eliminators took it very literally, and they're like, "Yo, okay, Suyo, you want a game?" And there we go. Sararmun, it's also one of his signature picks, the Julian, and I feel like Suyo's definitely gonna be facing a lot of difficulties since he doesn't have the magic reduction anymore into his passive. There's Gatot, there's Sicilian, there's Julian as well. He's gonna be facing a lot of damage that he needs to be facing on, and the poke. Don't even get me started. The Clint, it's gonna be an interesting one. This time around, I feel like Fate, just by draft wise, has a much better timing. I mean, much more comfort. Not just laning phase, but I feel like under team fights as well. What do you think, Fredo?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see if this Julian works out or not. Because with this kind of composition, of course, in the back lines, there's going to be the Valir and the Granger poking you every single time. So I don't know if it'll work out or not.
Zohunt's are in their head. Zohunt are in the heads of Eliminators. Let me tell you that. They already got in there, and now Eliminators need to find a way to make the comeback. They have a good draft. The Eliminators have a good draft. It's not bad by any means. It does wonders. They have the extended range. They have the poke. They have a pick-off. They have a single target burst. They have everything that needs to be victory for their side, but Zohunt just have the mentality at this point. They have a good draft. The Tig was a good pick indeed. But I don't know if Eliminators will be able to withstand the onslaught that Zohunt have been bringing since game number 1. The comeback, and now they won one game, and then now they destroyed them in the previous one. So the confidence of Zohunt is high. They're looking to end this right here, right now. Will they be able to do so?
It's going to be an interesting one, and we have both of the drops, and we'll soon see their spells as well as we head on. Both have decent draws, but it's, just like you mentioned, comebacks after comeback, Zohunt is able to prove them that they will not go down, not easily. Instead, they're going to be the ones into that driving seat almost for basically 3 games, as right now we go into the match point, the possible match point for Zohunt if Eliminators does not, but there we go.
We go indeed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends of all ages, into what could be possible final game of the night. Yes, you heard that. Zohunt are at match point in this grand final for the Northeast Underdog Tournament. 50,000 rupees up for grabs. Second place only gets 30,000 diamonds. That is a big difference. Will they want to get those Naruto skins? With the victors of this one will be able to do so.
Naruto skins on the line, guys, and of course under casting desk is Kronos, myself, Ray, and Fredo. But great pointer. If you want those Naruto skins, you better win it out because you can't enjoy the benefits of tournament lobby always. Especially Sorarmun. Come on, I know you want those Naruto skins, all right. But yeah, so far look at the poke from Valir. Fredo, it's pretty clear that Valir is going to be pressuring a lot. But is this a deja vu of that game number 3 where Zohunt was leading the early game and Eliminators immediately came back?
What I like right here is both they have level 3 power spikes in the junglers, Fredo.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly the common thing between them.
What?
Oh,
Prime. He gets poked out way too much. Forced to flicker as well. Retribution forced out, and then they get the kill quite easily.
They know who to target this time, Fredo.
exactly. They do not want to face prime time again. So yeah, that's what's happening right now. And of course, they'll be getting a lot of gold as well. Free hit.
You like them rare? Well done.
So with those ropes, Art is there to create some space and has a Sakura skin already.
Yeah, it's a really nice one. I want to get it, but man, I don't have it. Someone sponsored by the jokes aside, 1-0, first blood, and it was Fate. I feel like Fate is obviously going to be targeted out, and Clint having much more better poking game than him. It's until he gets a few more stacks, it's going to be, oh, do they want to commit? No, Flicker forced out onto the hands of Win. Turtle.
Yeah.
Oh, they want to go in again?
Yeah, Art is there, but he can see Mizo-san goes over the Sacred Hammer, gets 2. Sanguine Claws comes into the fray. Infernal Pursuit is that AOG connecting. They catch 2 indeed. Mizo-san as well as Win. They go through. Still Retribution on point from Mizo. That is Dusty indeed. He gets that. Sarar Moon will be the sacrificial lamb. They get that kill, and now ET will have to disperse.
Immediate response back from Zohunt and into his turtle fight. They get the soup for themselves. Win on Terraphobius, definitely showing why it's one of his favorite picks, Fredo.
Yep, of course. That's why he wants to lock in, right? Lock in the Phobius, lock in the game. And with that, of course, able to provide the zoning and all the disruption of the backline. That's what I always say. With the Phobius, that's what you do. For now, though, oh my god.
Art is not
looking really good here with that poke.
1-4-2 score. Not much goal lead, but yeah, already into the 3 minutes mark. 1K is pretty much. Oh, implosion.
Oh, they go through. Sanguine Claws is there, and they find the target, and that's gonna be the Sakura everyone's simping for right now. You can see AOG comes through from Legend, trying to catch Faden. He is able to get our harm, so using the flicker indeed. 1-for-0 traded, so Zohunt still ahead. I told you guys, Zohunt are in the heads of the Eliminators.
Talking about heads, do we have any pink head hero? Like, not skins. Like, do we have any pink head hero? Like,
yeah, we do
really
have.
Like pink hair. Who is it?
It's Sakura, right?
It's a skin, bro. Like, talk about, oh, do they want to go in? Oh, look at that.
Oh, you can see the Tsunami Slam. WrestleMania is already over, but it looks like they're trying to wrestle once again, but their Art gets taken down. A kill in the hands of Dusty Mizo. 3-0-1 for this Suyo. A Suyo snowball is hard to come back from, so hopefully Eliminators have their plan set, because they have late game. This is what they're playing for. Will they be able to execute it, though?
The Sakura Slam was useless, you might say. But jokes aside, the turtle's gonna be coming up. Why did we not get a custom turtle, though? It would have been pretty nice if it was a different one. But yeah, okay, Suyu is pretty far away, but I think they're just gonna be stalling it until he's gonna... Oh, I feel like Julian could have meant it out, but not enough information given. Let's see, Kalia gonna be... Look at that.
Oh, nice talk coming through from Legend on towards Win. Mizo, no, I don't know what he was thinking. He's definitely not the Miracle Boy. And they go in for the AOG, and now they find the clapback. Mizo-san is the first one to fall. Win is the next target, as Legend is creating the space. Sarar Moon, along with Fate and Bid, trying to take him down. Sanguine Claws comes into the fray. Win should be easy pickings for Fate. I don't know what he was thinking. Mizo-san, not the Miracle Boy that we want to see.
Not the Miracle Boy. His name might start with M, but it's not the Miracle Boy. But I want to see the items. Does Clint has the Sky Piercer as his first item? Like, genuinely. Yeah, he
look at that.
got the Sky Piercer as first item. That confidence. I feel like maybe the rest of the members, Zohunt is in their head, but Fate, he's in a different thing. He's so confident that he went first. Oh, do they want to commit? No. They know, especially Art. He knows that he cannot commit to Mizo-san anymore, but that play, that was a blunder.
Yep, definitely. Blunders cannot be afforded anymore, though, because both the sides, of course, Zohunt slight lead, but it's very easy.
Oh, AOG comes through on towards Prime. They take him down quite easily. Mizo-san once again caught in no man's land. That's another stack into the hands of Fate. That is 3 Sky Piercers already. That's a 30 stack, and he's gonna start hurting a lot.
I just realized that, okay, some poke, it's gonna be fine. I just realized one of the 4th mages, which is the Nana, has pink hair. And so does Selena. How do you not remember that, Fredo? Come on. But yeah, mid lane, we see a lot of HP being traded off and few recalls here and there. But next Lord, sorry, not Turtle is coming up in 15 seconds. Previous one was taken down by Eliminators. First one by Zohunt. This one gives out the most EXP and gold, and I feel like, of course, Dusty Mizo and Sararmun both want. Oh, look at that!
Oh, Mizo-san finally finds a target after expending the flicker, but here they get the shutdown on towards Fate. He couldn't escape right there, and now instantly you can see they get the Tsunami Slam down on towards Win. So trading 1 for 1, but in the favor of Zohunt as they catch the gold laner. Fate is down and out. Now they will get their hands on the turtle if they wish to contest.
Oh, Prime? No, Bazooka.
No, not yet.
Yeah, not yet. But Kronos, I would love if you call it Sakura Slam. It would be pretty fun.
Sakura Slam.
Ain't no Sakura Slam coming through. I told you that he's a simp, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Ray is. Cheating on his wife right now, that's the juice in. But at the same time, you can see Retribution not being missed out. Sararmun is able to get that indeed quite easily. As the rest of Zohunt, they want to take away this game quite now. As you can see, Art tried to go for the title slam, not getting it just yet, but Prime able to pick up some pieces, able to get that tier 1 on the top side. Zohunt evening out the goal score slowly but surely.
Yep, they're trying to do so. 1-for-1 trade on both ends. Not much goal difference when 21k, 22k on Tsunami Sakura Slam.
Oh, Win forced the flicker out. He has the Infernal Pursuit to buy enough time, but there's no backup coming through. Faden comes through with the Searing Torrent. Will he be able to do enough damage? Mizo-san goes in with that concealed play. Art trying to find him, and right now they get that Sacred Hammer coming through just to escape. AOG into the purple buff. They catch Mizo-san along with Prime Legend. Buying some time enough for his jungler to make his way through. As you can see right now, they go for the tile slam. They catch them. Mizo-san, he can go for the play. He wishes not to do so. Not enough damage present just yet. Oh, he goes for it with that flicker and catches them off guard. As he still pays the price nonetheless. There's no damage present. Shut down in the hands of Bid, who catches Dusty Mizo. So Eliminators have hit their power spike, but Zohunt just haven't yet.
Yeah, if it was some other mage, like a burst mage, like a Veil or something, damn, that would have been so good. But
Gara?
With a Valir, you don't get that. You don't get that with Gara. Gara doesn't burst.
No, the Gara is the Veil. That's why. Valir didn't get any skin. Like, come on, this is unfair. Justice for Valir, but jokes aside, that setup was pretty great, but the response from Art, that knock-up was there, and it's pretty clear why they were able to win out the team fight, and right now they're pressuring in. Look at that.
Oh, they go through, and you can see it right now. Mizo-san is forced to back out. He uses the Sacred Hammer already. They are able to clear out the waves thanks to the range coming through from Prime. But Eliminators have taken control over the river. Madara has entered the battlefield indeed. Will they be able to contest that one? Zohunt are trying to get that. Art has the tidal wave already. As you can see, Win is trying to create the space and come through, but enough damage. The range and raw burst and the true damage from Fate is just enough to take him down. He went down in the blink of an eye. And right now, Mizo-san trying to enter and penetrate through the backside. Art goes through, and now you can see AOG being used as well. Art flickers forward. He gets the Tsunami Slam down on towards Dusty Mizo. He gets taken down, and he is out of the battlefield as they secure Madara. And now Eliminators will be looking to push their way.
Definitely pushing their way in the mid lane already. And into the bot side, though, they need to take care of the wave management. They do not want to waste this Lord away with the lead that they have right now. So might as well take care of the lanes, as they would like to take some turrets away at least with this Lord. But look at that. Stacks. Oh my god, 44 already. And this time, Fate, I mean, of course, like Ray just said, they got into the minds of Eliminators, but Fate had some other plans. The
He wants
Sky
to change
Piercer.
the fate.
Yep. He, of course, he wants a change of fate, and seems like Sky Piercer got into his mind, before anything else. So yeah, he's gonna Sky Pierce his way.
Oh,
what?
Tidal wave coming through, and right now they get the tsunami slam on towards Mizo-san. They're trying to get the connection, but he can see the nice implosion of the back line. He gets the Sacred Hammer as well, but there is no help coming through on their side as he gets a 2, and now they trade only 1. And finally, Fate finds a double, makes that a triple. 3-for-2 trade. While it was looking dicey for Eliminators, Fate pulls up. After a disappointing performance on the Irithel, he shows that he can indeed play that Clint.
Spirit, he got from I can't do it. Bolt is much better. Bolty, do teach me later on. But okay, Dusty Mizo finally gets the Malefic Roar, but until and unless there is, I mean, Mizo-san has been, like, except for that first blunder that he did under a turtle fight, after that he has been trying to get at least 2 or 3 people into his implosion, but until they can get Fate on 1 CC and take him down, I feel like the chances of it coming back, it's pretty less. 12 minutes in, 5 minute stacks. Prime does have good enough stacking on him. He's not behind, so he can bounce back, but the question is his team GOG?
Oh, they get the... Oh, no, it just misses completely. Nobody's there. They use the flicker
Nobody
to get
home.
out of harm's way. 1 minute for the Lord to come back up, but right now Mizo-san gets caught
Mizo-san-
out. You can see the second
burst?
class there. Nice burst damage coming through with the enhanced sight as they are now looking to penetrate down the mid lane. He goes through as well. He managed to get the knock-up on towards Faden and Win. Sanguine Claws catches Dusty Mizo. Win goes through with the Infernal Pursuit, and now they get the kill still as Fate is godlike. Art pays the price indeed. It's a 2-for-1 trade after Mizo-san went down early, and now Faden looking to dish out the damage from afar along with Prime, but they just don't have it right now. Eliminators are slowly looking to make that comeback possible.
I want to see the itemization because I feel like, okay, he is full build. He is fully built.
This is exactly what happened in the last game in the hands of Prime, right? Prime was on 80 stacks, and now Fate is on 80 stacks. We don't really talk much about a clean snowball happening, but in this match, Fate is proving something.
Look at the burst.
Oh no, he gets the implosion, catches 3, but at the same time he gets to go down. Legendary Fate, nobody's able to catch him. AOG straight on towards Faden. He can't get out, the taunt is there, but the range and the true damage from Fate is way too much. Prime secures the kill on towards Bid, and now the conceal into the Lord, so they want to rush it down, as the Lord should be marching right now, immediately in towards the mid lane. As you can see, Eliminators want to call it an end.
And you know, one of the worst thing of Granger is that to be on the losing end. Once you're into that snowball, it's pretty hard to stop you. But if you don't have it, this is what puts you. You're right now, your head is against a wall right now. You have to bite a bullet because you cannot really defend. Look at the burst that's coming in.
That
my
damage
god.
is nasty, absolutely nasty coming in from Fate. And right now, he doesn't have the orange buff, but he has the immortality, so he should be able to survive. They don't get the inhibitor on the bot side. The Lord is already in the base, and Mizo-san is looking to go through. As here comes the Tsunami Slam after a nice 4-man knockup, but Mizo-san goes through, tries to get the implosion, but Fate is taken down low. AOG trying to create the separation. Mizo-san uses that conceal to try and get out of harm's way. It is an all-out
Fate isn't there.
Faden tries to get the kills as finally a double in the hands of Serar Moon. Make that a triple. Bit comes into the fray. Claws catches them. Mizo-san, the only one left standing. What can a lonely Tigreal do in front of a cowboy and a vampire? Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, Eliminators are making the comeback alive as they take away Zohunt's dream of getting that 4-1 or 4-2. Make it easy for Eliminators to try and make that comeback.
Oh my god.
This was needed for Eliminators, of course. But
oh my god.
It's needed for the fans as well to, of course, not end it on a game number 5, to push it into game number 6. And Zohunt still on the match point, but Eliminators is responding back immediately with, of course, the Clint being the surprise pick. Of course, Bolt is pretty happy about it, and so is Eliminators. And I'm gonna be honest, like, I feel like the Suyo, Dusty Mizo on the Suyo, he has not, it's not that he performed bad, it was, of course, he did his absolute best. 3-0 into the early phase, right onto 7 minutes. It was pretty clear he was doing good, but it's pretty clear that he needed something else because they were not able to catch Fate at all, right? The implosion were in a lot of the moments, except for that first time, a lot of the moments it was pretty perfect, but the Valir was, I feel like they needed something else. So many times, I feel like if they had some form of burst, they could have done something about it. And just like Kronos mentioned, I feel like they could have just committed to the Sicilian themselves. Like, why not just commit to the Granger Sicilian? I know, like, Win really loves to play the Phobius, but what can a lonely Phobius do? He was getting bursted out in a split second.
Lonely.
He got Thanos stabbed so many times. Like, he entered the team fight and he did not even get the chance to make one jump. He was gone mid-air, like poo, like that. It's crazy, and I don't think they were prepared for the Clint either. I feel like they really needed the Sicilian. The Sicilian would have helped at least like to make sure Clint doesn't get too much into a comfortable position because Sicilian has the range. Valir does not. They made the mistake that Eliminators did, playing in a little bit of a less range. When you pick up the Granger, you need more range. Even the Farsa would have worked out. Honestly, they needed something else.
Well, I don't really know how to say this, but of course, Eliminators, right? Their draft, Valir did not have enough damage actually. But other than that, what went wrong, I feel like was, of course, in the goal lane this time, I feel like the Clint was able to outpoke actually the Granger, which was forcing, the Granger. And that's the reason why, the Granger did not really work out, because in the previous game, what happened was the Edithel, of course, the range is definitely there. You can actually, kite away from the bullets of the Granger. But with the Clint, it's hitting you, the double shot, it's hitting you every single time. And that's the reason why the Granger, he was out of position, actually was trying to gain advantage. Prime was trying to gain advantage, that first blood that happened. He was trying to gain advantage, but he was not able to do that because the Clint, he keeps hitting him with the double shots, and that's the reason why, of course, that was just the downfall of it all. I mean, that's where it started, I guess, and that's it, I guess, guys.
Yeah, I agree with that point as well. I feel like definitely the Clint was one of the playmaker. I mean, just like we discussed, right? Fate did not let Zohunt get into their hands, and he played a very confident pick. Even his build was extremely confident. He only had, of course, one recipe item, and he immediately built up the Sky Piercer. So he was confident and he really delivered it. And a lot of the times I feel like Mizo-san wanted to commit, but of course I feel like the mid lane was definitely a mistake. It's a good pick. Valir is no way in a bad pick. I love playing Valir as well, but I feel like they needed something else. Valir has the poking, but they needed range. They needed someone that could zone out Clint forcibly back so he doesn't get the position to dish out so much nasty damage, because Tigreal and Phobius, they're the frontliners, they're getting disappeared. What is the marksman supposed to do?
Yep.
Marksman's
And if you
dish out the damage, Marksman's supposed to dish out the damage.
Yeah.
No, but in this game it just didn't work, right? Because the studio wasn't the best answer. I mean, it was a good jungler, but it wasn't the best. And just feels like Zohunt's draft hasn't been good the entire game, except for that one game where they pulled up with that Farsa, if I'm not wrong. So apart from that one game, there hasn't been a good draft coming out from Zohunt, and that goes to show that they need to work on their draft. And again, let's not forget, they're playing for the mistakes of Eliminators. I'm saying this time and again, because 4 games, they were playing for the mistakes. They won 2, and Eliminators took the 2, right? The only one game where they played really well to their own pace and their own draft was the one that they won clean in a dominating fashion. That was because it was prime time. But now, for this next one, I'm not really sure.
It's going to be interesting, of course. Oh, look at that. Just like you mentioned, Kronos, the Winter Crown, making sure that even if Mizo-san desperately tries to... getting caught off at all. And of course, the Kalia going for full tanky build. Clint going for full burst and immortality just in case. And I feel like that immortality did not even get popped off. He survived at 1 HP. Classic builds on the other hand. I just feel like Fate, Fate, Prime was trying his absolute best. He had good stacks. He also has a Blade of Despair as well, one of the most expensive items in the game. So he was basically catching up to Clint as best as he could. But what can he... Like, he was dishing out the damage, but the frontliners as well as the pickoff was so great from the hands of not just Art, as well as, except for 1 or 2 few missed AOGs, I feel like a lot of the times it was putting Zohunt in so many positions where, because of the AOG, they were not able to dish out the damage. And Win and Mizo-san, they got separated from their team, where basically the damage dealers were separated completely in the back end, and they were in the front end fighting for their lives as they got Thanos snapped away by the nasty damage that came in from the 210 stacks of the Sicilian, and of course Clint with that 80 stack Sky Piercer.
Yep. Lot of gap.
Again, Fredo, say it.
Yeah.
All you heard is 80 stack Sky Piercer, right?
Yeah. Because this guy, see the way Ray explains things, right? I mean, that's a coach kind of material, kind of explanation, right? I'm just a normal caster.
No, I think
so.
Put you to sleep, brother.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I did understand. I mean, the summary is, of course, Fate. He did play very, very well. That's the whole summary of Fate. But yeah, if you want the details, then of course you can turn,
like ChatGPT.
turn back and listen again. But yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking of one thing the entire time. I just wanted to forget it, and that is like Multi would definitely love the fact that the Clint was picked, but it defeated the team that he's supporting. So what would be his reaction? I was just thinking about that, but talking about his reaction later. This time Zohunt is on the blue side, Eliminators on the red side, and the red side has not favored Eliminators.
Okay. Let's see if Fate can change that. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the game number 6. Yep, game number 6, and 3-4-2. Zohunt is still on the match point, but Eliminators are looking strong as ever. Their draft has been excellent. They missed out a few times with few mistakes, and Zohunt was able to take it. But right now, they are looking strong as ever. Fate, especially after that underwhelming performance into that game on the Airtel, he's coming back, and let's see what he has in store in his inventory, and see what of course, intercasting, as you can clearly see, it's Kronos, myself, Ray, and Fredo. Let's see what this game entails. So far, the draft has been pretty honestly predictable. The respect to Masha, the Moskov, and of course the Zushin, as well as the Matilda. Matilda is not going to be seeing the light of the day, even when she was opened, which was questionable, honestly. But let's see, Eliminators, what do they leave out? I think it's definitely going to be the Kalia band. So I feel like Zohunt is pretty hesitant on picking up the Lucas, though, because I feel like Dusty Mizo hasn't played the Lucas, right? I think no.
Yeah, he has not.
I feel like it's Hero Pool or Comfort. Maybe
it's not about Hero Pool, man. I've seen Dusty play a lot of times the Lucas, but
So
the thing
why
is
not?
with the Lucas, I mean, Eliminators could not pull off the Lucas. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not blaming Eliminators, but yeah, that's the kind of hero it is. It does not work against certain drafts.
True, agreed. But they give away the Kalia, though. Gonna be good because it's gonna be Mizo-san is also one of his specialty. It's pretty interesting that both of the sides have.
Oh, nice one. I like that. Sicilian, just pick it up already.
Come
Or
on,
even I wouldn't say Jawhead right now. Sicilian, or go for the Suyo.
I think they want to go for
Joy.
something else.
Joy better. Joy is much better here. Just
Joy
because
is
you can
much
get
better.
in towards, you can get on top of the Granger. You can try and escape and dive into the back line directly. Hayabusa is still open though, so I'm not sure if Dusty plays the Hayabusa, but a Joy
He played
really
once.
works wonders. I just said don't go for the Jawhead, bro.
Come on, Dusty. I know you're listening. Okay, they got two pickups. Oh.
Whoa. It's over. This is over. It's Jover, folks. Close your screens.
Jover.
Let's move on to the next game already. The
Zo
chip coming through.
over.
Chip, Granger, Badang, the Wombo combo is alive. They have the range. It all comes down to if Harriet can lane better than the Granger, of course. That's literally the win condition so far in the first phase. And looking at the fact that they've already revealed who's their EX laner, who's their roamer, both are single target. So they're probably going to go with someone who has an AoE in the mid lane. So take out the Vexana would be absolutely amazing. But they take out the Fredrin instead. The Sicilian taken off the table. Yes, that's a good ban. But I think Eliminators might have to pick up the Vexana themselves.
Great. I don't really know why they committed to Jawhead. I feel like they could have let it out. It's not much of a big deal. I feel like it's gonna be a mistake for them. It might just make it a score 3-3 because I really agree with you, Kronos. I feel like Zohunt was just not it. I mean,
it's just unnecessary. I think you're just taking it because you don't want eliminators to take it. Yeah, you're denying the pick, but it doesn't work. You already have a pick off. You need an AoE. Gatot Kacha was just right there. I don't know why they didn't go for it. Even better, they get that Alpha now. Alpha with the chip. I would have liked the Suyo, to be honest. Alpha Suyo chip combo is absolutely lethal, but they went for the Alpha right now. Suyo, Granger is going to be there in the goal lane. They have the range. They have a team fight. They have AoE, true damage. Nah, bro. You got to pick up what? They need a jungler as well as a mid laner. I don't see. It's got to be something like a Vexana. Don't tell me you want to go Carmilla in the jungle.
It was right. I was thinking. Yep, they go Vexana. They go Vexana. They have to go Vexana, and they go Suyo, of course, trying to snowball out of the situation. But we'll have to see. I feel like I don't know why they could have. Honestly, you don't want to go for Sicilian. Fine, you don't. Fine. You could have just went in for Valent. Yeah, like you could pick up the Farsa. You could have also picked up Valentina. It's one of the comfort.
Farsa is good. Yve is good. Aurora is really good. Novaria is also even good. There's a lot. Lu Yi is banned out, but there's a lot that they can pick in the mid lane right now. Pharym is even better. That is just perfect.
Nasty.
Nice.
Honestly.
Now we have a game. Finally.
Even I feel bad. Even
finally.
I feel like it's go all the way to the game 7.
It's so over. It's so over for Zohunt, honestly, because Eliminators, they're going for, of course, this classic combo of Bear on the Pharym and, of course, Chip onto the Hands of Art, and it's gonna be really nasty because I feel like Zohunt does not have the proper response for any of this time around. Even like wide Jawhead against the Barang, it's just gonna get nullified immediately. You're not gonna do anything against it. If anything, you're gonna get punched back, fisted back, just like Bolty likes to mention. There's not enough range either. The only possible way they can really bounce back is like Prime going Super Saiyan or whatever, like the language for the Leonins is. That's the only possible way. I don't see it. Honestly, like I supported Zohunt making a 4-2, but this time around, honestly, even I feel like eliminated too much of a strong draft against what Zohunt has pulled up.
You know why he doesn't see it, Fredo? Because he don't got his glasses on right now. That's why.
Damn, boy.
Yeah, that's probably a reason. Or he's blinded by the fact that Zohunt has a Kalia on their side, because that's what he likes to see. But yeah,
I like fish. Fish is nice.
Coming back though to the point. Oh, it seems like Eliminators, they have a good draft, but do you think their mid lane does lack a little bit of damage?
I think the damage is going to be damage is going to come here.
Yeah, because the Pharym second skill Ghostbusters, basically the more people that are closed up together, the more damage they shout. And with the chip, boom. As a chains combo like a possible. So is being a dire right now. It's like they're playing from Eliminators unless they get nice 2 pickoffs in the early game. Because if you ask me, I'll just run 4-3 Purifies with a Flicker. Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching, of course, Wardrum Games Northeast Underdog Tournament. It is the finals of the top dogs as you're taking a look at 2 of them. Yes, they are indeed. Zohunt on the blue side, Eliminators on the red. Mobile Legends 5v5, 50,000 rupees, along with 30,000 diamonds on the line. As you can see right now, we are in game number 6. Will Zohunt take it all, or will Eliminators even out the score? Your casters, Kronos, Ray, and Fredo to bring you the action, as let's get to see who will reign supreme.
Absolutely, Kronos, and this game is obviously going to be an interesting one because time and time again, Eliminators have had the better, stronger draft, but it's pretty obvious this time around. The only possible way, just like you mentioned, is the mistake, playing around those mistakes, or if getting those early pickoffs. But even if they get those early pickoffs, if it's not Fate, if they do not disable enough, who has the Purify? So there's no pickoffs that's going to be coming in from Win. Okay, Win is on the XP lane on Kalia. That is a good one. But okay, but Mizo-san, I think they really need to coordinate it, because they need to take down Fate as much. Hayat is going to be having a better time, but a lot of poking in the mid phase.
Oh, you can see Mizo-san already taken on low, below half HP. He has the ejector right now, can force the occasion, but there is no backup. Faden doesn't want to contest. Faden doesn't want to bite the bullet, but at the same time, you can see Win gets the clear on the XP side. Art is there as well. They are trying to find a pickoff as they are looking to suppress Mizo-san as much as possible.
Both the junglers will be able to get their level 4 though quite easily. No problems, but let's see who gets the first blood, because that will be a turning point. And of course, Art is looking for something.
Yeah, he's looking for something in
Win.
Is there? No, Win is gonna be the target. Oh, he's able to get out. That's gonna help, and the heal coming through from the kit of Kalea. That's right. Sakura Simps are going to be smiling for that one, but you can see Mizo-san get the ejector on towards them. Nice Terrify Chain CC combo to get Legend indeed just before the turtle, so advantage Zohunt.
They get it, and 1 kill. But you know, it's a little bit of, what do you say, a deja vu from that game of CEO, where Zohunt did, obviously, Dusty Mizo got the 3 kills in the early phase, but later on, it just did not work out. Oh, Win, a lot of poking.
I mean, it looks like she's dealing a lot of damage, but she isn't, you know.
Legend got bursted. But yeah, anyways, 2-4-0 into the board, and they're looking for more mid lane.
Oh, mid lane's gonna be the one that's under siege. Faden has the clear. Zohunt are looking to try and take this game away. ET do have a nice team fight composition. Any single team fight in their favor, the tides will turn around.
I love that you said, because you know Kalia's second skill is tidal strike. It matches the rhythm. But anyways, Kalia so far has been winning out the late because of Surge of Life, the passive. The healing is there. Do they want to pick off? No, the Framis uses up the Purify immediately, so that is one ultimate used up, but at the cost of the Purify. So I feel like Mizo-san, if the communication is really right, they can commit to it. But top lane!
Oh no, they go with the Fist Break, Fist Crack combo. They get Win finally after a long, hard-fought time. And now with the shortcut being dropped down as well, they are trying to go ahead.
Bot side.
You can see in the bot side, the target is going to be Fate. He realizes that, gets out of harm's way. Doesn't want to risk any single thing.
Yep. I mean, the fate of Eliminators lies in the hands of Fate right now, so he does want to make sure, you know, doesn't want to get caught out like the last time he did. And of course, he's on his Granger pick right now, so, you know, much more responsibility, wants to prove that he is one of the top Granger players as well.
Bro wants to be the Granger main, but yeah, jokes aside though, the next herald is going to be spawning in 4 minutes. Oh, with the mid lane, it's dicey.
Faden goes down. Here comes the Spear of Alpha, but at the same time, Mizo-san is able to buy time. He flickers out, and so does Legend, and they catch him off guard. No, he doesn't, but still pays the price. He was just, whoa, and then he dies indeed.
Yep.
Whoa,
oh my god. Pendulum of woes happening here in the caster's desk. Of course, these two teams keeping us on the edge of our seats at all times. Not letting Kronos rest, not letting us rest as well. But now, seems like Art has some other plans.
He has other plans indeed, but Prime drops down the Zaman Force, but you can see at the same time they come in with the Netherrealm and the shortcut. Dusty Mizo is going to be the target. He should be taken out quite easily. He has the Blade Surge, and Ferrar Moon cutting his path off, but here comes Win. He has the Tidal Strike. At the same time, they go for the Ejector. Win is the target with that Tsunami Slam, and the Eternal Guardian being used as well, but Fate has the damage. He has the bullets. He will shoot them down as he gets Mizo-san, and the rest of Zohunt will have to run away as ET got what they came for.
Exactly, you know, and this is what I was talking about. They got a few kills at the early game, but is it going to be mattering? Because they have the teamfight composition into the hands of Eliminators. Art and Bid is just going to be shining too much. Okay, looking at the itemization. Good, finally, Vexana does get the glowing one, so little bit of anti-heal, but look at that. This is the difference between Fate as well as Prime. Fate likes to go for the Skypiercer. Like, he likes to rush it immediately, but Prime obviously likes to go for the third item. So that's a little bit of a difference that I like to point out. But oh, he's going for fleeting time, isn't it? Yep, fleeting time into the hands of the Chip. Why do I forget this raccoon's name? I call him Raccoon, Rocket the Raccoon. But yeah, jokes aside, Flicker not in the hands of Win. What?
That just reminds me of something. But oh, look at that other side. Win. Fish crack, but yeah, he's able to escape. Flicker force out though. The Rocket Raccoon thing, that in the Avengers, the Marvels thing, I never actually had the resemblance in my mind, but you finally put that picture now, I can't unpicture it.
Yeah, but guess what? The picture comes down with a shortcut as well, and they all come through, and Legend goes in with the fish crack, fist break combo, but at the same time, you can see Mizo-san can't really do much, went in for the ejector play with a flicker, gets caught out, and now Art is there. Legend flickers forward once more. As you can see, they come through with that Nether Realm. The dive is online from Eliminators, and they're slowly starting to take the game away from Zohunt, and now you can see they go on towards a win. The target is him. He has to focus and get out as he flickers. And now the turtle is up. It's the third turtle of the game. Now will they be able to get that in their hands?
Free turtle soup again and again as Eliminators basically secures all the buffet for themselves. And they're beefed up. 3,000 gold lead. Conceal play in the mid lane though.
Oh no, with the Spear of Alpha connects, he finds 2 and 3. But at the same time, Zaman Force dropped down. Prime is dancing around the Land of Dawn, and they get the clapback shut down on towards Serar Moon as they get Legend in the process as well. Bid is down and out, but he comes back as Fate is there, using the Death Sonata to kite out as Art. Ever so patient, waiting for Legend and Serar Moon to come through, and he can drop down the shortcut. He's trying to go through right now as he has the skills. He definitely has the crash course. Doesn't want to commit just yet. He can drop it down. I'm just waiting for him to do so. No, he just wanted to get that buff and get out.
Makes sense though. He's not going to be using the ninjas assemble. I call it, but it's ninjas because of course it's allowed to collapse. Oh, mid phase though. Do they want to commit?
Oh yeah, you can see at the same time they do pop in the Nether Realm and Zaman Force drop down, but you can see Legend buys enough time, everyone taking down low, but you can see nice pullback coming through, and the Spear of Alpha connects as well. They got 3 in the process, and now they trade 2. Faden in the back line can only run away as Fate has the Death Sonata. He could get him at a single point, but they get the clear indeed thanks to the help of the Eternal Guardian, and now using the Synchrovision, Prime is trying to find the clear, but they will get that tier 1 in the mid lane. ET find an answer and get that 2k goal lead back again.
This has been brawl, isn't it, Fredo? Because the last 2 minutes, it was Zohan trying to take down, but then again, Eliminators clap back immediately. This game is pretty much, honestly, pretty good pendulum, but it's pretty clear whose side it's favoring on. 3,000 gold lead into the hands of Eliminators.
Well, suffering and entertainment in the same way, these players are. Making us suffer, but of course entertaining everyone out there with this level of intense. Like this is so good. But of course, it's good as long as it lasts. But after that, you'll be regretting if you lose out that 50k prize pool, right? So yeah, they're playing for that right now, and both these teams really serious. Fate.
Oh, they get that fist break, fist crack combo, but you can see in the back line, Art gets the shortcut down on towards Fade and forces the flicker out. At the same time, Conceal comes through as well. Crash Course is there, and they want to get the Terraform on towards him. Fade is the target after the Eternal Guardian gets taken down. Dusty Mizo's there coming through, trying to find the clear into the wave, but at the same time, you can see Win is there with the flicker, tries to get the title strike with the Tsunami Slam, and he finds it. Zaman forces drop down as they're trying to do the damage. Spear of Alpha coming through, and Prime will have to run away as Mizo-san is left for dead, and Legend comes through with the play once again, and he finds confident and rising high. They will take this Lord. It's 10 minutes in the game, but it's feeling like a long one already.
You are right on point about that, because I just did not realize it's been 10 minutes. I felt like it was minimum 15, but yeah, it is a pretty long game, but pretty fast. Oh, the assemble on bottom lane.
My God.
Prime. Oh my God. They knew he did not have to purify, and they just made good use of it.
And now they're pushing down the structures. Look at the minions pushing up top side as well. Lord marching down as well. just all they need right now is good lane management, and they can actually make it happen, you know, because the farm lead as well, it's decent enough. And we can take a look at the Sky Piercer stacks of Fate right now.
I think he has around what, 60? Oh no, 40. Okay.
40.
564 though. On to that.
Bro, it's
passive.
It's too good. Look at the
606.
goal. Just one more item.
I think it's gonna be a Rose Gold, but oh, look at that.
Oh, nice title strike coming through. Tsunami Slam is there as well, but you can see the Nether Realm helping them survive. He goes for the Fist Break, Fist Cat combo. They get 2 in the process. Triple kill in the hands of a Fate 906 KDA on this Granger. He is unstoppable. 80 Sky.
Oh my God.
Gets himself the Maniac. Misses out on the
my.
Savage, but he is a savage indeed. Eliminators make the comeback. 3-3. We are going to a game number 7, folks.
We
My
knew
God.
it was coming. We knew it was coming. We tried to deny it, but it was the inevitable after all. Game number 7. These teams are here to give us, of course, Zohunt first one to get to the 3-pointers, but Eliminators immediately bouncing back with 1 from 3. Right now, the score has been equalized, and this leads us to, of course, the main cinematic, the history maker. Game number 7 is going to be on the history of India forever. Of course, this is a special one, and let's see how Eliminators and Zohunt try to figure it out. Right now, it was really clear that for a few minutes that Zohunt was into the hands of Eliminators, but it's pretty clear the sides have been switched. It is 3-4-3 right now, and Eliminators are looking strong as ever. Better draft overall. They have been nailing it. Zohunt has been playing around those mistakes, but Eliminators are right now awake with caffeine. Maybe Prime is on the other side, but they are the one with energy drink right now, and they're not going to be sleeping until they get that 50,000 cash prize and leave Zohunt with 30k. And I know, Kronos, you love to make that Prime drink joke as well as the thick of it. You know, I remember it very clearly.
Bro, you gotta wait for it. I was gonna bring it out in the last final game. You kind of ruined it now. Oh my God, it was prime time the entire time, but not yet. So I mean, now I can't say the thick of it anymore. But I got another one up my sleeve. Don't worry. Don't worry,
do.
don't worry.
That's why. I knew your sleeve is like very big. Mine one is just small though. But
You know,
Ah,
you know what
okay,
they say
now
about
that's-
people with big sleeves.
nah.
What do
What
they
is
say?
it? What is it? What do they
Is it
say?
something that we can say here?
Yeah, you gotta have
No.
a big coat or a big shirt.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're wearing shirts. We're wearing shirts here.
He's
Mm,
wearing the coat. Makes sense. He's got a
Yeah.
bigger sleeve.
bigger
Long
sleeve.
arms.
Okay, so we're going literal meanings here. Okay, fine. I was thinking it's something of a double meaning, you know, but yeah. Okay, that's it then. But yeah, let's talk about the game, guys. Let's talk about the game. What
Hey,
I mean,
but-
what went wrong? Yes.
What went wrong was Ray said he has a short sleeve. But yeah, what went wrong in the game is the fact that Zohunt were waiting for another mistake from Eliminators. But it just didn't
Yep.
happen. It just went completely wrong in the draft. As soon as you saw the chip against the Herrit, and they were forced on the Vexana, going on a jungle hero that's not the best against an alpha. I mean, Suyo is good, but against an alpha, he kind of gets countered if the alpha has a good snowball, and that's what alpha had. With that Faramis on top, looked like a cake ready to eat.
Hey.
You got me hungry, bro. It is midnight. Do not mention cake. I need a different kind of cake right now. But yeah, jokes aside, though.
Okay.
What? You've never had
Well,
different kind of cake?
He said he needs a different kind of cake. But okay.
Yeah, one
let's
that
leave
can
it-
fill me. One that can fill me because I'm really hungry. I'm pretty empty right now. But
What did he say?
Fredo's
I mean,
losing his.
Okay,
cake.
let's keep it at that, Ray. Let's keep it at that. Ray. You don't want us to get cancelled, right? Of course.
You know,
At
why
least
would
no,
you get
I mean,
cancelled over cake? What is
no,
this
not
culture?
by
This
not
is
by-
insane.
man.
You're trying to get me canceled, Ray. I
Yeah,
know.
I'm thinking
You're
about
trying to get me
Kronos, man. I'm not thinking about
Why?
why.
Bro,
Because
bro,
he's
trying to get me
okay. I don't want to say it anymore, but yeah. Okay, let's talk about the game, guys. Come on, man. Let's stick to the game. Let's stick because once we start diverting, Ray takes us all the way to his his Delulu land where we cannot come back anymore. So yeah, let's stick to the game
That's
for
pretty
now. So yeah,
crazy.
talking about the game, Harriet. Of course, the chip pick was so good from Eliminators, and I mean the thing is, people have forgotten that Art himself is a most probably you can say the best chip player out there. sometimes on par of one of the top global as well, you can say. So this guy, don't give him chip anymore. And I mean, in the first two games, Zohunt tried to out macro, but he cannot out macro a chip. On top of that, put on a Faramis as well. So all those engages coming in, just totally nullified by that Nether Realm. And that's how Eliminators were able to win those team fights as well. And Legend, oh my god, his sets were so good, especially those fist cracks at the right time, just not letting people escape. Right after the enemies use a dash, he goes in with that, blocks their path, and of course after that, Fate is just free hitting.
Absolutely, and look at the item gold and level difference between the gold laners. Like Prime, he's level 11 with 2 items building towards the third. He doesn't even have the third recipe item. On the other hand, Granger is fully built with 4 items, fully stacked with the Sky Piercer, 1006, level 14, and got one of the most expensive items, the Blade of Despair as well. He was basically full building towards what I presume it was a rose gold to make sure he does not get bursted out. So he was basically full build. The gold difference was pretty intense in this game around. It's pretty obvious. Look at that. 29,000, and on the other hand, it's 38, just under 11 minutes. I feel like Eliminators had what they wanted completely into their favor, and this time around they were just, everything went smooth to their end, except of course Zio tried to capture a few kills under early game, and in mid-phase we did see some brawl between both of the teams trying to go for neck to neck, but it was pretty clear that it was Eliminators who were able to come out on top. Maybe not neck, they were grabbing a little bit even above because, they were ahead.
Yep. And once again, the same thing continues. Fredo was busy looking somewhere else, and he did not pay attention to what racing.
No, it's not that Fredo. I mean, I was paying attention to what he said, but it's just like, it's so bad, man. It's just so bad sometimes with the jokes, but it's
when
okay.
I cringe.
See, he's even trying to pose right now. He's even trying to pose. What can we say? But nonetheless, it's okay. He can be in Delulu land, like you said it. But you know who are not in Delulu land anymore? Eliminators, after making that comeback possible. So right now, if you ask me, Eliminators are looking to take it all away, ladies and gentlemen, because we are in the draft phase for what is the final game indeed. Game number 7 in this best of 7. Zohunt were 2-0. Eliminators made it 2-1. Zohunt made it 3-1, and then Eliminators made it 3-2, and then now they made it 3-3. Momentum on their side. They've figured out Zohunt. They've cracked the code, and now Zohunt are backed into a corner. Let's see what can they do.
Coming in with the first bans, though, we're seeing a Masha and a Moskov this time. The two side laners who Zohunt did really prioritize in the first few games, but this time around won't get their hands on it.
After 2 games, Moskov has been permanent banned, and after the 3rd or 4th game, I might be swapping them, but the 3rd or 4th game, Masha has been a permanent ban, and it's actually working out in favor. And right now, from the last 2 games, Louis has been their 3rd and main permanent ban. So they're really paying respect to all of the mid side laners, and it's really working out favor because I feel like Zohunt is running into, I don't want to call it a hero pool issue, but it's just that the draft has been falling in a little bit short without these heroes. They did do one game good, it was with the Farsa, but I don't really understand why they're not committing to it. They are really not prioritizing the mid laner at all. They're prioritizing the flex pick, which is good, but then they also double down again with the Jawhead, which I feel so unnecessary against the Badang. So I feel like they are making those few, not just for you, it's a really big mistake on the macro play because of course the draft decides so much of the game. And I feel like Zohunt, if they do not remedy that mistake, Eliminators is the one who's going to be walking away with that 50,000 cash while they have to take the diamonds for the Naruto skins.
And talking about Naruto skins, it's definitely Serar Moon from Eliminators who likes them the most, right? Because it seems like the first 3 games he was just out there telling guys, I want to try the Naruto skins first before we lock in.
Okay, Badang this time around into the hands of Zohunt. Does it change anything? Because Eliminators, they cannot really pick up the Jawhead again this time. Of course, they haven't really been picked up Jawhead, but look at that. The refusal of picking up Sicilian from the hands of Zohunt. Is it going to be punishing them again and again and again, Kronos?
I don't know. It's 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 fast. The draft is going really fast right now. Eliminators. I'm kind of tired, guys. I'm kind of reeling after a nice long. It's gonna be almost 12 hours to me casting the entire day. So at the moment, let me tell you that Granger is a good pick. It's very high contested. They don't want it in the hands of Prime, so Fate gets it. He's been doing quite well. Phoveus is good in the front line. They have the poke composition, and I like the brilliant pickup of the Joy coming in through quite early in the first phase as well, because you can dive into the back line. They need someone to stop them. They need a Tigreal right now. They ban out the Gatot Kacha. I think a Tig would have been a much better ban, just because you can prevent them to dive upon the back line. So at the moment, Herod being taken off. Irithel should be going out here as well, because an Irithel and a Joy could run circles around Eliminators. So they have the pick off. They need to find someone, and that someone is probably going to be someone, maybe a Beatrix in the gold lane right now would work as well. Even just ban out the Irithel. If Eliminators don't ban it, no, it's over.
Okay.
Irithel coming through, Zohunt win. I can see it happening already. The draft is
What if
already
they
in their
pick up the
hands.
Clint? What if they pick up the Clint just to...
They don't need the Clint. Just to get out, just to outrange them. Why do they need the Clint? Just pick up the Irithel. You counter the Granger in lane. You can run circles around the Phoveus. You can run circles around the Sicilian. Maybe they're waiting for the last pick to see if they can flex it to the Clint, but they pick up Bid's comfort hero in the hands of Maiden. That is gonna be the Yve. These last two, what can it be? Tigreal. Has to be a Tig, bro.
Yeah, I also agree. No.
Jawhead is good. Jawhead is good. Jawhead is good. Jawhead is good indeed. You can lock down the Joy, but the Joy should be your sole target and no one else.
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, that's why I feel like Art really likes to prioritize a little bit on the other targets. His only target should be the Joy. Just chase down. She doesn't have. I mean, she has dashes, but once the lock-in is done, you're okay. He commits with the Julian again. 100% winner though. Only picked up once. That's pretty insane. But let's see what Clint or Irithel. Let's see. But yeah, I feel like money's on Irithel probably. It wins out on lane unless Zohunt tries to be like, unless Zohunt just tries like, you know what, we're gonna counter them like how they counter us. And picked up the Clint because what happened on the previous game. But maybe they will be walking on thin ice. Let's just see. Last pick. It's for Prime. It decides their fate against Fate. And it's the infamous Beatrix that we all know.
Beatrix or Irithel. I told you.
Oh my god. This one, guys, this one. That's a classic. I've seen it before.
I've played these games before.
Yep.
Yeah.
This one's a classic, guys. This one's a classic.
One of the most famous marksmen.
I would have liked the Hylos instead of the Phoveus right here, but it's okay. They left the Hylos too. I don't understand why these teams don't like to play the Hylos. It's such a good hero right now in the current meta. But it's okay. They are going with the Jawhead. You can lock down on the Beatrix. You can lock down on the Joy. You can still throw away that Tsunami Slam girl, Kalea. But I think the prime target should be Joy. If Joy gets a double kill early on, less than 4 minutes, Zohunt. It's Zohunt's game to lose.
Okay, let's put our money on that. Let's see, Dasimizo, it's all on your shoulders right now to get that early game, and of course give the comfort position for Prime to be farming up. Beatrix on theory, of course, it's going to be performing well against Granger, and you will, of course, you're also one of the marksmen that has that highest attack in the game, along with Granger as well. So it basically comes down to the performance and execution. On the other hand, Jawhead, of course, needs to mark only one person, and that is, I mean, you can mark the Beatrix as well, but your main target is going to be Dusty Mizo. On the other hand, we have Mizo-san into a roaming position, win again on that's, of course, clear. Let's see how it all plays out. I'm really curious to see the spells because I do want to see a few purifies here and there, especially I feel like Fate, he should definitely be getting the purify because I feel like he is also their main target for the hands from Zohunt. Onto the other hands. Let's just see as we dive into the last game, Kronos.
Final game, ladies and gentlemen, 50,000 rupees along with 30,000 diamonds for the runners-up, but they definitely want to get the 50,000 in their pocket. It's 10 apiece for 5 players who are playing in the Northeast Underdogs finals of the Topdogs. Indeed, it is game number 7. A winner takes all. Everything on the line. Eliminators on the blue side, Zohunt on the red.
onto the casting desk. You just heard him. It's the chef and MPL caster Kronos. Thank you for being here because, of course, this is gonna be the final game. And of course, Fredo joining me onto the casting desk, giving you those analysis and legends. So, classic rotations, nothing much. Mizo-san providing the information, but this game around, a lot of primary targets for both ends. I love the purifiers from Bid as well as Fade. They are paying respect to, of course, Kalia and Badang. Don't want to get caught out. But Faden with those poking already into that early game against the Sicilian. And that's what he needs to do. Make sure the Sicilian is zoned out, Fredo.
If they leave this Beatrix unchecked though, I'm pretty sure Prime can make it work.
Oh my goodness, Art is forced to flicker out. Already titled slam coming through from Win. As you can see, that is not what Art is supposed to be doing right now. Because the way that it's going, it's looking spicy, man.
Definitely,
Yeah, it's
of
looking
course.
spicy.
Game number
Into the
7.
goal lane though,
Triple
it's
three.
going to be really depending on Prime right now for Zohunt. Because, I mean, you did say that it will depend on, of course, Dusty to get that early game, but I feel like it's not possible because you cannot go in because they have a jawhead. The ejector will definitely be there if he tries to go in.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's why it will depend a lot more on Prime.
Absolutely. And one more thing is that Phobius against the Kalia matchup, Kalia has, like, her passive basically triggers a lot of the, of course, the passive from Legend, which is the Phobius. And I feel like Win needs to take that into counter because if he gives out too many bongs to the hands of Phobius, he's going to be dishing out damage and, of course, sustain out too much for them to handle. So they need to be aware of it. Look at that. The engage is up.
Infernal Pursuit comes through. Win is there as well. He takes him down low. He can go for the title strike. Tsunami Slam at any single point, but he can see the Turtle's going to be the target. They get the RWM drop down from Faden, but at the same time, you can see Legend going through, and they reset the Turtle. Retribution coming in the hands of Dusty Mizo, but Legend buys some time, but he goes down indeed. Mizo-san is the first target, and now they trade 2 for 2 in the hands of course, a Bid as well as Legend. And now Prime trying to run away. Art right now caught in no man's land. He has the smart missile, no ejector, but you can see Dusty Mizo has the electrifying beats and doesn't want to commit yet. They don't get that kill. 2 for 2 trade. Turtle in one of the team's hands. I missed out, to be honest. I think it's Dusty Mizo.
It was Dusty Mizo. Yeah. Dusty Mizo was able to force back Sarar Moon, and he's still fighting. He's so hungry, but of course, you need to save your hunger for later on. But over top lane,
Fate has to go out. No flicker. Purify coming through. You can see Bennett trades there, taking out low. It's an easy kill coming through, and that is why. Wait, why did he go? He had to go for the Purify to stop that tidal Tsunami Strike, but it's putting him in a difficult position now, and that's why you can see that Zohunt have a better draft right now.
Okay, interesting. Pero what do you have to say? The score is 2-3 right now.
It is definitely 2-3. Oh, who's getting caught?
Oh, he gets him with that Death Sonata. Mizo-san goes down.
Revenge kill immediately. A full-on revenge kill if I've ever seen one. 3-4-3 score, 3-3 on the main score as well. Pretty interesting. Oh, Art, does he want to commit? No. Win though, I feel like Win. Win should perhaps take down Sararamon. I feel like since of course he has a retribution, but of course at the same time that enhance does give him the immunity, so maybe that's a bad decision as well. So Win this time around, he's caught in a pickle. Who does he go for? He can go for Fate to make sure the Purify is baited out for Mizo-san to land those hits. So I feel like that is the best possible decision for them to make. But let's see, mid lane. It's going to be a bone of contention because the Turtle is going to be coming up and it's already there. And Turtle Soup, it's looking delicious for both teams. Let's see who gets it. Joy was the first one to get it. Saramon already starting it right now. Let's see. Mizo-san, can he find the angle?
Yeah, he's looking for it though. You can see Sam Claus misses out. Bat's Feast already being baited out, but at the same time they go in with the flicker play, trying to get someone. Title Strike is already down from Win. RWM comes through, but you can see Art is there. Flickers out of harm's way. Legend goes through, finds himself a double kill, but Dusty picks him up indeed, and now Art pays the price. Double kill in the hands of Faden, and he's controlling the game so well with this Eve. Eliminators need to find the answer. Their backliners are still alive though. Dusty trying to get the invade in towards the orange buff. Sanguine Claw powerhouse comes into play. Dusty picks it up quite easily. Grand Theft Orange indeed.
GTO.
Nice one there. Nice one there, and they'll get some towers as well, and another GTT, yeah, Grand Theft Tower as well happening. So that's like a lot of stuff going in the favor of Zohunt right now, and Eliminators don't seem to be getting anything on the map. So
look at Mizu-san.
Oh, of course, Mizo-san, great positioning, but
top lane.
Will he get the backup?
Or mid lane.
Dusty comes through, and there's the conceal play as well. They find it. Bennett's Rage comes through, and they find a bid. Sicilian down and out. RWM baiting out the Purify.
Win.
Flicker from Legend. Win is so low. He's trying to survive. He flickers out with the title strike. That is really well played coming through. But you can see at the same time, Art has the ejector, wants to commit, and you can see the enhanced sword from Serar Moon to run out of harm's way. But Dusty Mizo trying to go for the electrifying beats. Fate has the damage, and Dusty has to respect it.
That was a so close call if I've ever seen one, because I feel like in all of those games, Win has been caught in a lot of tight positions, but this time it was the most nicest escape. Oh, okay. Looking at the itemization, Beatrix goes in for the anti-heal, and of course that extra 8% damage based against the high HP base, which is the Ard as well as Legend as well. Even Soraramon, because he's going to be having the concentrated energy, so that does make him weak to the passive of the Deadly Blade. But let's see, 4 members into the mid phase from the hands of Zohunt, the third turtle, 2 into the hands of so far Zohunt, but okay, let's see.
I feel like they need to focus down on Prime a lot, but it's not happening. Finally it happens.
Yeah, they go with Ejector along with the Unstoppable Force, but Bennett's Rage comes through, and Art pays the price. RWM drops down. Legend trying to go through with the Infernal Pursuit, but at the same time, you can see Fate, he catches the back line. Prime is down and out as Dusty gets his hands on the turtle. 2-for-1 trade as a Fate makes the rotation.
Oh my God, I feel like finally it happens. Finally it's happening, Ray. It's happening.
He goes
mid
through,
lane.
electrifying beats, Serar Moon and Hand Sword to get out of harm's way, but Dusty wants that kill. He finds the rhythm, he gets that one, and Faden getting the poke on towards mid, but meanwhile on the bot side, you can see Fate using the Rhapsody to kite away mid lane under siege. Unstoppable Force on towards Fate, and Legend should go through with the Infernal Pursuit. They finally get the shutdown. Fate is down and out, and Art wants to commit on towards Mizo-san, but not just yet. Infernal Pursuit continues from Legend, but Dusty Mizo with the back line trying to catch Bid as he gets himself a mega kill with the electrifying beats, and now gets out of harm's way quite easily. Zohunt 2k goal lead, trying to pull out an upset against the Eliminators.
7-11 score. And Kronos, you mentioned that if Dusty Mizo gets that 2 kills in the early game, this could be the Zohunt game. And so far it's not really early game right now. We're going to be moving to the mid phase, but it's pretty clear he's not going to be taken down anytime soon. Or I might have cursed it, jinxed it, sorry, but 404 into the hands of Dusty Mizo so far. Okay, 360 stacks, that is good amount. Okay, they're already mid lane.
Oh my goodness, Title Strike comes through at the same time. Tsunami Slam expended. A Legend goes down. Art goes with the Unstoppable Force. Gets the Ejector on towards Win, but RWM's dropped down, but he can see the back line. Dusty! He goes through! He hit that electrifying beats. He catches Fate, and now Art goes down. Faden is down and out as well. 5-1-6 in the hands of Faden. Oh my goodness, how are they doing this? The entire time, Dusty is just trying to cast the back line, and who's gonna stop him?
His name may be Dusty, but he's the one sweeping Eliminators under the rug right now, completely dominating the game, 7-4. Basically twice the kills, and it's all because of Dusty Mizo. 504 into the KDA. They get the Lord easily. And Fredo, does this mean that Eliminators still has a chance to bounce back? Or this does look like a Zohunt game?
Well, it's looking Zohunt right now. Of course, that's only because, of course, Faden's he's in complete control. Like, they have been able to check Prime out. They've been able to check, of course, Mizo-san, Win, but Dusty and Faden, they're getting left unchecked a lot. And we do remember that Dusty didn't die even once, right? And it's happening once again. And there's nothing that Eliminators can do about it. Their drop does not allow them to actually.
Look at that.
No, Title Strike, Tsunami Slam, Serar Moon and Hand Sword, but Dusty Mizo goes once again. He's a monster indeed. Gets himself a monster kill, and he gets out of harm's way. The electrifying beats does the damage as the Lord is marching to the top side. Zohunt are pulling up in the final game of the grand finals of the top dogs in the Northeast Underdog tournament.
Madara walks in from the top lane. There's a concealed play. We might see an engage, but no.
Yeah, you can see they come through. RWM's drop down. Art is in no man's land. Will have to pay the price. He's able to get out by ever so slight HP. Bid has the range. The bat impacts are coming through right now. It is a late game composition from Eliminators. They're down by 6k in gold. Will that be enough for Zohunt to take it away?
We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait because I think they do have a chance to bounce back, but at the same time, Dusty Mizo is on a different frequency. His rhythm is unmatched, and Eliminators do not have any kind of response to it. But 5 man.
Oh, unstoppable force. Ejector on towards Dusty Mizo. He's the target. They get the shutdown. Eliminators find the engage, but you can see at the same time they get the damage done. Draining 3 only for Dusty. Zohunt are now on the hunt indeed, as Mizo-san with Prime and win. Faden can drop down the RWM at any point. He has the flicker forward already, but Fate has the damage. That Sonata could get that kill. He doesn't come in just yet. Fate right now trying to protect the Holy Shield on the bot side. Eliminators take 3 just to get 1 out of Dusty Mizo.
Fredo, what do you think? Was it worth it? Because committing 3 for just 1 guy.
Well, it
Very important
depends
guy,
on
though.
what. Yeah, the most important guy actually. You know, the one with the most bounty right now. So, I think it's not. I mean, if it was at least just 2 down, I think it was worth it. But 3 down, not worth it. But I still feel like, the fact that Bid and Fade were the ones who were alive, it makes it worth it a little bit more because these people, they were able to get a lot of farm out of that. And yeah, I think I need to take a look at the items to understand, where Bid and Fade are right now. These guys, they stack up. So look at that. Look, Winter Crowns being bought, of course, because Talia will be jumping in anytime.
I love how Badang as well as Mizo-san and Win, they have basically the same itemization until the 3rd slot. They were in sync, but no longer sync. But look at that, Art.
Conceal play coming through. He went for the unstoppable force ejector, but it's cancelled out because they knew we can see the Dusty Mizo in the back line going for the flying beats. He's trying to cast them. Winter Crown comes through. Fate's trying to survive. He has the death Sonata, but Dusty Mizo doesn't let him go away. Fate and Legend down and out. Traded for Mizo-san. And here comes the rest of the cavalry. Zohunt are looking to finish them off. 3 left standing, but Sangman Claws has enough range. Win is able to survive. Zohunt turned their attention in towards the Lord. 13 minutes into the game. Madara is definitely going to help them end this game right now.
And they have the opportunity, considering the top lane inhibitor basically doesn't have any HP left. It's standing at a thin thread. It's going to get snapped away. And once Madara lane try to just buy out a little bit more time, I feel like Zohunt, this could be the final push. But at the same time, I feel like Eliminators is willing to throw out their bodies to perhaps defend out this Lord at any cost, as long as Granger as well as Cillian stand. I feel like they are willing to throw bodies. But look at that.
Oh no, they go on towards Wind. Tidal Strike is there. Tsunami Slam not yet committed. They find a kill. Fate finds one for himself. 3-3-4. Sarar Moon secures the Holy Crystal. Now the pickoff is not available for Zohunt, so the good defense could be possible from Eliminators, but nobody's going to be able to stop Dusty Mizo because he can go in with the rhythm. Electrifying beats unlocked. An Answer to get out of harm's way. Art is just around him. He has the ejector. He wants to commit. And right now, Dusty Mizo, he jokes, he bobs, he weaves. He makes it out of Eliminators' space right under their noses.
My goodness. I mean, look at this guy, okay? He says he cannot play assassins, but the ones he plays,
liar.
He's a goddamn liar.
Oh my god, unstoppable force right now on towards Mizo-san. He uses the fist break to get out of harm's way. You know what, guys? I'm gonna tell you, it's not the fact that he can't play an assassin, it's the fact that nobody's there to stop him. Apart from the ejector, there is no CC to stop down this Joy. All I can think of right now is that meme. Who's gonna stop me though? Like iShowSpeed says, because that's what Dusty feels like.
Who's gonna stop me though?
Exactly.
Man.
And yeah, just the good news for some people out there.
Floorman, come on, my god! This rage as well. Dusty Mizo on the back line. 2 Winter Crowns made it up, and they get the kill on towards Legend. The Fade is in the back line, dead. Dusty Mizo gets that one, and now they're looking for Bid. He is down and out. Art and Saramo left standing. Art should go down as well, but here comes the ejector. He should be able to get Fade, and yes, he does. No minions. It's only one way on the outside. Win with Dusty Mizo and Prime. Sir Harmoon has the enhanced sword, but he gets chain CC'd. Zohunt are your champions of the top dogs in the Northeast Underdog Tournament of War Drum Games.
Zohunt shall rise again and become the champions and take away the 50,000 from the hands of Eliminators. Zohunt rise, and I know one dude is definitely happy. Volty, and of course I'm as well.
Zohunt rise. It does happen this time around. They won't be runners-up. They will be champions. They will taste the trophy. Of course, there's no trophy, but of course, they'll taste the money. And now, of course, it's going to be Eliminators. But yeah, if you think about it, Eliminators last season, they were 8th in the table. But this time around, they bounced back to get the runners-up. It's still a progress for them. So,
yeah, absolutely.
But in the end, they did lose it out. So yeah, things did not go their way this time around. Of course, they did try their best. Sailor Moon tried his best, but he was not able to get that enhanced kite, or should you enhanced chain actually. But yeah, good stuff tonight. Both the teams that gave their best.
I absolutely think they did, and I feel like this Game 7 was definitely the most crucial one. Eliminators did not come in short. It's just that I feel like Zohunt had the better draft. It was missing, and except for that one previous game, of course, in a lot of the games, Zohunt were on that losing end on that draft, right? And it was pretty obvious. They were able to win out the first 2 games on risk mistakes, but after that, Eliminators were obviously able to bounce back from that 2-1 to 3-3 right now. But still, Eliminators, of course, they're also champions for all of their fans, and it was definitely a really great experience, honestly. This Game 7 was a really good way to end, and it's not just I'm biased towards Zohunt. It's really nice to see them because they were previous season, they were runners-up. They were very close, but obviously they did not make the cut. But this time around, they are able to do it, pushing to game number 7, and they get the win as well. This is really good story for them and I hope they can continue to write more stories. Of course, being the top team from Mizoram, and of course, waving a new story, being the top team in Top Dogs in Northeast Underdogs Season 2. It's really going to set up a statement. Of course, Kronos, thank you so much for coming up. I mean, as not just as a guest, but of course you felt like you felt like so natural and family, and I mean, of course, because we're friends, but it's also so nice that you came in. It felt really good. Of course, it might feel cringe to you. Oh, okay, I get it. I understand it, but just you're casting like 12 for us right now, so we're really deeply thankful for, of course, coming in Wardrum Games and Northeast. It's really appreciating of you. Like, we really appreciate you because it's Game 7. We were hoping for 4-0 for your throat, but it looked like they wanted to stretch it out, and it's game number 7. But you, of course, it was great. Of course, shout out to Kronos, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, subscribe to his channel. Come on.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Fredo, you want to say something? Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, this thing about him, okay, he casted for like, I don't know how many hours straight. He took a break, like, just half an hour, 1 hour. He came here. 7 games back to back. I did request the players, let us take a pause. They said, no, we don't need a pause. And he still agreed to it. The pause that I was asking was because I was actually wondering, will Kronos be able to do it or not? But look at this guy, man. He's still sitting there, ready to cast a few more games.
Actually, I don't mind. Let's go for another BO3. I'm just kidding. No. I said BO3, not even 7, because I know my throat's going to give up. But it's been a pleasure. It's it's not just me, right? Because the job of a caster is to make sure the game is entertaining for everyone that's watching out there, not just the viewers. There's a lot of watch parties going on, a lot of restreams going on right now. A lot of people are watching. You want to give them the best action, especially the players that have put in so much effort. You want to make sure when they look back at this moment, They are looking at something that they did themselves. They got to be proud of
Yep.
what they've achieved. And of course, we are the ones to provide the soundtrack for them. And providing that soundtrack is our job as a caster. And of course, to make sure that every viewer is able to enjoy. And on that note, of course, I'm going to put in my best. If I'm invited, if I'm going to be hired to do something, of course, I'm going to be doing the best that I can at that very moment. So this goes to show that, hey, even if it's long games, it doesn't matter. I got to do my work. I got to do my job. I'll get it done. And hopefully everyone enjoyed, even though I knew it was the final game. I just went like, I thought it's not going to be like that. But Dusty Mizo just gave us the highlights. Hey, I just made sure that you get that as well. Those of you who are watching, you got the clippers. Clip them. Make sure you tag me as well on Instagram. G_Kronos, bro. You follow me on Instagram. That's my YouTube as well. And of course, you can follow Ray and Fredo, Dave Raja, as well as Yongsana for Fredo. So at the same time, hit a nice like, subscribe to Wardrum Games. They have been doing a brilliant job with these tournaments. Hopefully we expand. Hopefully it can contribute more later on. But of course, don't forget to follow G_Kronos, bro. Let's go for it.
Of course, follow Kronos. It's the same everywhere. Okay,
W. Hey, Ray, show a W for Kronos here. Come on, W for Kronos, guys. W for Kronos.
W for Wardrum as well. But
yeah.
You know what? And not just that, right? Because if you took a look at it, it's the fact that there's the draft of that game. Let's talk about Game 7, right? Just briefly, because it's already over. Game 7, it came down to every time Zohunt played for a better draft, they won. They won those 2 games that they had a good draft. The one with the Farsa and now this. This, they had a really good draft. Double pick-off. Single target. And of course, they had a good RWM drop-down and no one to stop the joy. So they definitely came out on top as victors. But the other 2 games that they won came off the back of the mistakes of Eliminators. And Eliminators kind of had to play more games and make it out. So every time you make a mistake, it's not good. You give away a lot of confidence. You give away that one game towards Zohunt. So it's important not to let that go. And Zohunt found the moment. Zohunt capitalized, not taking away anything from them. They are champions indeed in their own right. And of course, regardless of what they say, and regardless if you like them or not, you can't take away the fact that they are winners in the Topdog finals of the Wardrum Northeast Underdog tournaments. And if you ask me, MVP for the whole series, I don't know, bro. I don't know if that's a question or not. I'll leave that to you guys to bring it up later.
Okay.
Fredo. Oh, okay. Let's Kronos doesn't want to say it. It's fine. What about you? Like, what's your MVP for, of course, Zohunt? Say one, and I'll say one.
It's very hard to say between Faden and Dusty, man.
Okay.
I'll go with Faden.
You go with Faden. All right.
I'll go with Faden.
I'll go with Prime, and you go with Dusty. We covered all the lanes.
I'm not going with Dusty. I'm going with Mizo-san. Mizo-san's
no.
He's the one that pulled up the entire series. It's not the fact that Dusty Mizo had highlights. Yes, he did. He's the jungler with the joy, the flashy plays coming through. But who's the one that created the space? Who's the one that bought enough time? Who's the one that gave the vision, the shot calls, the one that is actually in that moment able to save the game, salvage it? Those first 2 games, yes, it came off the back of Prime, but who was the one to create the space?
Of course, Mizo-san.
So of course, I feel like personally, Mizo-san deserves the MVP of the series. He is, unseen, or rather, how do I call it? The hero that doesn't get the highlights. It's like that meme where you guys can make that another meme. Like, just go run in, and then the race is finished, but everyone goes towards the one guy, but then he's there and he's looking around. There's no crowd towards him. He looks up, and that guy's just like, he tips his hat, and then he realizes who's the MVP. I can be that hat tipping guy. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You can be the hat tipping guy. Of course. I mean, even Bolte can be. He got a hat and a gun to himself. But jokes aside, this was. Thank you, Kronos, of course. And this was definitely a great experience, honestly. And Zohunt, I mean, their whole team, honestly, of course, it's a MOBA 5v5 for a reason. All 5 members contributed to it. And that's why there's never truly one MVP. Obviously, there are guys who get the highlights. The Joy was the highlight in a few games. There was Prime with his Granger, and once Moskov with the highlights and everything. But of course, all 5 members contributed to win as well. So many times he was the one who giving so much space for Mizuzan to make those plays. So of course, shout out to Win, like all 5 members. And of course, we also did a short interview for Art as well as Dusty. Dusty is just a chill guy. He just came in and said, "Yo, chat, like that is the most interesting intro a player has ever said to me." He's like, he's the streamer here, not us. But yeah, jokes aside though, this was definitely a great experience. Yeah.
Talking about streamer, the guy who has been sitting behind the desk streaming for I don't know how many hours. This guy.
Big shout out.
We didn't even give him a break at this point, okay, guys. And honestly, I'll tell you this is behind the scene thing. The game 6 and 7 transitions were not ready before the stream began. But he put it in between. I don't know how, but this guy deserves a W as well. So W Twilight, shout.
फॉरवर्ड बाय मिंत्रा पे डेनियम सही में 500 रुपए की मिल रही है।
हाँ 1500 की चीज 500 में
300 का।
Huge shout out to the production, of course, Twilight and the whole production in Wardrum Games for giving us such great visuals and everything. I mean, that Land of Dawn animation, when I first saw it, I was caught off guard. And of course, the custom results screen and everything. Great effort. It was really nice. And of course, we are looking to... we are also looking forward to when Wardrum Games just doesn't only remain Northeast exclusive, because of course we want to let the other teams shine as well. We're looking forward to it, and that would we have already, I mean, Fredo and as well as Wardrum Games has already posted that Nerd 3.0 is coming, so of course stay tuned for that. But overall, that is a future thing. Close future, but still it's a future thing. But let's focus into the present, which was this great grand finals, game number 7. Zohunt takes the win, and of course, there's still one more match, and it's gonna be against Underdogs champion, which is Wikiki, but that's a topic for tomorrow as well. So of course, thank you for everybody who's tuned in. Thank you to Kronos. Follow him, J Kronos. It's gonna be same on Instagram and YouTube. Subscribe to his channel as well. Going to be he's not just a caster, he also plays. And so of course, if you want to come into the streams, I'll be there sometimes as well, so dip in there. I'm gonna go there, follow us as well, and of course follow Wardrum Games for more announcement and everything. It was a great experience. Thank you, Kronos. Thank you, Fredo. And I think Kronos,
thank you so much. But I just wanted to say, just an idea for everyone organizing the tournament. Of course, season 2 is over. Before season 3 begins, we're gonna have a show match between season 1 winners and season 2. Hey, you never know. That could be nice.
Hey,
that
okay.
Would be nice. 10,000
Yeah.
bucks up for grabs indeed. Why not? Everyone wants that Naruto skin, right?
all right.
I'm just put an idea out there. Just putting an idea out there. Best of 7. It could be great to see who comes out on top. Because I see a lot of people in the chat saying, "Hey, is it this one? Is it that one?" I'm just looking at all the watch parties as well. So of course, I think it's gonna be exciting to see who comes out on top. But hey, that's up to you guys. And I think it could be a nice match, but also at the same time, I don't know. I can't decide.
Yep. That's a great suggestion.
We'll keep it. Fredo, anything you want to say before we, of course, close it off for season 2? This was obviously a great experience.
Of course, if you want, I mean, of course, today's match was intense. Today's match was very serious. But if you want some light-hearted fun tomorrow, because of course it's Underdogs versus Topdogs, and of course something can happen here because Wikiki, the team from the Underdogs, which has won the Underdogs bracket, the guy called Abyss TZ says that he will defeat the winners of the Topdogs. So yeah, you might want to check out tomorrow's game, which will be live on the same channel, Wardrum Games. Wikiki versus, of course, the winners tonight will be Zohunt facing off against each other.
And of course, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, tune in tomorrow as well. Wikiki versus Zohunt. That one is going to be, of course, maybe lighthearted, but Abyss TZ, the leader of Wikiki, he's on for game. Maybe we'll see even a more intense match. But of course, that's a topic for tomorrow. But thank you for everyone tuning in. Huge shout out to the production and of course, Kronos and Fredo and myself, Ray. We all came in. So good night, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned for tomorrow and we'll be back.